Hey, good morning, all. We will get started shortly in about 2 minutes. Okay, thank you so much, all, for joining. Welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022, and this is the Hyderabad edition. And I would say good morning, all, because I am in IST, but I know this event is being joined by people from around the world. As you know, clearly, this is virtually, and this is happening globally, and we are making it virtual so that anyone can attend. So, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, all, and thank you for joining us today for the Hyderabad edition of Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2022. Now, before we start with the with our day full of sessions around the cool topics of Power Platform, I would go ahead and start with a small presentation on the Power Platform itself. So it will be more about the introduction to Power Platform. And if you do not have, experience working with Power Platform, or if you are new and you want to learn more about Power Platform, this is where we will start. And after that, from 10 a.m. IST, we will be starting our sessions one by one. So, first, I'll go through a few topics, and then we will start with the agenda. I'll share the agenda with you all of all the sessions that we are going to do one by one. After that, I'll hand it over to the speakers so that they can present the sessions. Now, uh, at the time of the session, if you have any questions for the speakers, you can post them on the chat. And after the completion, that those questions will be raised to the speakers, and the speakers will answer it for you. If we are out of time for any further questions, those will be answered on the chat. But please ask questions. If you have any doubts, get those cleared by our speakers, and you can just post a message on the chat. Okay, so with that, now we are organizing this event as part of the Hyderabad Power Platform user group. So we are a Power Platform user group that expands over all the different components of Power Platform, be it Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, Power BI, etc. And if you want, you can join us, where you will get more notifications in terms of uh, getting knowledge on Power Platform, or if there are any events happening under Hyderabad Power Platform user group, you will get notified of it. So if you want to join the user group, you can scan the first QR code on the screen, and it will take you to the registration page where you can register for the user group. Any future events or any event happening as part of the user group, you will get a notification. Other than that, all the previous videos of the user group of or the monthly meetups, they are uploaded on the YouTube channel already. So if you want to join, or if you want to look at the previous sessions that are presented as part of Hyderabad Power Platform user group, you can definitely scan the second uh, QR code, and that will take you to the YouTube channel where you can look at all the videos. As part of the user group, we do monthly meetups where we have speakers from all around the world to talk about uh, anything on Power Platform. So it can be a new technology or a new addition to the platform, or maybe a workaround or any topic to talk about in detail about the Power Platform. So you have this QR codes on the screen. You can scan them here. Now, I want to quickly spend some time on introduction to Power Platform. This is going to be helpful for those attendees who may not have very much experience working with Power Platform, or they are new. And that is totally fine because you start somewhere. So, here I'm going to talk about the overall ecosystem of Power Platform, what are the different ways to connect to different services, etc. So, this is the ecosystem of Power Platform, wherein we have different components that are clubbed together in the same platform, and it allows us to, sorry, it allows us to build different kinds of applications, automations, etc. So let's first start with Power Apps. Power Apps is the component of Power Platform that allows us to uh, create applications, something that I can access on my mobile device, my laptop device, my tablet device, basically any device. So I will have an application to which I can interact, and that will give my me or my users a user interface to enter data, to view some information about maybe a scenario. For example, I want to have a leave application. So, where I can look at the leaves I previously created, and also should have a flexibility or the ability to create new leaves. So, for that, I would need an application, something that you use in your day to day lives as well. So, with the help of Power Apps, you can build different kinds of applications on Power Platform. We'll talk about the different types in some time, but for application side of things, the component you want to use is Power Apps. Now, Power Automate. What if you want to build something in the background? Maybe an automation that runs itself. It can be on a schedule, like it runs daily, it runs every week, or something like that. Or it can be on the basis of automated trigger. For example, when an event occurred, I want to start an automation. Okay, something like if I get an email from my manager, I want to get a notification on my mobile device. So that is an automation that will be running in the backend. I am not going to start the process every time my manager sends me an email. So for something like this, because I want background automation, I would use a Power Automate for it. Then Power BI. Usually, in many business scenarios, you want a report or a dashboard to interact and view your data in a more consistent manner. That's where Power BI comes into picture. So, with the help of Power BI, this is the analytical tool of Power Platform. You can build different kinds of reports and dashboards that allows you to um, visualize your data in the form of different charts, tables, visuals, and you can even create your custom visuals for that matter. So it's a it's a component which allows you to view your data from a bigger picture perspective. Then we have Power Virtual Agents. Now, Power Virtual Agents. This is related to chatbots. If I think about creating a chatbot, that seems like, a very difficult task. I would need to take care I would need to take care of a lot of things, like maybe how it will be available, where it will be hosted, how it will do natural language processing, etc. So, with Power Virtual Agents, you get the capability of building powerful and intelligent chatbots. So, now when I want to build a chatbot, I do not need to write any code behind it because Power Platform, it's a low code, no code platform. So, what I can do is I can create a bot by giving information or by providing information like what kind of messages will be sent. And that's all. From there, I will have a chatbot ready for me to be used. Now, where all can I use this chatbot? The answer to that question would be wherever you want, because this can be embedded with the help of a URL. You can include it in different channels like Teams, Alexa. You can even include it on a Slack channel, Telegram, etc. So, this is a bot you can use or you can embed in any of your websites or your application. So, from the component perspective, these are the four main components of Power Platform. So we have a component for applications, one for automation, one for reporting, and one for chatbots. Now, this is more from user interaction perspective. But what's happening in the backend? How does that look? So, usually when you're building an application, you have data stored somewhere, because ultimately the goal is to uh, collect or get information from your users, which can then be stored and utilized. So that's where we have data connectors and Dataverse come into picture. Now let's first talk about Dataverse. So if you have earlier heard of Common Data Service or Project Oakdale, then the as per the new terminology changes from November 2020, the name of Common Data Service was changed to Microsoft Dataverse. All the terminologies and everything, it's the same. It's just that there are some name changes which happened. Earlier, what was called as entity in Common Data Service, it's now called as table in Dataverse. So, what is this Dataverse? Dataverse is the um in-house data source of Power Platform, which allows you to store data in the form of tables. So if I want to store something, I can store that in Dataverse. It's on cloud, it can be accessed anywhere. In terms of the characteristics of Dataverse, it's a simple to use data source wherein I don't need to write any code to create my tables or to manage my tables and the columns inside of it. This can be easily integrated. You can have you can edit the data in the form of Excel, or you can include other productivity tools so that you can interact with the data in the backend. Plus the security module, it's very granular and it's very good, because you can control who will have access to your data and at what level. So with the help of Microsoft Dataverse, you can store your data here in tabular format, and you can use that data in any of the components of Power Platform, be it application, automation, reporting, or even in the chatbots with the help of Power Automate. Now, Dataverse is something which requires Power Platform premium licenses. What if you don't have premium license? In that case, you can connect to other services as well through the help of Microsoft data connectors. So the Power Platform, it allows you to connect to external services and APIs with the help of data connectors. So there are a number of out of the box connectors that allows you to do different operations. Then there is another component which is AI builder. So what if I want to include artificial intelligence in my application? So for artificial intelligence, I would need I can use a AI builder. So this is also a low code, no code component of Power Platform where we can pass data, like maybe I pass an invoice and I want to do invoice processing. Anytime a user is sending me an invoice, I want to process that and send an approval to maybe the finance team. So, something like that. But to analyze that invoice to pick the specific details out, I would need a artificial intelligence tool, and that is AI Builder. Similarly, there are a number of models present in AI Builder that you can use. So you can use AI Builder for the artificial intelligence capabilities. Then coming to the different types of Power Apps. So there are three different kinds of application. One is the Canvas app, second is the model driven app, and the third one is Power Apps portal. Now, in which scenario would I use which kind of application? So, if I want to build an application for the internal users, for someone who exists in my organization, I would go with either a Canvas app or a model driven app. Then, if I want to build an like a website for my internal users as well as my external users, so it's not something that will be under the Power Apps application, but I want a URL through which I can access. So I would go with the Power Apps portals in that scenario. Now, for internal users itself, I have two choices, Canvas and a model driven application. What is the difference? So, if I want to create a responsive and robust kind of a user experience for my users where the data is coming from Microsoft Dataverse, I would go with a model driven app. But if I want customized user experience, like I can control how my screen looks like in terms of colors, the placement of controls, etc., I would go with the Canvas app. Also, if I want to get data from maybe SharePoint, Excel sheet, SQL Server, etc., in that case also I will use a Canvas application, because the model driven app, the it can only support data from Microsoft Dataverse. Then coming to the data connectors. So earlier I mentioned this a little bit, but if you want to bring your data from your external service or even a service in Microsoft Stack, you can bring that with the help of data connectors. Now, the number of data connectors that are supported on Power Platform as of today is 500 plus connectors, and this number is increasing. So, um, this number is increasing, and I mean, I can give you an example. When I started working on Power Platform, it was close to 230 something connectors, but now they are, more than double. So the number of connectors are that you can connect to, they are increasing. And if there is a service you want to connect with, you can check for the data connector and see if it is supported or not. Now, what if the service I want to connect with, it doesn't exist? What can we do in that case? So, in that case, we can build our custom connectors. So, what is this custom connector thing that I can use? Now, if I have a publicly available API, or if I have a API that is protected by some kind of authentication, I can use a custom connector. It can even be a API that I am hosting on services like Azure. So for that, I can create my own connector. Now, when I'm creating this connector, it's not available for all. It's just for my organization, and it will allow me to make a call to that service and perform the operation. Maybe I have like an Azure function that is running, and I want to make a call to that Azure function, and whatever execution is done in the function, that happens afterward. So to be able to make that call to that Azure function, I can create it as a custom connector. Now, if it is a public API, I do not need any authentication. But if it is a protected API, then I can provide, or I can use different authentication mechanisms like basic authentication, API key, or OAuth 2.0 with different providers. Coming to the resources that you can start with if you are new to Microsoft Power Platform, the first one could be Microsoft Learn courses. So if you go to Microsoft Learn, there are small courses on each topic. So if, let's say, I want to learn more about approvals, I can go to Microsoft Learn and look for the courses around approvals. They will have the topics and then the small exercises related to that topic. It's free, so if you want, you can enroll for any number of courses there and start your Power Platform journey from the Microsoft Learn courses. Another way could be you can use the inner day material. So there is a Power app in a day material, Power Automate in a day material, dashboard in a day, admin in a day, etc. So there are different inner day materials. They have a end to end working use case scenario on how to use the specific component. So you can start with inner day materials as well. Last approach I would recommend, that is going to be mostly self trained and self motivated. So this is something I usually do on my own as well. I start with a small use case and I try to build it. Now, in that case, my best friend is the Microsoft documentation, because that's where I get a large number of information in terms of what to use, what is the best way to implement this. If there are any limitations, I can get uh, notified of those as well. So start to build your own thing. It can be a very small application or just a small component, but start by with a small example and use Microsoft documentation so that you get more details on the platform or the component before even starting to work. This is also very useful when you're working with the functions on a Canvas app, because there are so many functions that are supported on a Canvas app, and to be able to get details, you will you can go to the Microsoft documentation, and they have description and examples against each function. So something similar is available for all the other components as well. So you can check Microsoft documentation for as a good resource for your learning period. Okay, so that was what I wanted to cover before we kickstart our sessions for today. Now, in terms of agenda, so we are going to have a total of 7 sessions as part of our event today, and we will have a small 1 hour break at 1 p.m. IST. So, this is going to be the agenda, where we'll first start with Kranti, and he will talk about security model in Power Apps. Then Nalini Mehta will present on Power Platform and customer insights. After that, it's going to be Vipul Tiwari, RPA at scale with Microsoft Power Platform. Then after that, we will take a break. After coming from the break, we have Muhammad Fatullah Basha, and he'll talk about integrating Teams, virtual agents, forms, Power Automate, and Power Automate Desktop. So this is going to be a demo around how to integrate these different components together. After that, we have Mike Hartley, who is going to talk about the power of accessibility in our applications. And after that, I will present a session on enhancing your business scenarios with Power Apps portals. Then the last session for the day, it's going to be presented by Prashant G. Boyer, and he's going to talk about PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. So this is what we have in for our event today. And if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them on the chat. These are our speakers for today. So we have Kranti, Nalini, Vipul, Muhammad Fatullah Basha, Mike Hartley, me, and Prashant. After or during the session, we will share the social media credentials. So if you want to connect with any of the speakers, if you have any questions, you can use those details. So we will share the LinkedIn, Twitter, blog, etc. on the chat at the time of each session. Any questions at this point of time? You can drop a message on the chat. I'll answer it there because we are almost at the time of starting our session. So please drop a note on of your questions on the chat, and I'll answer them by replying directly on the chat itself. Also, please make sure you're filling out this survey. This is a link we will share after every session. So you can scan this QR code, and this will give you a chance to win swag. So please feel free to scan this QR code now or after every session. With that, thank you all. That's all from my end. Now I want to introduce Kranti, and here today he's going to talk about security model in Power Platform. So, hey Kranti, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Ritika, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you for joining. And I know it's Saturday, but thank you so much for sharing all this information with our attendees today.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yep. So if you want, you can share your screen now and we can get started.
Let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Yep, we can see your screen.
Yep, thank you.
Mhm.
So, we welcome everyone for the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. And today I'm going to present on the topic security model in Power Apps. So, I have tagged it. It is like back to basics. So, what with my experience, what I understood is there are various categories of developers coming into the Power Apps. One stream is from the model driven apps, but another stream is from the Power Apps, from the Canvas, or they are from the SharePoint background or other backgrounds. So for everyone, it would be yeah, very useful if we understand what is the security model in the Power Apps, so that they can understand the ground level first. Very good, so that they can build the apps on top of it. So that is why I have tagged it as back to basics. And this session is like a beginner or an intermediate level. So whoever is already working on model driven apps extensively, you might see that, okay, this is a basic topic. But whoever is working on the SharePoints with Power Apps or any other uh, connector with Power Apps, this would be a useful topic for you, so that you will be understanding the security model in the Power Apps, so that it would be very helpful. And me, myself, this is Kranti Kiran Gullapalli, and I have around 14 years of experience in IT industry. And yeah, I'm a developer, architect, blogger, and a community speaker. I work at Applied Information Sciences as a technical lead, and I can divide my career into two phases. One is I worked on ASP.NET all in all, basically .NET, MVC, Silverlight, WPF, jQuery, Angular, and everything. And in the second phase, yeah, I started with Power Platform and Dynamics. So basically, I started with Dynamics. Later, I extensively worked on Dynamics portals, and now I'm into the Power Platform, mostly into model driven with Power App, Power Automate, and other stuff. Yeah, this is a quick intro of me. So let's directly jump into the topics. So today we have a great lineup of speakers. So please stick to the uh, channel so that you'll be getting all the topics and good knowledge from the speakers who already have a wonderful experience, and their experience is very well, or it is very much useful for all of us so that we can play around with the power apps. So this is the agenda. First, we'll just have a quick two slider for the understanding of role and goal of the security model in the Power Apps, or it is in general, not specific to Power Apps. For any application or any apps, what exactly the security model plays. And we'll get started with understanding what exactly is business units, security roles, teams, and a field level security. And based on the time, if it permits, we'll try to get into the application and try to tweak few things so that we'll understand it. So that is the agenda for today, and feel free to drop in any questions in the comments so that we'll take it up based on the time which is there available. So we'll get started with the understanding role of the security model. So whenever we are building an app, security model is the most important thing what it, yeah, it is required for an application. Because yeah, you might build many business logics and many you might build a extensive data layer, extensive business logics and everything. But if your security model is exposed outside of your organization, then it would be a very big mess what you would be creating it. So even it is not specific to outside of your organization, even if it is inside of your organization, if you are exposing some data from one team to another. For example, if we take any organization which is taking care of the citizens, and citizens would be submitting their personal information like their gender, their, yeah, date of birth, and some other secured information which is private to that particular person to apply for some, yeah, amenities or something for council or whatever it is. If that information gets yeah, exposed to some other team in that organization, then it would be a data breach. And whenever you are working in any of the projects, the data breach is the highest kind of yeah, issue one can have. And even the organizations can be sued with multi-million dollars of fine. So security model plays an very important role in developing any of the apps, and it is much more important than what people give importance to that. Now, what exactly the role is? Basically, it provides the data integrity. So we are going to make sure that the data, whatever is there, it is right, and it gives the privacy. Whoever is supposed to see what data, they are going to see the same data, and efficient data access. So based on the logged in user, they can access their data directly. And collaboration, if I want to share my record which I am going to work on, I need some help from the other team members, I can directly share that record and I can get the information from them. So it is like a secured sharing. It is not like I would create a public link and share it across so that I'll get the information from everywhere. So everything, whatever we are going to play around, is like a secured and a defined process by Microsoft, so that we'll be achieving all these things. And the goals are, we are going to provide the users with the access only to appropriate levels of the information that is required. So in our organization, we would be having the different verticals. One could be like COO, CFO, then architect, then developer. Or if you go into management section, you will be having a manager and the associates working under them. So based on their hierarchy, they need to see the data in their organization. So that is what the security model will be helping us to achieve it. and categorizing user by role and restricting access based on their roles. So we are going to define role for each of them, and we will restrict the access based on their roles. And support data sharing so that users and teams can be granted access to the records that they do not own for specified collaborative effort. So if user doesn't need any access or user needs access, based on that we are going to provide support for data sharing. So yeah, these are the some goals, and we are going to prevent the user access to the records where user does not own. So if user is not owning a record, yes, by default we are not going to give them any access to that. So this is what it is on the role and goal part. So we'll quickly jump into understanding how Microsoft has categorized the security concepts, and based on that how it is built in the Dataverse, so that we can understand and implement that in all of our projects efficiently. So first concept, what we need to understand. So we'll be following a bottom-top approach, so that we'll first understand the ground level first, then we'll add the other concepts on top of it. The first thing is business unit. As we can understand from the name, it is a unit where some business is going to happen. It means it is an organization where there could be some people working in, and they will be having different roles, and they will be having different responsibilities, and that is to one particular business unit. But in any organization doesn't limit to a single place. So it would be it would be in there in multiple regions and multiple places in the country, or in the world. For example, if I take an example of this, my company, it could be in North America, it could be in Europe and Asia, and even in North America, it could be in many places. And in the Europe, it could be in many places, and in Asia, it could be in many places. So in such scenarios, it could be like we cannot generalize any single business unit, so that we can put all the users into that business unit and just play with different put any fields and just play across. It would not be possible. So for that purpose, what we do is, for each and every location we are going to create a business unit. So it is like, what business unit comprises of. Business unit in general, what it comprises of is, we will have different teams, and teams are going to have different team members who are the users, and users will be having different security roles. So all in all, a business unit is like, we can understand it based on like the geography, or it could be like different locations of a company where the processes or the development of the products or whatever it is going on. And each of the business unit will have these three components. One is teams, one is users, and one is security. And we have the teams having the team members, and team members having security roles, this hierarchy. And when we are playing around with security roles, we have this two additional stuff, which is privileges and access levels, which we are going to see in detail in this session. This is a quick level. And whenever we create a business unit in the system, by default, the model driven app or the dynamics or the power apps, whatever we call, it would create automatically a default team for us with the same name as BU. So whenever we just create this n number of business units, by default the system would create like North America a team, Europe a team. We'll having the teams created by default. And we are ready to have the users, because users would already be synced from the AD, or we are going to add them into our environment. So whenever we add, we are going to assign them to the corresponding business units. So this is like a hierarchical way where we can easily control the security model. And to take an example, it is like few people think that okay, users there, teams are there, security roles are there, and they are for a business unit. Yes, but they are there for each and every business unit. So if we consider this hierarchy and take an example of a library system, if we take an example like Oxford is the library and it has a headquarters somewhere. Yeah, we don't worry where exactly it is. And it is having one more, yeah, Oxford library in US, Oxford library in India. And again, they are like, yeah, managing thing. And again, they have the centers in New York, they have the center in California. They are under US, and inside India, they have in Pune, Hyderabad, and many other places. So at this point, if we try to understand, like, users, teams, security roles are there at each and every business unit. If we understand this, it would be simple for us to define the security roles based on their BUs. So if I am at India, yes, okay, I am at India and I have two child business units which are Pune and Hyderabad. And based on that, we will just play around with the access levels, which we are going to discuss in the next slide. So a general use case could be like, yeah, librarian at, okay, there is a typo here. It is like Oxford Library. He should view all the BU books. So whoever is in the top BU, he should be able to view all the books in all the business units. And if we want, like, he should edit only the records which he created, then we can handle it via security roles. So if we want him to have ability to edit the records all over, yes, we can handle it via security roles. So we have that flexibility to play around in the system to define each and every level and what kind of permission he is going to have. And if we have like, yeah, librarian at the India, then he should have only the Pune and Hyderabad. He should view the books and he should be able to edit only the records which he created. Yes, so we can do that particular stuff. How exactly that is going to be is by playing around with access levels. So Microsoft has given this access levels, and these are the four access levels. And if someone is working in the Dynamics from many years, yeah, you might get confused with the naming convention, because Microsoft, yeah, it is keep on changing the terminologies to and fro. But the good thing is it is getting the terminology to the more way how we use in our language. So earlier it was like parent child BU unit, business units. It was more kind of a technical stuff. But if we see now, it is like deep. It is like, okay, deep means, yeah, my BU and my child BUs. So the good thing from the Microsoft end is it is getting the terminologies to the way how we use it in our general language. So that is good for us. And the access levels now are defined as like this. So first one is the global, which is the topmost. So when I say that a user is having a global access level, it means that he has access level to all the records in the system, irrespective of which BU he belongs to. So he could be belong to an India, but still he can see the book which is there in the library of US. So that is how the global defines. So irrespective of where that guy stays, in which BU, he can see the records in any of the other BUs. That is the global. And when we say he has the global, it means that he has automatically the remaining three roles. So yeah, that user automatically has the deep, local, and basic access, and it further, yeah, goes along the same lines. And earlier we used to call this as organization level, but now we are calling it as a global. And when I say deep, it is like I'm going to have access to the records which are there in my BU and the BUs which are subordinate to my BUs. So it is like I'm going to have access to the records which are there at India, and I can also see the which are there at Hyderabad or Pune or Mumbai or whatever it is. So this is called deep. And local is very, very simple. It is like in which BU I stay, I'm going to have access to that particular BU. That is it. Very simple. And basic, so most of the people they get confused with the basic and local. Basic is something like whatever I have created the records, I will have access to that particular records. That is it. So if I am there in one BU and I have created two records, it is only like I will have access only to the two records, but not the records which are there in my BU. This is how the local and basic differs. So local is like I can see all the books in the system. When I speak of basic, it is like I can see the books which I have created in the system. To understand it a bit further with respect to the access levels. Yeah. So when I speak of global, irrespective of I am there in Pune or I am placed at the BU with California, I would be having access to all the records. So wherever it is colored as green, I can see the records of book records in any of the BUs. That defines global. And when I move to deep, it is like if I am situated at India, I can see the records, the book records which are at BU India level and the Pune and Hyderabad. So this is like a deep. So from where I stay, in which BU I stay, from there I can go down onto deep. Next is the local. It means, yeah, wherever I stay, I can see that particular BU records. So this is like local. And whenever I say basic, it is like whatever the records which I have created, I can see that. So even he cannot see all the books in the India BU, but he can see only the records which he has created. So these are the different access levels which we can define inside a business unit. And now we might have a query saying that we have the access levels and we have the business units relate to an user. So how exactly these things relate to a user? So before jumping into that, if anyone has any queries with respect to this access levels, yeah, I would be happy to take it.
Kranti, I don't see any message on the chat at this point of time, but I'll let you know if there is any question.
Sure.
Mhm.
Okay. So with that understanding of the access levels and BU, let's identify that, okay, how we can relate this with the user who is there in our system. Here comes the most important thing, which is the concept called security roles. And using the security roles, we can bind the access levels privileges to a team or a user. So we'll define the security roles and we will give the privileges for that security roles. And we are going to bind security role to a team or to a user. How exactly we are going to do, we'll just have a look. And yeah, security roles, these are like if we want to control a user access to an environment through the resources which are there and the access levels and permissions, yeah, we are going to define this. And the good thing in the Microsoft Power Apps is like if you don't have any security role, you are not going to enter into any of the environment. So Microsoft has defined many layers of your security. Like first level, it is like you cannot even access an environment if you don't have a security role. Second thing, you can get into an app, but if you don't have the proper privilege, you will not be able to see any of the entities. So you cannot see even a basic entity if the security role is not properly defined. So that is like you entered into the environment, but you don't have access. Second thing is, okay, you can access few of the entities, you cannot access few of the entities. And the last one is you can define the security role on a column. So when I say a column, it is called as field or a column. inside a table. So this is how Microsoft has given us flexibility to define and control the security on the environment, which makes this a very powerful tool with respect to security. So we can control any field which you will see on the Microsoft Power Platform, so that we can just define this field, this person should have a read-only access, and yeah, X field, this person should have an editable access. That is how much we have given flexibility by the Microsoft to play around with. And coming to this security role, if you want to create a security role, first you need to be clear on these three things. If you are not clear on these three things, then you are going to do something wrong. It might affect in your future. So the first thing in that is on which entities this guy needs to have access. So whenever you are creating a role, it could be like a salesperson, or it could be like librarian, or it could be like a member in the library, or whatever it is. You can define your own role who is going to play in your app, and that guy should have access on what all tables. Should he have access on book? Should he have access on authors? Yeah, what all there. Next, okay, when we say, okay, this guy is having access on books. Now, next thing comes, should he have access on books in all the BUs or only in specific BUs? That defines the second item. Like on whose records the current security role has the permissions. And third one is what kind of privileges on records. This means that, okay, the first one, the logged current security role guy needs access on book, and he needs access on book for the all the BUs, and he needs access for book all the BUs, only read, no edit. So this is the detail which we need to have before we get started creating any security role. And how the interface would be in the system is what you're seeing on the screen. So whenever you try to create a security role, Microsoft has grouped all the entities for our flexibility, so that based on the module they have defined, so you will be finding a sales or whatever it is. So all the entities are grouped, and when you create any custom entity, you are going to find it in the last tab. Just go to switch over to the last tab and scroll. You are going to find your entities. So the first thing, the three things, whatever we saw, or we are going to discuss here. The first thing is which entities are defined in the left. So here we are going to have the list of all entities in the system. And here we are going to discuss about the contact. Contact is like who the person, customer in our system who is related to an account. Yeah, we will not get into that. So you can just consider that, okay, we have a table, and for that table we are going to discuss. So the current security role should have access on the contact. That is fine, we are clear. Now, which contacts he need to have access? So this is, again, we need to relate with the business unit access levels what we discussed, and we have seen the bubbles there. So the first full green bubble is an organization, and the bubble which has more of a green and less of white is like the deep or parent BU, and the half one is BU, and the more of a white and little bit of orange is the user. This is a basic, local, deep, and global. That is how the new terminology is, but it is not yet reflected on the screen, so that we could not take a screenshot. So if we try to relate this and try to read this particular highlighted row, we will try to understand. And the last one is level of privileges. So you can see this top box, which is highlighted in red, which says create, read, write, delete, append to, assign, and share. So we have this many privileges so that we can control the level of editing of a user on particular table. So let's try to understand one or two bubbles so that it would be very much clear for us. And when I get into it, we'll try to read what exactly is the first bubble. First bubble says the log or the current security role has global access to create a record for contact. This is what it means. And second is it has a global access to read a record of contacts. And if we go here, which is like a cap, it says the logged in user or the security role whoever which we are going to create has only the user level. He can create the action card user settings only for his personal stuff. So this is more like when we go on top and set the personal preferences, right? I can set only my personal preferences. I cannot set your personal preferences. That is what it means. So whenever I'm setting the user settings, it is more of a personal kind of stuff. And if there is no bubble, it means this guy does not have to do that. So most of the times, yeah, we don't give edit or delete to the people who are at the lower level of the hierarchy. And if someone needs to delete, they need to have on the higher level of hierarchy. So that is what this bubble means. So whenever you are trying to create a security role, these three are must. You need to know what all are the entities on whose records he is going to act and what is the level of privilege he needs to have on a single record. This will give you full picture so that in future you might not again need a revisit on this security role. So the privileges we have not discussed. So the access levels we have discussed in detail, but the privileges we just saw in the previous slide, and we'll quickly have like what exactly is a privilege. So create, read, write, delete, they are almost same as how they sound. It is like create means creating a new record. Read is like we'll open a record and see the content. When I say write, I have the ability to edit a record. Delete means yeah, delete a record. So there are two new things which are like append and append to. When I say append, it is like we are yeah, in even in general scenario, when I say append, right, we are adding one to some other thing. It means associating the current record with some other record or associating some other record with the current record. So we are taking some record and we are going to append it to the current record. For example, whenever we are working on an opportunity, we will add have a flexibility to add a note to an opportunity. So in this kind of scenario, when we are playing with two entities, adding it append is the one, and the reverse of that. So when we say that the current record we are going to append to another record, it is like append to. So both are similar, but in reverse. And when we come to assign, it is simple. It is like we are going to assign the ownership of the record. In Dataverse, everything plays around with the ownership, and any record you see, you will have an out of the box field called owner, and the owner will belong to one particular BU. Based on that, everything is yeah played around in the system. So whenever it is like you have the privilege of assign, it means you can transfer the record ownership to some other person. And share, it is like I can share the record, but still I have the ownership of that record. That is share. So if I want, I'm working on a record where financial team should add some 10 to 20 fields. It is like I'll just quickly share that record to the financial team, and the financial team will add that 10 to 20 record fields, and they save it, and they say okay, I'm done. Then I'll complete my remaining process. It is like we are collaborating with each other so that we can quickly complete the process. So these are the privileges which are there in the security role, which is given by the Microsoft, and we have this flexibility to even define like who can edit, who can create, who can share. And let's understand with a real-time use case scenario so that we can relate how this plays. So we might have two users with two different levels. One could be a central librarian and another could be a state librarian. How exactly this differs? Because if we don't have this, if we don't draw this line of the differences, then people might think that okay, both are same, both are librarians. One is a central librarian, one is a state librarian. There is not much difference. But when we get into the nitty gritties, we will understand many things. How a central librarian is going to differ from a state librarian. In few examples, like the central librarian can view the books in his library and his associated child libraries. So if he is situated in the root, then he is almost having a global access. And we might say that okay, central librarian can delete books, but the state librarian cannot delete books, and this guy can only see the books from his library. And if there is a requirement like only few people need to modify the book request. So when I say book request, it is like a member has raised a book request. In general, librarian can approve or delete, that is it. But if someone wants to modify some record based on some external request or whatever it could be, if you want to modify some other thing on that particular book request, so an elevated privileges are required. So in such scenarios, yes, so we can use the privileges whatever we were discussing in the previous slides. So with the examples of the teams, with the examples of security roles, access levels, and privileges, we can handle all these kinds of requirements just with access levels and privileges. So that is an example use case to understand how security roles can be set. And another thing is, okay, we were discussing like security role, business units, teams. So how to associate security role to a user is there are two paths. One is we can pick the user and manage security roles directly, and there is one more path where we assign security role to a team and add user to that particular team. So which one is preferred? It is based on the requirement. But in general, whenever we are playing around with the security roles, it is always recommended to go with the team approach. Why? It means that your users who are there in the system might not always be with your organization. So today they might be working in your organization and tomorrow they might be moving to some other organization. At this point, if user is owning some records, so by default user will get disabled by AD, Active Directory. And if the user get deactivated, whatever the records are there, the owner has deactivated, then they will be in inactive mode. So it is not an ideal scenario where a librarian has left a library. That means that the books are not available. Yeah, that should not be the case. In such scenarios, what is the best recommended thing is for every role in your organization, you need to have a team, corresponding team in your yeah environment or in your power apps solution, and whoever is going to come into your organization as a user, you need to add them to the librarians and you just remove when he's moving across. It means that any record whatever is getting created has owner as the team instead of user. But in some cases, if you really require like we want with users, yeah, that is well and fine, but it all depends on the client requirements. But recommended is to play around with the teams so that the record ownership has stayed with the team and user has a limited part to play around that. So let's quickly see for a few minutes how exactly it plays in the system. So I'm just connected to one of the trial instances where I'll just try to show where exactly is this. So this is like almost a model driven app where we are checking out and a library management system model driven app which has simple entities: book, publisher, requests, and authors. And there are three books. If I want to see like who all are there in the system, I'll go to admin.powerplatform.com where I can manage my environment. So once I get into my environment, yeah, I'll see that, okay, what are the security roles and what are the BUs. So I'm just getting into this. So this is my, yeah, just playground where I try to create all the things. So the first thing what we discussed is the BUs. So it is simple. We need to go to the admin center. We need to get into the BU. And already due to the time constraint, I have created few BUs. Just sort it. So this is the top, and we just need to catch this top and go there. And this is the root BU. Under this, there is the Oxford Library. And under Oxford Library, yeah, we have two. One is India and US. If we catch this India, yeah, under India, we have two, and under US, we have two. So this is how we create the BUs. And if you want to create a new BU, it is very simple. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to create one more new BU, which is called as Chicago, and it is under US. So this is pretty much simple to create a BU, and it would fall under this. So if you want to add or yeah, play around with the BUs, this is the place where you need to play around. And once BUs are created, next we are going to play around with the security roles. And you can see in here, just get into your security roles. These are all the out of the box security roles which system has created. And yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just play around to yeah, help you how to create how to play around with that bubbles. So I'm going to define an LMS central librarian. Okay, yeah, central librarian, I'll just leave it to the root BU, or if I want to put it in the Oxford, it is up to us. Yeah, I'm making this user as the root. So what I have done is I am trying to create a security role like new role, but it is always recommended to select any existing role and just create a copy so that you would be creating a top-up role from the basic user. The first base user, you need to create it manually from raw, where you will have nothing. But whatever the additional security roles you are going to create, those should be more of a top up. So I'll be selecting the basic user role, I'll be copying that, and I'll be adding more privileges so that I will get an additional higher role. So this central librarian, I need to find where my books are. So the books are not part of sales module, books are not part of service module. So if you want to find an invoice table, yeah, you just go to service and scroll, you will find the invoice. If you want to incident or case, yeah, you'll find it here. But my book is a custom entity. So I'm going to go to the custom and let me scroll to find where exactly is my book table. Yeah, here I can see my book, and these are the legend which Microsoft has given us so that we can understand which icon relates to which access level. So now for a central librarian, I want him to create the book all across the system. So I have given him the full green light, so you can create everywhere. Similarly, yeah, he can do everything. So rather than clicking each and every bubble, what you can do is you can just go to the entity table name and just click all the bubbles would select. So yeah, so he can create publishers, he can create authors, whatever you want. So this is how we create. And we'll just try to create one more state librarian so that we'll see. Okay, let me just create a new one. So let's see the difference between how the central librarian and state librarian would differ. Okay, that is it. I just defined it as state librarian, and yeah, he can be of any business unit, but it depends on which business unit the user is in. Okay, I'm again going to the book. So this guy should see the books only in his BU. So if the requirement is the librarian should see only in his BU, this is what we need to select. But if the requirement is he should see in his BU and even child BUs, then you need to go with this. So it all depends on, yeah, what exactly is the customer requirement. So for now, yeah, I'll go with deep. So book request, yeah, he needs to approve. Okay, this I don't care. Yeah, this is how we'll just generally play around with the books and other things. So once you set up this, what exactly we need to do is, we are done with the security role. Then we need to identify the users in our system and give them the security role. So first thing first, what we are going to do is, let's check how the security role hierarchy is in the system. So I have created two users. Okay, these are security roles. Let me go back to the users. So I created dummy users so that we can save some time. And here we have a John librarian who acts as a librarian in our use case. And let me quickly copy his email and try to log this person into the system. Because we are discussing about the security roles, let us just see if there are no security roles, what exactly will happen to that particular person. So he's not having even a single security role. So what I'll try to do is, I'll try to go into a private window and okay, let me just copy this first. Okay, I'm trying to access the model driven app and this guy is not having any security role. So it would ask who is, okay, it is not copied. I'm trying to log in as a user who is not having even a single security role in the system. So yeah, it would just right away say that this guy does not have any security roles. Yeah, here you see, you, the John librarian, needs a Microsoft security role to access the environment. So this is the first level of filtering what Microsoft does. If you don't have security role, yeah, just get out. That is what it says. Now what I'm going to do is, yes, so I'll find my LMS. Yeah, I will make this guy as the central librarian. Save it. So now John librarian has a security role. Now, okay, this is an error page. There is no point of refreshing there. If we see now, this guy is getting into the app. Okay, but it says there is nothing which this guy can see. So mostly what could be the reason is, the apps whatever we have do not, this guy does not have any app access with that security role, because we just created that role. So we need to try this apps and we will see all the apps which are there in the system. So for this particular app, whatever we are playing around library management system, so this LMS guy should have the access. So we need to find our two roles and give access. So this is the second level of security what Microsoft gives. So you are able to get into environment, but you are not seeing any of the apps because you do not have any access to any apps. So I'm saying, okay, library management system app can be accessed by these two security roles. And if I go back, ideally, yeah, this time this guy should see the app. Let me open a new one and copy that guy. So at this point, this guy will be able to get into the app. And now because we have given him a central librarian, he will have access based on that privilege. Somehow check the privilege of the user, manage security roles. He has a security role. Okay, let me just, ideally it should work, but it says even when we have given the security role, somehow maybe the time propagate the changes would take. If not, we'll just move across. Okay, so this guy is getting the access. That is fine. So based on the security role, the agenda is to have the access. So this guy is having the access once we have given the security role. So this is how we create the security roles and we assign the security roles to the user. So next thing, what we are going to do is understanding teams, and there is a small concept which is called as field security profile. Based on the time, we'll just move forward. So there are two types of teams in the system. One is like owner team, one is an access team. So when I say a owner team, right, it means that the team is having an ownership. For example, when I as a Kranti create a record in the system, the record is owned by Kranti. But what I will do is I'm going to change the ownership to a team. That means whoever is part of my team, it could be Ritika or it could be me, whoever is part of the team, they will have equal access on that particular record. So this is what is recommended, because the same thing, whatever we discussed, if the user is going to leave the organization, the records should not be orphans. And next thing is, whatever the team has the security role, whoever is part of the teams will inherit this security roles. So whatever the security roles are there for the team, this guy, whoever is part of the team, by default inherits that security roles. Even if, for example, I as a Kranti do not have any security role assigned, but the team I am part of it has administrator, then I am an administrator until and unless I am the part of the team. In similar fashion, when we are playing around with the team, it has full access rights on the records that team owns. So whatever is the record which is owned by that particular team, it has full access rights. So this is one kind of team. And the second kind is like access team. In the next slide, we are going to see like how exactly we need to take a call, when to go for this and when to go for owner teams. But the delimiter or the line between these two is like access team will never own any records. It is like the user who created that will have the ownership, and access team doesn't have any security role assigned. It means that users who are this a part of access team could be of different privileges. So here in the owner team, all the users will have same privileges of the team or based on his individual security role. But in the access team, it doesn't inherit any security role, but whatever the users are having their access, they will continue with their. And the records which are shared in the access team, the team is granted access rights on the records, like yeah, read, write, or append. So whatever he has the records. So first we'll try to understand it a little bit more deeper. Like I am the user one and I have created a record one. By default, what happens in the system is the record one owner will become whoever is created. For example, user one created, user one is the owner. Now I want to share this record with user 2. What I can do is I'll just create a team and I'll transfer the ownership of this record to team 1. So here you see the ownership is with user 1. I'm going to just transfer the ownership to team 1. Now myself as user 1 and user 2 will both have the ownership of this particular record. So this is like owner teams. What exactly it does? User 1 assigns the record to the team. When I say assigns, the ownership of the record gets transferred. So now user 1 is not the owner, he is part of team is the owner. That is what the owner team is. If you want to understand the access teams in the same fashion, yes, so there is a user 1 and there is a record 1, and yeah, by default system creates like owner is the user 1. Now I want to share this record with the user 2, but in this case I want him to edit 2-3 fields on the record. That is it. I don't want to transfer the ownership. I don't want to give anything. So I want to keep the ownership with him, with myself, and just share the record. This place, yeah, ownership still remains with the user, and it is like user 1 shares the record with access team 1. That is it. He who is going to create access team 1, he is going to share the record with that access team, and this part user will part of access team, or whoever the users are part of that access team, they are going to have access to this particular record. So the important thing is ownership of the record remains with the user, but the other user is also going to have access. So where exactly we generally use this case is like if we are in one hierarchy of the business unit, and if we want to share the record with the business unit or the user who is there in another hierarchy. For example, a book in India library wants to be shared with California or US. With the default hierarchy, it is not possible, because if you put as deep, it is not possible if we put as user. So until and unless we put it as global, it is not possible. So without putting it as global, we can share or create an access team and give the access so that we can share the records across BU hierarchies. So when to use owner teams, these are the tips. It is like if your organization policies require the ability for records to be owned by entities other than users. So some organizations say that all the records should be owned by the users, because yeah, that is what we want. We want to take the user as the responsible person. Then yeah, you need to go with user. But if they are fine with other than users, yeah, team is the recommended, and we are going with the teams in that sense. And whenever we are designing the system, we know that the number of teams are already there. If we are sure that, okay, this is going to be a team, whenever we are creating a library management system, we know that there is a team called central librarians or state librarians. We know that there is a members. Yeah, those are like we already know they are owner teams. And the top level vertical people might want to have the reporting, like how many books are there, or how many book requests have been approved by these librarians. So if he wants some stats based on his requirement, we will create the teams, and their team will do their activities. Based on that, we are going to report it. So in the such scenarios, yeah, we are going to just play around with the owner teams. So this is a quick stuff of teams. And the last thing, it is like the field level security, which is the leaf stuff of the security. Uh, it is like whenever we have certain fields in our table, it could be anything, and that could is more sensitive than other fields, which we should not expose to other people other than few fields. If we want to take an example from our library management system, then the book price, if there is a requirement saying that book price should be visible only for the librarian but not the member, then yes. So there is a book has a tag book price, and a librarian should have the access, member should not have the access. In such cases, we are going to play around with the field level security. So to have the demo, maybe I have only 2 minutes. I'll just run. So we can quickly get into make.powerapps.com, and we just need to enable the field level security, and by default, everything would be taken care. So this is the flexibility which is given by the Microsoft. Even with 1 minute, yeah, we can do many things in the system. That is the power which Powerapps has given us. So we have a book price. I'm going to enable. Before that, yeah, let's jump into the book record, and we have this book price. Now only few people should see that book price, few people should not see that book price. So I'll go to this book price, enable field level security. So field is already called as column, so enable column security, save it, and go into the administration. So get into the security and fields level security profiles. There you will find the field level security, and just create one security profile for that, so that the book field will be not visible. Book price. I'll just leave it. Field level permission. So until and unless you enable the column level here, you are not going to see that. And by default, it is no. So it will not even display for anyone. Okay, I need to publish. So let's publish our solution. So now it would be hidden for everyone. We just need to go and play with that security level. So we need to just go, and if you want to just play around, yeah, happily just go here, and you have read, update, create. You just play with this security profile, and which team you need to give the access. You just add the team here, they will have the access. So this is how we can control. Now, yeah, field level security profile is enabled, and because I'm the admin, the system admin, I can see that. But if you log in as a normal user, you will just see star star star, that is it. So that is how, yeah, we play the field level security. So this is what I plan to share for today. If anyone has any questions, yep, feel free to ask.
Yep. Thank you, Kranti, for sharing all this useful information with our attendees. We have one question on the chat, but it's the time for next session. Maybe I'll just quickly read it and then you can answer. If there is any additional information you want to share, you can share that on the chat.
Sure.
Okay, so the question is it possible to restrict the records on the basis of departments? A single department has access to multiple records, which I can control via security role using business unit. But the attendee is looking for more of a scenario where if I select the record and I can assign it to multiple departments or business units.
Okay. So multiple business units, again, yeah, it is a big topic. So if you want to have an intermediate BU created, but dynamically creating the BU is not recommended.
Mhm.
So maybe, yeah, I can share it across in the chat.
Okay, yep, that would be super helpful. Thank you, Kranti. So, the attendee who asked the question, it was Reema Chaturvedi. So, if you want, you can tag her while replying.
Sure, sure. Yeah, so the
And
question is clear, but yeah, when we are trying out with multiple BUs, if you want to create, share it across multiple, so we need to have a virtual BU or again play with, so people might get confused. I'll just tag her and share it. Thank you.
yep, thank you so much, Kranti. And thank you so much for joining us today and, talk about the security model because that is one of the topics, many attendees are interested in. So, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Okay.
finding a way to stop the share.
Yep, I stopped. Okay. So, with that, our next session is about Power Platform and Customer Insights, and that is going to be presented by Nalini Mehta. So, Nalini works as a cloud solution architect for Microsoft, and today she will be talking about Power Platform and Customer Insights. So, hey, Nalini, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you fine.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for coming with us today and sharing this, very informative topic with our attendees. Now, if you want, you can share your screen and I'll add it to the stream.
Yeah, thanks Ritika for having me here. Thanks Yash and entire organizing team and all the guests for this session today. Hope you can see my screen and slides are visible.
Yep, we can see the screen. Yeah. Mhm.
Good morning and good afternoon, folks joining from different geolocations. Today, we are going to touch base upon one of the interesting topic of Power Platform and customer insights. I'm sure many of you are aware of this CDP motion that Microsoft is advertising at the moment. But today, we are going to discover some of the scope which are very specific to Power Platform and how you as a low code or no code platform, how you can support those kind of advanced development which can benefit your customer. Hope this session help you in your customer scenario and your live use cases. So, coming to my introduction, I'm Cloud Solution Architect for Microsoft Canada. I'm specialized in Power Platform D365, mixed reality, and customer insights related extended offering of D365 business application. So today's agenda covers pretty much. We understand that you know about customer insights and basics of it. So I'll not touch base upon what segments the M3 map match merge and the basics of customer insight is all about. But directly I'll be covering how you can extend that beautifully to Power App, how customer 360 modeling looks like in Power App, how export connectors you have scope as an ISV to get into, how you as a partner can add more connectors as export connector and extend the business of your customers with some defined new set of connectors. Yes, custom connector is in scope of that discussion, but that is little different because that connector is related to customer insights. But yes, basics remains the same in case you have knowledge of custom connectors. Now, connected Power Automate, as you all know, the beauty of Power Automate, you can connect to various different infrastructure. We do have connectors in Customer Insights for Power Automate as well, so you can write up various flow. I'll show in the demo as well how you can see those flows, which notify is not just about the some of the runs or refreshes which I've completed, but also about some more features which you might want to know about those API integration. Some more things about the social integration, where I'll just touch base upon some of the screen which we have extended in our platform. We will not go into that detail of this particular section, but yes, Twitter integration, Facebook integration, all those will be in the scope of today's agenda. Extended analytics with Power BI, I will quickly touch base upon this part, but not in detail because Power BI, we all are aware and we know that we do have customer insights connector in Power BI as well. Power Portal is one of our one more integrated component, which is much more liked recently by folks because it is coming with amazing new features. So I'll show how you have everything on Dataverse and how Power Platform will surface it so well in the platform. So now, when I start this session, I'll talk about a master architecture. As many of you are aware that yes, in customer insight there will be hybrid connectors. So that is what I'm showing on the top side of it. If you look at it, all these different business application connectors, CI connectors, which we say, which are coming from different business application or the custom apps, we do have them connected, and then we say that everything the map match merge happens in customer insight. This is our core piece where we are doing all those things. Then we have enrichment, where we do have third party enrichment in scope as well. The combined thing when it works, we do have Azure machine learning, which is a contributing factor to us, and we do have those Synapse integration all the way to, which is extended to entire Azure platform. And then logic apps are working hand to hand to give us that connected experience to those export connector or the machine learning output back to our customer insights. So this entire platform is well interconnected, and we say that our product offerings are supporting each other with different connector. Let's say I have connector for customer insight in Power Platform, I do have customer insights connector for Synapse in the customer insights itself. So every product is able to interlink with each other. Even if we don't have direct connection, we do have logic apps and Power Automate, which are giving us those uh, different remaining connectors to connect to. Finally, we see that we have scope of this reporting, where we say that Power BI dashboards are making much more visibility over there, and you can see the entire analytics part of it in the right side, which can land. These can be an optional piece, but you see that entire product portfolio from a customer point of view. You have everything from the same offering, so you do not have security measures to be done on the integration scope separately. You do not have any kind of interconnectivity issues. The entire platform, right from the data source connectivity to all the way to analytics, we give from one Microsoft offering. Yes, you might talk to different architects for Synapse, you might talk to different architects for Power Platform, but entire offering is coming from Microsoft solutioning over here. I'm just taking one example in context of our today's discussion, where we will see how Power App can beautifully expose all those customer insights attribute. So I would say, if you look at this left side of it, and how would you explain this to your customers in case you have your own lake? Because some of our banking customers, or some kind of secure infrastructure which customer has, they generally prefer their own lake. They do not want to go to CI lake. So in those cases, there could be some structured or unstructured data. So what do we say that we can link your structured as well as unstructured data to CI lake, and we will apply all this map, match, merge, and we will create customer 360 profiles for you out of that entire map, match, merge, and unification that is happening. So in this entire process, we say that yes, Azure machine learning is one of the great thing, which is like you have those scores and everything, and customer insight is giving you a scope that you can connect within our product to those web services that you are exposing from machine learning. So overall, that output that we come from, that is coming from the CI lake, is a summation of what you see from your data plus some kind of AI enabled machine learning algorithm applied. So this data makes much more sense for your customers or your customer's customer, because you know everything about customer. On top of that, you are able to do some kind of pattern analysis, how they are buying certain product, how their affinity is, what are their purchase frequency, what are their general buying patterns, or some kind of in case they have some kind of complaints, what kind of specific complaints they are saying about your product offering, so you can offer them better going forward. So all those kind of things, if you have, we will go through the Zoom part of these screens, don't worry about it. So right now I'm just trying to say that in case you have Power App, it is coming like this. In case you want to go with a Power Portal, it will look like this, where you will have a chatbot kind of experience. In case you want to have customer insight embedded to your Teams platform, it will look like this over there. You can just connect with your Teams, and customer insight is flowing over there, all the way over there. So this entire product portfolio, where from Teams also, when you write, if you have customer service channel established with D365, you will see notification directly coming in your CRM from there as well. So you see one, two, three, all of these one by one in each section that we see. Um, Very well defined architecture which is getting data from CI, but Power App has beauty of creating beautiful Power App which is different persona based. Also, on click of those Power Apps, you will be able to write to your connected SAP system, your connected D365 system, or any kind of third party system that you have. So entire middleware part and processing is happening in customer insights, but you are extending that data all the way to Power Platform to create your different persona UI screens, plus able to write on different connected system basis authorization and different kind of admins or non-admins. So when we talk about this differentiated experience, when you talk to any of your businesses, the first thing that we talked about, like how can you enhance their marketing side of it? How can you give them a marketing activation which holistically changes their customer engagement throughout? So what do we say in our customer insight platform is, yes, we do have omni channel. Yes, we are giving you customer 360. Yes, we have that messaging service available in our omni-channel platform and the servicing that we are giving. So what we say that you run your omni-channel campaigns, we have live ram, which is a third-party media platform support data that is there in the customer insight, and all the way you can create different kind of use cases for your customer. If they are interested with SMS kind of services, if they are interested in WhatsApp kind of services for their customer, you know everything about your customer, means you have customer 360. Plus on top of that, you embed any kind of channel you want to do your marketing with, and further you can create, like whether it's a WhatsApp channel, you send WhatsApp marketing messages whenever somebody is just arriving to CCD or any kind of places or coffee shop or something. You understand what they prefer to, you give that suggestion, okay, order this, those kind of messages and push notification, which can be a game changer for your businesses. Basis their loyalty score, you give them some new kind of offering, extended discounting, which help them buy those kind of products. So all those things Customer insight is working as a core engine for this entire thing, because data that is triggering all these messages, data which is helping them create a right segment, which kind of segment, like most purchase customers who are purchasing the most, customer who are from last 3 months who have purchased more than 50,000, kind of that segmentation, and the live data that is coming from customer insight, but action that you are doing from the front end, which are our different channel and our extended offering of WhatsApp or connected infrastructure that we have. So hope this particular thing is clear to you and you understand how this middleware is fantastically helping in this entire journey that we see for customers. Now, coming for this personalized engagement, a very important aspect for a customer which comes in the mind is like, I really want a personalized message when I'm entering the store, any kind of retail store or any kind of coffee shop or any kind of different kind of repair store or something. What, as a customer insights executive, I would like to implement for my customer is like, whenever a customer is reaching the store or they are going to buy from my website, I know everything about that customer, which is what we call as customer 360. So when I know all their purchases, all their reward points, all their recommendation, all their activity streamlines and all, I understand everything about my customer. I understand their complaint section of it. I understand what they appreciate about my product and what is something they always in their pattern, which usually they do. So those kind of bot experience, and then bot will be able to add those kind of sending infrastructure. Okay, send that message to do those proactive customer service, but that personalized engagement will actually come from customer insights, and which can change the sales and service activation totally for the customer. So now, coming to this Power Platform UIs that we have been talking about, how customer insight C360 customer 360 screen looks like is somewhat like what I'm showing you right now. Many of you might have already seen this kind of screen where you see this is my customer 360 profile. You might have like duplicate records. You might have from same phone number, you might have 2 3 records maintained, or sometimes your system, you have data from different system where you are maintaining different name of that person. So all that map match merge is done, and finally one unified profile you have for each customer, where you identify each customer as a unique record. That is what you do in customer insight. What more we do on top of that is, in customer insight, what you would do is, there will be some activity pattern, like somebody has purchased something, what is that monthly some purchase, some kind of eyeglasses and different, so you know about their average web purchase, average store purchase, total club point, what they have spent so far from their points, and what they are yet to redeem. Those kind of all those measures, we call them as measures. So measures are coming, activity timeline is coming, main profile is there, plus segments will be there, means you identify this customer can belong to 3 segments, means maybe the highest purchasing customer, or most club point accumulating customer, or the customer who likes the all the expensive products mostly, or kind of thing. You create your different segments basis your business requirements. So what I say is, this will be the presentation. One of the limitation with this analytics platform which we offer in customer insights is, you cannot change the screen, means I cannot move this activity tab below, I cannot move this store purchase up there, I cannot play around with this UI. This UI is static, and it will act as is that you see on the screen. Means if I add more of these measures, it will get added below the screen, means I don't have a way to add 2 points up there and 2 points down there. So, but we have another product which is Power Platform. You can create Power App, and there you can connect same data of customer insight. You do not have to do any more work there. That will be pretty simple in the low code platform. We have Power App connectors. You will bring that entire data, you will surface that entire data in Power App. And Power App, you are very well aware that you can change UIs, you can play around, you can move this left, right, up, or down, everywhere. You can create icons, you can create images, you can show and represent it beautifully. I'll show those UI in samples which I have created for our customer, few of our customer interactions for demo or the sample purposes. One disclaimer I would like to add: this is not for any brand promotion. The UIs that I'm going to show after this, those are just for sample or the reference purposes for some POCs that we do. So, this CI dashboard, we see how we are transforming. Let's say you are coming to a Power App, or Power Portal. You will be able to define these kind of screen where you have your entire intelligent retail 360, where customer purchase, support ticket, complaint, good or bad reviews, or some past product experience. Or, of course, some ML based score, machine learning based scores and recommendation is also accumulated on top of your current product offering. So which will be the fantastic thing means, on this app you have these kind of screen. You do the customer search, you locate the store, you do the shopping 360, and you find out. So you see the app experience. A person who is handling a tab or something on the store, or a store executive, he will be able to play around the way the app is giving you a very nice look and feel experience for different kind of users who are not a technical user, but they are like day-to-day designers or some kind of store people who really like those kind of jazzy screen, which will be helpful for them. So finally, the customer 360 screen that you look at it. In this customer 360 screen, I do have everything about the customer, right from the customer score, what is their recent review, anything alarming that you want to notify, like it has some kind of open case and some kind of SLA was crossed for the last case which he has raised, and the number is CS102 or blah blah blah. So those kind of screen that you see, it is getting derived from the same screen that we had seen, this screen, the last one. But I have changed the presentation totally, so now it is looking like this. Means I can change this middle thing. I can add more rating where people can give rating and submit it. I have best recommendation which is coming from machine learning, which are like from the patterns. It is evaluating how they have purchased so far, how what they like so far, and what they may like because they have one kid who is 10-year old or something. This could be the next thing they would be wanting to purchase, kind of thing that we derive from our machine learning part. So overall, I'm saying is the entire experience. You have a check-in button, you just click and you say yes, I have arrived to the store, so the activity of check-in has been completed. So all these things you cannot do on the customer's inside screen, but yes, analytics on a, and this new data of the activity will keep on refreshing as soon as new data is getting created. And yes, up to some extent, you will be able to add near real time data as well. But this modeling of the UI and presentation and adding more input is possible in Power App only. So if you are a Power App developer, it's a good news that Customer Insights has scope for you to do much more on these different UIs that are possible. These are the one that I have shown right now are derived from our basic template that we give through Customer Insight. So you do not have to create this UI as well. We give this template. If you want to change this, move here and there, you can change. So from Customer Insight side for our partners, we give some material, a demo material to try our thing, in which we are giving this Power App template as free. Means you can use for your customers. You can change the background, you can move attributes from here and there. It's a drag and drop, and we are giving this entire design for our partner as no cost. So coming to this particular screen where it is similar to that and on retail industry, defining all those parameters that we have spoken. Now coming to the Teams integration, because Teams, again, Power App and Teams is very good scenario, and every product is over interlinked. So yes, I wanted to cover this up for your awareness that Teams can also be integrated, and Customer Insight will come as a preview. It will just capture few of the details, few of the basic personalized details, not everything, but you can link it to your Teams Power App and you can see the full view out of this as well. So that is the next part. But in case you want to get it embedded to a portal, again, the basic concept for portal is same. In Portal, everything is surfaced through Dataverse. So all the changes that you want to see in customer 360 profile, you will have to put them or right back to your connected Dynamics or Dataverse screen, and then it will be able to surface it over here. Let's say I've created one custom portal with some kind of examples. This is not for any kind of promotion or any kind of for any of the customer. I'm just taken one random example to show over here. This particular thing is not related to any product specific marketing on this section that we are doing. So what I'm trying to say is, let's say because it is much more relatable when I'm making an example. One person is buying some kind of goggles or spectacles. What they can do is, from Power Virtual Agent, they might find out, okay, suggest me a better design, or you have this kind of design or not. They can continuously chat, and maybe some, in case they want to speak to somebody from customer care, it can get connected to. So portal can give you that channel as well, where you search and you just link it to our executive at the backend. Because in right now in the COVID world, everything is offline. We were doing from quite some time, and we are so habitual of doing it on the online basis rather than visiting the store. So how marketing for those kind of retail product can be enhanced with this digital transformation? This is one of the use case you might want to present. So now coming to this omni-channel transformation, which is like amazing. You have this omni-channel for customer service, which does handle Twitter, which handles Facebook, which handles WhatsApp as a channel. WhatsApp is one of the popular channels. So, and of course, all the custom channels and bots and Azure bots are available. So what we say is, you create this entire platform in omni-channel, but you surface them. You, for one of the persona, you can create Power App. You get your customer 360 for omni-channel as well through customer insight, because your all the accounts and contacts you will be able to export back on your connected CRM system. Now I will just draw some of the examples which are like toy company, the same screen which I've shown in the customer insight. This is one more UI which is possible in Power App. So I'm just going to give you some more example. Okay, Power App can look like this as well, where you know, in case it's a toy company, you know how their top customers are, what are their total spend. It can be connected some SAP system or Amazon system or some kind of third party system which can be extended CRM or ERP or any kind of system where you are getting hybrid data from. So you just don't want to know about their purchase or other kind of data, but you want to understand their recency. The recency comes from CRM plus ERP data. So a combined data or combined metric where you can create is the place which is customer insights. So before I move to the next slide, I'll just take a pause and ask Ritika, is there any question which I should be addressing now?
Hey Nalini, so right now I don't see any questions on the chat, but if there is any question, I'll let you know.
Thank you so much. Hope
Thank
this session is enough engaging and you are able to get through the sense of how we are going to go with a customer ready environment and how the CDP platform can help in your customer discussion. Because from Microsoft side, we see a lot of EC customers are showing interest in customer insights. So we really want our partners and our MVPs and everybody from our ecosystem to understand what best product could do that for them, and what are the possible UIs where we can show the difference that we create from our
you.
platform. So yeah,
Definitely. Please continue.
yeah, thank you. So let's say for this toy company where we have like a connected ERP system or some kind of third party system, we got all the data. The important point that I'm going to put over here is uh, we always run through some kind of issues where we do not have a pictorial representation sometimes in the tabs and all. So in the Power App, you see the recommendation of some toy or Barbie post office or something is being shown over there. I mean, you as a store person or you as a customer can see, okay, this is the recommended product. I just open and have a look at it just with a click. Otherwise, if it was a customer insight screen, it will just be a text or a product code or product ID. But here, when you are creating a Power App, you understand the difference, that you are able to see the pictorial representation of what is that recommended product we are talking about. So to make much more easy UIs, Power Platform is always helpful, but it again depends on your customers' live use cases. Here we are just showing them the possibility. Yes, we can show it up to that level. those kind of marketing we would need more and more from our partners to show, and those kind of POC they will have to accomplish to see. Let's say some kind of charts, a chart denotation on the customer lifetime value that I'm showing you over here, right? So these are small things which are easy to implement by our partner, but sometimes ideas doesn't click. So these kind of session can help you get those kind of ideas. Churn risk, so maybe that person's score has gone down in current month, but you might want to know their entire graph of how it has traversed all these months, because you have to say that maybe just this month the churn risk score has gone down, it was all the way up, so the customer was good, maybe some data or something, or maybe due to COVID he is not buying something from past 3 4 months, or similarly we can come up to some kind of data if we have that trend populated to us, not just one score. So I'm telling you the scenario where this pictorial representation can make life much more better to make some decision for the customer overall. Coming to the next screen, where I'm just showing you one more customer's example where we try to do some kind of again some pictorial representation for cross-selling recommendation. What else they could buy from our other entity, in case they have purchased one product from our one of the entity. Some kind of graphs which are much more like redeemed coupons, purchases index, like some kind of sentiment which we have collected through bot, all those kind of a thing. We have purchased frequently used channel where we should communicate, or some kind of email you want to trigger right from here on a click basis. So yes, of course, customer insights we talked in the retail sector. Now we have healthcare is one of the sector. So, when we talk about healthcare 360, I would say similar to the other one where you were doing customer 360, in context of healthcare, it will become patient 360. So, the way you interact with your different customer, your storyline would change. So, when you say patient 360, you would talk about the story. It means like all the reports of that patient. A person can go to different doctors, a person can visit multiple hospitals, they may have different test reports, but it is very important for one visiting doctor to know entire history, because they might want to know about some allergy condition, they might want to know about their previous surgery, they might want to know about their previous medication, they may have relocated from different location, or there could be different reason accumulated. So the point over here is patient 360 will let doctor decide what should be the best treatment for the current customer, what could be the causes of different kind of symptoms that he sees on customer's body for current examination. So patient 360 is very well important, and a lot of hospitals are now going to adopt this CRM and CDP platform. We have a lot of discussions going on, but I'm just trying to show the importance and how story is translating in a different angle with a different story point. That earlier it was about how much you purchase and all those things, your loyalty and your scoring, but now it is more about your examination, your BP scores, or your different medications you have been following through, your x-ray reports and whatnot. So all those collective reporting that you have done in different locations put together, which tells more and everything about that particular patient, is coming in patient 360. This is one more retail example where we did some POC with customer, and I must tell you there were millions of data which customer insight was able to process. So why you cannot create a local system and work on it? Because with customer insights you are getting beauty of Azure. We have a lot of seamless pipelines or data lakes which are running behind the scene, and you get that as a free offering out of customer insight. You are not charged for that data lakes, CI lakes and everything. Those are implicit to product no matter how much volume your data has. We are charging you basis the unified profile, the customer 360 profile, which finally translate to your non-duplicated record. So overall, we say that this was one of the POC that we did with one of the customer, and they gave us millions of data and it worked well. It was showing output and our engine was able to process it. So I'm just trying to tell the throughput of this entire platform. In Power App, when you come, you might have to do some kind of formula tweaks to get a performance up to mark. But one assurity we can give from platform side of it, It is mature enough to handle huge volume of data, and don't get scared if people are asking you for some huge data POC. Yes, we will be successful on those areas as well. So now coming to one more example, which I wanted to show from the sports side of it, where a sports scenario, again, this is Power App. Yes, this is beautiful Power App on a sports scenario. And you see how icons in the golf has created this different and very nice UI overall. So for golf game we have used, and they might have some online booking, some on visit, pool visit for pool and all, some kind of reviews, purchases, everything. So you see different kind of activities I'm able to see for that customer. I can do a customer check-in, I can give some recommendation for next events or things, some campaigns, some membership that I'm offering for. I know everything about that particular customer, about its visit, their average spend, their lifetime value, and everything. So you see how in the gaming in this industry, we were talking about retail, we were talking about healthcare, and now we have come to sports. So just one product which you learn, and you can transform your customer journey in different product platform or different kind of industry they are totally working with. So now story is changing again, where I'm saying about, or the, it can be a gym membership. It doesn't have to be a sports thing, it can be a gym membership. And you see how you can create a difference for different kind of industry with same product, where engine is powerful enough to get your customer 360 and entire analytics behind the scenes. So finally, I have one more screen on the custom portal where this virtual agent can be connected through CRM as well. It doesn't have to be connected through the PVA with some automated responses. It can be connected to CRM as well, where omni-channel platform can serve. So yes, we are touch basing Power Portal and then going back to CRM, but yes, Power Platform and customer insights. This is also one of the use case I wanted to show. Overall, when we talk about, we have talked about so far that in customer insights we have a lot of data sources. So how we sell customer insight story is, you have different kind of data sources which you can connect through, right? So what we are trying to say is, in those connected infrastructure, all these names that I'm showing right now, whether it's some app, JSON file, XML, text CSV, Azure Synapse, Salesforce objects, Adobe Analytics, Google Analytics, Exchange or Dataverse, data flows, customer data service, which is our Dynamics basically, SAP HANA, SAP BW system, Sybase, Teradata, IBM DB2, Amazon Redshift, Oracle database, SQL Server database, all these kind of things. If you have not just one system, you may be connected to two three different systems. We are able to bring your data to customer insights lake, and we are able to process that data very well. So the storyline says that you have an incoming channel where you do the map match merge and create a customer 360 profile, but also we have a outbound join where you export all these things to the third party or the first party solutioning places, where you can run them for some campaigns or some interesting thing on top of that. So this piece is very interesting, and it may not received your attention earlier, but this is one of the very important piece I would like to show. This is for our ISVs, this is for our matured partner to grow in this direction. Because when we say this export, we say that you have created map match merge, you have created those customer 360 profile. Finally, you are coming to this export scenario, means those customer 360 profile overall you can export it to any kind of system. You can put it to Facebook ad messenger, you can put it to Google ad messenger. And when you are doing this kind of export, you can run those campaigns independently of your CRM, independently of your customer insight, totally in those third party environment. And we see a lot of our customer are going to invest on those kind of areas, where they want to do those kind of promotional marketing with Google, Facebook, or Microsoft advertising, or some kind of third party other channels. So or LinkedIn ads for say. So for all those possibility, even for the Azure Synapse, if you have want to export, you want to do more and more analytics on top of that, you can very well do. One more scope which comes for our partners is, in case there is a partner organization and they also want to create a connector of theirs in the customer insight. One of the option that I see is For now, put it on SFTP and check your connections and your API, whether you are able to take our schema as is in your platform and import or ingest it or not. Otherwise, you can work with a product marketing team, product engineering team, to get registered as one of the growing connector. Or you as a partner might have some kind of customers who may be interested to come over here. uh, Again, engineering will take that call basis what kind of business impact you can create, or how many customers can be impacted with that new connector that you are asking us to sign up for. But of course, all these decisions, you can create your requests, you can work with our engineering team, and we have a docs page. We have CI help at the rate of Microsoft.com, where you can write it to us and get connected with. But this export connector piece makes a much more option, because not just the ad or the promotional campaign management, but also I'm coming to a scenario where, let's say, for D365 marketing, in case you export your customer 360 data to. So CDP and marketing together is one of the very beautiful journey which we have shown in a lot of our events and webinars. So what we do is we take the customer 360 profile from customer insights, we export it to marketing, which is again a connected in the connected tenant, and then marketing all the marketing things. So all the segments which we created in CI will be available there. And then for the marketing, those SMS campaigns or the Facebook things and all those things for those customer we can apply, which are those uh, intelligent profile we can apply those marketing offerings on. So again, we are able to connect back to our marketing needs, we are able to connect back with our CRM as well. So once you are able to export it to D365 sales, you will be able to create portal out of it, because everything will go and sit in Dataverse now, so you have this one also available and feasible to you. One of the very important thing is with the Azure, when you are able to export them to Azure Blobs or Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure, a lot of data and AI partners are discovering with us a good possibility of Synapse and CDP together. So that is one of the great going motion, and I would say you export the customer 360 data from here, you get everything in the Synapse, and in Synapse, again, what happens is you can do a heavy lifting, means you can create advanced analytics profile, you can create a lot of heavy lifting kind of those Spark queries you can write, you can add some more advanced machine learning on top of that, and from Synapse again you can export back to customer 360 some of the scores, some of the extended or enhanced scores to yourself. So this is about one more use case which I have touched base. You can create custom connectors and get added as more connectors over there. But with the existing space, what are the use case and possibility? Maybe to Salesforce you can export to, or Snapchat you can export to. These all are the various cases I would just like to mention where we see a possibility. Mailchimp, which is also one of the use case where your customer is already having that infra, and we say yes, we make your infra much better, we add much more better information of your existing customer list. You don't, because they must be paying basis customer list, so you don't pay for your entire 1,000 records, you might just have 800 unique records, so you process them better. This is one more a value add that you can provide, how CDP can add value to their generic list versus this new list. So, before I move almost towards the end of the session, I will again take a pause and see if we have something in the chat window.
Okay, Nalini. So we do have one question.
Mhm.
So David is asking, how can my organization adopt these use cases that you are displaying on the chat? Is it something which is available open source, or is it proprietary?
So these use cases are available. This is an open platform for you to use. Discovery is important, like I talked about. Generally, you don't find this kind of session where they say what are the possibility of doing it. We do on RFP basis and basis the customer requirement. But all these things are available in the platform. You have to create your POC. Even if you want to create, you create a trial for customer insight for 1 month. You will get that trial. Again, your data will go away because you might want to take a backup and all, but you can set up everything on your own for free as well, in case you have 1 month trial setup. So I'm telling you what are the possible stories you can say to your customer and where all those options are available. But everything is available as part of this product offering.
Okay. And we have a follow-up question also on this. Is this different from Microsoft Power Platform Accelerators?
Yeah, so Power Platform Accelerator is separate. This is about how you can ingest customer insight and Power Platform together. So this is about customer insight has a scope where you have some connectors. So this entire storyline is purely for customer insights, and where all we see a custom connector or Power Automate or Teams or PVA or those kind of option where when you just show a customer insights demo, you just don't show map, match, merge and output, but you show beyond that. So the customer understand that yes, I can create beautiful UIs, I can create different kind of, I can reposition the different UI components. I can also add bots to my portals, which will connect to customer insights record. So everything is possible in the platform. It's just about taking your POC to one level beyond what it is right now.
Okay. I hope that answers your question, David. Please let us know on the chat if you have any further questions. And thank you, Nalini. I mean, this was the only question we have for now. If you want to continue, please feel free.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now that we have moved almost towards the end, and this was my final slide I really wanted to cover. So I just want to say one thing before I start this one. Uh, from an ISV point of view, a lot of partners are ISV partners, but in general, for any kind of partner, I would say, in case you have some kind of transactional real-time services or like a sync services or something, a lot of things. I mean, this can be a hybrid motion, which I'm just putting as dots. Retail headquarter, I've just taken it. It can be any industry headquarter. So what I want to convey over here is there could be some real-time services, there could be some async data flows and everything from hybrid system, not just from one system. You might want to create a power app as subscription based model as well, because you might know in a recent licensing, power app is also coming as like pay as you go model. So you can create a subscription based model, you can create a pay as you go, and you might want to do some kind of app based selling. Means you are selling that app which is running on some kind of background backend, which is dynamics or dataverse based, or which can be a customer insights based. But the frontlining is again through Power App, and you are selling those subscription. So that can be one more way to promote your sales channel overall, where you are getting the segmented data or some transactional sales data or maybe some kind of product master data. It can be anything. So this is about how you streamline your different use cases. We do have this possibility in the framework, and it is almost kind of open source. Yes, Power App is open source. You can play around with that. Yes, it does charge you. I mean, we have licensing information available from source. I meant to say is for open for development. You can create any kind of development. You can connect to any kind of connected connectors that we provide. You can connect to customer insights. You can create different UIs. We have a lot of new motion regarding PCF control, where you create amazing UI controls and get benefited from them. So when that entire power of UI is working with best of the middleware data that we are connecting through customer insight, that makes best for the customer. Yes, I have my backend and middleware, which is fantastic, and yes, I have my UI, which I know how can I change themes and buttons and controls, everything so fast, because we are on the low code platform. So we have combined these two products to create much more power for customers. Overall, that is the message I would like to convey. So with that, I'll go to the again to the question segments, and I'm sure you must be excited to try these features. Feel free to write me on my email nalini.mehta@microsoft.com if you are excited about any of these use cases and really want to discover what we could do best for your customers. We would be happy to assist you on that. I think Ritika, you can help me out if I should show or you want to take the control.
Yes, Nalini, if you can keep it open for a few minutes, the slide for the survey. So it's feedback to the sessions for that are happening. Okay, sorry, I was hearing some echo. Sorry about that. Yep. So if you have any feedback regarding the session, or if there is any topic you want to see in future, you can scan this QR code, and once you submit your feedback, after that you're eligible for winning the swags. So the winner, it will be announced after some time. So we'll keep you posted. But you can, if you have any feedback, please feel free to pass it on using this QR code. And for the questions, Nalini, I don't have any other questions on the chat. I will mention your email ID as well, like you mentioned. So if there is, any attendee who wants to reach out to you for any customer story or any use case, they can with that email.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ritika, once again. And
Yep.
thank you, audience. There are some resources on the docs pages, and we have a lot of material on CI under 5 and YouTube channel. Stay
Mhm.
tuned to everything from the product team, and we look forward to help you with the best of new features.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Nalini. So if you want, you can share those URLs with me, and I'll share it on the chat with everyone.
Sure.
And like we have still a couple of minutes, so I mean, attendees, if you have any questions, please feel free to share it on the chat. Otherwise, Nalini, if you have any guidance for the Power Platform enthusiasts out there, um, please feel free to share.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that keep growing with our great motions. I would say Dynamics is running with a lot of great middleware side of it or backend side of motion. So combine them with Power Platform to create beauty. FNO and Power Platform together, D365 and Power Platform together. A lot of new offering which are coming through, dwell rights and all. So we see a lot of partners creating amazing stuff on Dwell Right, where CDS and FNO connected together, and Power App is exposing that entire UI beautifully. So Power App is beautiful and amazing for the UI side of it. Connect with multiple of possible backend. It can be Azure as well. Azure and Power Platform is next motion that I'm working on, and I will be soon creating an event on that. I will be posting on my LinkedIn profile. Stay tuned to that, and more connected infra kind of projects and assessment move forward towards. I would recommend to all of our partners and MVPs and connected presenters that work more on those kind of scenarios. Azure and Power Platform is the one of the most growing thing that we are seeing.
Okay, thank you, Nalini. And I shared your email ID on the chat. So, attendees, if you have any questions for Nalini, please feel free to reach out to her on the email ID that I shared on the chat. Thank you. And thank you so much, Nalini. I know it's Saturday, so, coming and giving a session on Saturday morning requires serious motivation. So, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Ritika. Thanks, Yash.
Yep. Okay, so we have about 8 minutes before we start our next session. So if you want to go and grab a quick cup of coffee, please feel free, and we'll start shortly. Okay, so welcome back. Now it's time for our next session. So we have Vipul Tiwari with us, and he's going to talk about RPA at scale with Microsoft Power Platform. So, hey Vipul, good afternoon.
Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Super.
Can you share your screen?
I will. Just give
Yeah.
me a second.
Okay.
Okay. Let me know, guys, when once you can see my screen.
Okay, so it's not available yet. I mean, I'll
Yeah,
have
it's
to add it to the stream, but
mhm.
I don't see it in the studio. Can you try to reshare?
Yeah, it says something as processing,
Okay,
which is strange. So let's give a second or so.
okay.
But yeah, thanks guys for bearing with me.
No problem, that's fine. Please take your time. Okay, now I have the screen. So, yep, we can see your screen. Please
Ah,
continue.
finally. Thank you
Yep.
so much, guys. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. Thanks for joining in here. And today we will learn about how Microsoft Power Platform will help you to analyze data, build solutions, and automate processes, of course, together with Microsoft 365, Dynamic 365, and Azure and hundreds of other apps, and help you to build, end-to-end business solution. We'll look at some features of Power Platforms, what they are, how they can help you in reaching your goal for an enterprise solution. So bear with me, and I guarantee you that you will learn something new in the next few slides that I have prepared. We will talk about my we will give a minute or two to understand my journey, how from a non-technical person I'm here sharing my experience as a developer, how I see processes not from an automation perspective but as a simplification optimization perspective. So yeah, let's let's start the journey. So my name is Vipul. I have 5+ years of experience in starting my career in site engineering with a telecom giant. I didn't imagine I would even grow myself as a developer, to be frank, but here I am sharing my experience. uh, I managed to win few of the hackathons, judge few of them. As I said in the start, I was not a developer. I was a site engineer, and just to tell you what a site engineer do, they play with some Excel files, they fill data from one tablet to another, and that was the kind of job which I was doing. It's like no knowledge of coding and all, and thanks to Power Platforms and all the low code platforms that my interest in automation and simplification grew, and now here I am sitting in Amazon and working with all the tools and technologies available in the market. And as I said, it's we do see processes as in for automation. I have, even myself, I have, when I was in early stage of my career, when I was looking at the process, I was like, it was all about automation for me. I will look at a process, I will simply try to put RPA on it, maybe Triple Prism UI, Path, Power Automate, and all. It's like, but what I really want to share with you here is that it's not only about automation; it's about simplifying and optimizing the process. It can be as simple as you put a dashboard onto a current process, and that's it. No need of automation. It can be a chance you use Power Apps to have that front ends for you on the process, and maybe you completely change the process by using Power Platforms. So, and that's what Power Platform is all about. If you see Power Platforms, it's not only automation. I've seen people saying automations, like they take the process and put automation rate. Power Platform is not about that. It's about simplifying and optimizing the processes by using all the four pillars of of Power Platforms. And yeah, we'll talk about all of them in the next few slides. So if I look at the RPA spectrum now, so RPA spectrum has a lot of varieties here. So basically, we start with process automation, that is RPA, where we have fixed rules, attended bots, unattended bot. But this is the basic RPA we do. Okay. And in our enhanced version, we integrate with chatbots, OCR to give a big picture there and create a big enterprise solution. And at the end, we have in the end, cognitive automation, which is a solution that will think like a human and act like a human. So these three branches we have looked into till now. When we see the processes, one can start with the RPA and then move towards the chat box and have integrations with OCRs, NLPs, and all, and BPMs, and then they might move towards and have deep learning algorithms and natural processing languages and all those cool stuff. And so this is how a company soon grows from RPA to AI at step by step level. But this is not as easy as it sounds, no? So uh, again, as I said, when we look at a process, we do see it from an automation perspective, but we never forget the big picture. We store the data, we use it for data driven decisions. We have those reporting school stuff for businesses. We do understand that they need a front end by using BPM tools, or you say Powerapps, and so we do make sure that there are workflows created, the APIs integrations, and then maybe using OCRs like Kofex, Abby, for document understanding and all. And as in the big picture, as I said, when it moves to cognitive automations, which is like AIs, like you have those um, deep learning algorithms, all those NLPs and all. This is where the RPA spectrum, the automation spectrum touches the big shah, which is AI. So this is how a company goes from RPA to a AI solution, and they, instead of just doing the automation, they create a big enterprise solution by simply, again, as I said, by simplifying and optimizing the current process which they see, from not only from an eye of automation, but from an eye of literally modifying and simplifying the process as they are. And as I said, it is not as easy as it sounds. This is because we know developing a business solution is a big challenge. There are budget constraints, resource constraints, of course. Then there are security and compliance aspects. Also, you need to make sure that when you are automating a process, it is making the business life easier, not more complex. I've seen in my past that they're like, can we developers have done our automation on the process, and when it went to business, like, oh, it is taking more time to me than the old process. So we have to make sure that it is making their life easier. It's not more complex. We are not putting more risk there. So we need to look at all these challenges when you create a solution. And again, as I said, it's not only about simply picking up a case and simply automating it. So there are many challenges which are there once you pick a big solution, but to handle pretty much all the problems, you have Microsoft Power Platform. And when I said the Microsoft Power Platform is more than the sum of its parts, connect them together and to Microsoft 365, Dynamic 365, Azure, and hundreds of other apps, and build end-to-end business solutions. We have many more things like reporting, cool dashboards, the virtual agent, chatbots to talk with, and of course the BPM Power Apps, which a human can interact with and take decisions there. Yeah. And along with them, we have the connectors already built, as Microsoft already has integration with all the cool tools like Microsoft Azure 365 others. And those connectors are easily available to connect with all the pillars that you can see on the screen. So as I said, to create to if to only look from an eye of automation, you can simply use Power Automate. But to have those standalone applications, the big enterprise applications, to literally change the current business processes, we have these four pillars, which is the Power Apps for the front end, as in for application development, where business can interact with. you know, and the calculations and all those backend stuff can be handled by Power Automate as well as Power Apps too, you know. And if you want to have an interaction, they do have this pillar of intelligent virtual agents where you can have those intelligent conversations with, and at the end for the leaders, which you have this Power BI, the cool dashboards, and uh, uh, and the business analytics cool dashboards. And also, if in case they want to understand what's the success rate, what are the exceptions, what is going on in background, no need of sending them thousands of emails, putting them in excels and all this. You can have this Power BI pillar, and it will be shown to the business, shown to the leaders in the business in a intelligent way to them. And as I said, the integration capabilities are amazing with Microsoft Power Platform, because as like all RPA, it's just a drag and drop, which you see in the later slides, but there are just few more tricks, and the application is with you. And when you have Microsoft Power Platform, the integrations where Office 365, Dynamics 365, SharePoints, and Microsoft Teams, and all the Microsoft apps is very easy. They come as a cherry with Microsoft Power Platform. And if you see in the real world, there are, actually I don't think there are any processes which exist without the use of, say, SharePoint, Outlook, Word, Excel. There are pretty much no processes which are there which exist without them, no. So for sure, for automations, for BPM, for reporting and all, we need to have this as in the center, as in we need to have those connectors. And as these are supported and created by Microsoft, the integration capabilities are very seamless and very easy, and it's a cherry with Microsoft Power Platform. When it comes to solution strengths, you see it starts with easy and quick process automation. As I said, it's just a drag and drop here. It's 90% of the things can be solved by simply using the intelligent activities, dragging and dropping them. And if you want to open a browser, no need of going to Python or Java and you writing that 10 15 lines of Java code, Selenium code. And it's like you just have, all you have to do is search open browser activity, put it in the canvas, and here you go. It's all done. It will handle for you. So it starts with easy and quick process automation with drag and drop here. We just have to make sure that we are on the flow and we create a perfect flow with a few tweaks there. And for the management, we have the operational management system, which is the dashboard where reports are generated. It is something that every business needs to see the high level reports and exceptions on. So Microsoft Power Platforms give you that, and can have Microsoft Power Apps integrated with Power BI to show the same on the dashboard to the business team. And trust me when I say this, this pillar of operation management, where business gets a view of what is going on in the back end, is very important. It helps business to take data driven decisions, to analyze what is going on, to have quick enhancements, to have to see what we can do with a particular defect. And all those cool decisions can be easily taken by having this operation management Power BI system with them. And at the end, we have this AI driven automation scalability. Okay, so it's not the last, but not the least. It's like we have this AI driven automation capabilities, all the Azure services, the NLP algorithms, OCRs, forms documentation, everything is there with the platform. So the strength of Microsoft Power Platform is not only for automation, but it has the pillars which help a developer to create and build end-to-end business solutions, as I said. And when it's when you bring all of them together, the reports, the NLPs, the AI driven capabilities, the automation, the BPM structure, the application management, and everything together, it's very easy to have that business end-to-end solutions created for you. Okay? And again, when we know there are a lot of benefits of using a low code platforms, just to name a few, we have the reduced time and cost, as we don't have to write all the big lines of code in languages like Python, Java. Of course, in worst case, you can take help from these. Almost around 90% of the problems can be solved by these drag and drop itself, to be frank. But in the worst cases scenarios, you have those capabilities to run Java codes, Python codes, C Sharp, .NET and all those uh, cool stuff. Enhancements also become quick and easier on such projects. We can extend our system of record to simplify the processes. Okay, and we know that automation reduces errors that are very significant in manual processes, and hence it's more reliable. Okay, so all these benefits along with more that are present in using a low code platform, you can quickly learn and become an automation developer by using them. Okay, I've, of course, the biggest cherry is saving the FTEs. We are moving from saving the manual efforts to so simply putting it in automation way, so that the user can or the business people can now put their brains on much cool stuff. But again, let's not there are many other benefits like saving the cost, reducing the time, and then of course the data driven decisions, the errors are reduced. Uh, you can now have your brain work on the cool stuff, and all these benefits you can have by using the Microsoft Power Platform, and all the pillars which they support. Quickly jumping to Power Apps. Power Apps is a suite of app services and connectors, as well as a data platform that provides a rapid development environment to build custom apps, for your business needs. What's more, Power Apps built using Power Apps have a responsive design and can run seamlessly in browser and on mobile devices, phone and tablets. It helps companies to quickly go through digital transformation and help their business outcomes. And trust me, when I say this, it's very easy. It's You have those pre-built templates there. All you have to do is just modify it according to your needs, and community is always contributing in the same. And till now I have never whatever the use cases I have worked on, or my team has worked on, it was readily available on the platform. We just did few tweaks and it was with us. And that's the beauty of Power Apps. That's the uh, biggest strength which I say. And again, it's very easy to turn them to use the same designs and all, and connect them with the back ends of automation by using Power Automate and the chatbots on the Power Apps. And then the reporting, of course, can be integrated with the same. So you can rapidly build apps by using the same, and in a very quick time, and no need of going on to all those lines of codes and the old stuff. We can simply do it by a drag and drop, and simply configuring the old basic the created basic templates, and do we have that, and we will be having the application by that. Again, with having all those cool stuff, with having all those low code platform development platforms, having those BPM strategy, having those automation pillar, Power Automate, having those reporting pillar with Power BI, and of course the chatbots and the AI builders for all those AI driven decisions. We do it makes Microsoft unbeaten leader in the Foresters wave. They are the champions. The integrations are very quick. It's I have worked on all the other platforms for automations, for BPM and many more, but I've never seen uh, that seamless integration, that easy integrations which Microsoft provides with. Okay, and undoubtedly that makes them the champion in the low code industries. Jumping on the next slide, coming back again to Power Apps. It it looks like a PowerPoint canvas, if you ask me, which you can use to build your apps. You can work with live data. You can use the instant feedbacks to give a great user experience. They have built-in connectors to more than 200 systems and services. The last I remember, you can access data stored on premises with the data gateways available. You can have plugins to Visual Studio. You can have Azure integrations with Power Apps. You can have robust APIs. And again, being Microsoft, they have tight integrations with Excel, SharePoints, InfoPath, MS Teams, etc. And as a cherry, integration with Power BI enables you to build Power BI dashboards and apps, which is great. And yeah, it's very easy, as I said. It's that already built templates are already there, the integrations are already there. It's all you need to do is search for the case you are looking for. You will get a template, give it some tweaks, and trust me, you will have your first app created on Power Apps. And that the good part is that you have template apps to build phone, tablet, and web application, of course. So you can easily start with pre-built applications that are common across business areas. You can use the pre-built applications, making small changes into it to accommodate your business scenarios. Also, app makers can integrate quickly on user interfaces and have simple distribution. All the best part is the full creative freedom that is provided to craft customer user experience. They have this strong enterprise governance and security built with them, and again, connect to all the data with pre-built and custom connectors is what I see as a cherry in. If they you can easily mold your application or your laptop build applications to a to a tablet, to a mobile phone. All those configuration can be easily done, and that's the beauty, that's the unique approach for building business applications. You can customize, extend, and build all apps that you need. You have seamless integration, as I said, with Dynamics 365, Microsoft 365, Azure, and all the connectors that can help you build an extensive and sophisticated solution. You just need to put your mind in deciding an out of box solution for your scenario with the help of embedded dashboards and forms. The best part being it's highly customizable and role based approach. Okay, so that's Power App. That's the beauty of Power App. And next we will talk about Power Automate, which is another pillar of Power Platform. Power Automate is a service that helps you create automated workflows between your favorite apps and services to synchronize files, get notifications, collect data, and more. You can use to to streamline your repetitive tasks and build scheduled flows as well. Power Automate unlocks automation for Teams, SharePoint, Excels with just a click of button. It will initially also it was initially called as Microsoft Flows, so don't get it confused on that. It is a low code platform that involves drag and drop. You can record and visualize your end-to-end processes, as I said, on, and you can make your automation smart with AI Builder. So Microsoft Power Platform can help you in doing all this. Plus, it gives you it gives you different types of flows. You have scheduled flows which can run at whatever time uh, and frequency you want. You can have instant flows or the attended bots, in which you just need to click the button when you need them, and it will run on your screen on the machine. And all this is very easy to do. You can create those business flows and all by simply dragging and dropping all the actions, all the activities to the main canvas, and it's all done. And they have the pretty much created templates, as I said. Those already created templates can help you in not starting from a scratch. You can have a start point, and then you just have to do some tweaks, and you have the automation ready with you. Now, talking about what exactly is flow. Flow is nothing but a series or course of action that are taken depending on the various conditions. Okay, these are mostly if and else condition. The first and foremost thing is starting the flow. It can be event or trigger based, and this can be triggered manually, schedule based, or via another flow. When the flow is running, it performs different actions that the developer has configured. It can be simple actions like sending a mail, updating database, or sending notification, etc. You can also add conditional logic in your flows, like if and else conditions. Also, when the flow is running, data flows between triggers and actions to subsequent actions can be done. It is very easy to connect with different applications, mainframes, SAPs, browsers, and everything is pretty much mostly all the connectors are pretty much already available, as I said. And it's 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 very easy to create a business solution by using Microsoft Flows or Microsoft Power Automate, which we call it now. Okay. You can see Microsoft Power Automate comes with over 230 plus built-in connectors, the last I remember. And about this, you can also build your own custom connectors. The connectors can provide a connectivity to cloud services, APIs, databases, applications, etc., etc. Whether you require in whatever you require in a flow, it gives you connectivity on premises systems via the on-premises data gateways. Also, it gives you the benefit of using multiple data sources in a single application. Also, the community keeps on increasing and integrating new connectors, keeping in mind that the need of the developers and the business processes. So trust me when I say this, pretty much every connector you will find on find with Microsoft Power Automate, and it's very easy to simply search for your connector, have that do some tweaks, and your application or the automation will be there with you, and it's very fast and easy. Now coming to Power BI, another amazing tool that Microsoft another amazing tool provided by Microsoft. Power BI is an interactive data visualization software with primary focus on business intelligence. Okay, it is a collection of software services, apps, and connectors that work together to turn your unrelated sources of data into coherent, visual, immersive, and interactive sites. Your data may be an Excel spreadsheet or a collection of cloud-based and on-premises hybrid data warehouses. I don't know. It can be a data on any of your tool. It can be on Redshift. It can be there are it can be databases, and it can be from a SaaS solution like GitHub or Google Analytics. You can use Power BI to prepare data using natural language queries and consolidate this data on live dashboard with multiple types of visualization. Okay, you can show your reports, data sets, etc. You can do a periodic refresh of this data, and this is how Power BI helps you in sharing and collaboration. I have personally used this tool many times and gives me an amazing user experience every time. Again, as I said, all you need to do is drag and drop your choice of visualization, connect with the data source, and it gives you the results there only. You can also publish your reports directly on powerbi.com, which is secure. The various REST APIs of Power BI allows you to interact with it with a ease. So all these four tools can be used separately, but when they are combined together, they can give you a very capable and powerful solution for an enterprise level. You can you can again use Power BI to give a beautiful dashboards UI. You can use Power Automate to create your workflows and automate all those boring tasks for you, and can and do all those work in the background for you. You can use chatbots to give active Q&As and feedbacks. You can use Power Apps to build your applications as in for front ends, and it's all very easy. And you can have your quick enterprise solutions created by simply using these four pillars together. By that, let's quickly jump on to the development models and the approaches. And these are the three approaches which I have seen organizations adopting to. It's my All these approaches depends. Again, there's no best and worst in these approaches. It depends on the team, the organization, the way you have set up the model, and all the I pretty much now the wave is going into citizen development approach. Personally, we work in hybrid approach, and all of the three approaches are pretty much the best. It depends on, again, as I said, depends on the team and the organization which you work for. But to quickly give you a brief about the approaches, we have this IT driven approach where you have this power platform in a centralized team, which will collect and analyze the business solution. They will do they will having the BAs or the analyst get the requirements, that the team will be responsible for creating the solutions and doing all the development work for you. And maybe they can have support from the third party and to create development for them. But this is IT driven approach where you take the projects or the processes from business, and you put them with the team, and there is a centralized team which will be working on creating the best simplified optimized solutions for you. And that is which we see mostly in the companies. When it comes to the latest and my favorite citizen development approach, it's like you help business in creating the easier solutions, and you take the big parts. So it's like when you see a solution, and it can, because business have a good view of what their business processes are. What we do is we train them, and we train them, and we ask them to create their own solutions, because it's just a drag and drop. There is no background coding and all is required. It's simply a drag and drop. And why not the business itself? So we have our business, we use them as a citizen developer. They create all these solutions for us. And if we see problems, we are there to jump in. And that is where COE support is required. So for the easy processes, business will do the development and by their own, and the architecture and the design can be taken care by the COE. The complex solutions, the solutions with the processes which have high risk, will be taken care by the COE, because that is what they do, and that is taken care by COE with the support of third party companies and all. So this is a citizen development approach, where we target business to help us in solving the easy cases for us, and we take the complex one with us. And the last is the hybrid approach. We work together. We work together with the business, uh, and we take the important and critical high priority task with us. We have this third party supporting to us, and we have the center of excellence, which will only guide the citizens and the non-citizen developers to create the solutions. And that is a hybrid approach, the mix of citizen developer approach plus the IT approach. That is a hybrid approach, which we have seen in the couple of last months. When it comes to nature and grow, okay, you can have this technology. You can Microsoft Power Platform. You can have these hackathons, learning hackathons. I myself have learned a lot from hackathons. Being a developer, it gives you a platform to brainstorm and just look at the ideas, use cases from a different perspective. You can have these, you can learn from these workshops, app and day workshops. You can have this show and tells, the tech teams and the tech connects, the which will help you and learn more and leverage the Microsoft Power Platforms in your organization. When it comes to community development, again, the community is amazing when it comes to creating the solutions, sharing their experiences. Yammer teams and everything is already with Microsoft. You can have those dedicated forms and channels to interact with the community and get your solutions ready, and get your help there with the community there. And last but not the least, you can have the training and support from the teams. There are the libraries, training resources already created on Microsoft Power Platform. You can easily jump onto those training portals. There are, I think, endless training materials which will help you in getting more on getting more in this journey. You can have you can easily connect with them by pushing a support ticket. The community is there to help you, and this is where Microsoft can help a individual or organization to gain knowledge and grow in this way. And that's pretty much the end. Yeah, that's so.
Uh,
Yeah.
yes, Vipul.
Yeah. So see, when the main point here is, again, I will take a minute or two. The main point here is, when you look at a process or a solution, don't look it from a perspective of automation only. I have seen developers simply jumping into a calls. They look at a process, they say, let's automate it, and trust me, it ends bad. When you look at a process, look it from a simplification perspective. Can be a chance you might not even use Power Automate. You might not even use Power Platforms. You might not even you simply use a dashboard to create a solution for you. Can be a chance, no? So This is a suggestion for me. When you jump on a call, when you look at a process, think from a simplification optimization perspective. Make sure that you understand what business is asking for, how you can ease their pain, how you can how you can simplify it by using any technique, not simply automation. And trust me, Microsoft Power Platform will help you in achieving the same. Their four pillars are more than capable enough to handle every business solution, every business problems. I've personally not seen any business problem which can't be solved by Power Platforms. but but yeah, my suggestion and advice is, don't look it from an automation perspective. Look it from a simplification optimization perspective, and it will be a very easy and happy journey for you. Mhm.
Okay, so thank you, Vipul. For now, we only have one question on the chat, which is, can you recommend some resources to start my journey on Power Automate desktop flows?
Yeah, so as I said, there are, you can simply log into Microsoft training platform. You can you and there you will find damn good videos on Power Automate. You can log into YouTube. The community has contributed a lot. Okay. And yeah, you can start from there. I personally suggest going through YouTube. It has a variety. So yeah, that will help.
Yep, definitely. So if you have any URLs with you, Vipul, please share it on the private chat and I will share it in the comments for everyone.
I have. Let me give it a look.
Okay.
Here you go. This is where I learned from. Just a second.
Okay.
Here you go. I personally like reading much. so I go to the Microsoft Docs, yeah, they are always up to date, and they will easily tell you where to start from. And yeah, I prefer this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I am also a Microsoft documentations person. So I always
Mhm.
go to the documentation first and look for what changed. And as you said, I would say the place where you get the updated information. So that is super helpful. Okay, so Vipul, we still have like a few minutes left for the session. Do you have any demo or any use case you want to show to the attendees?
Trust me, I had, when I say this, but the problem is, and my organization is not allowing StreamYard to. I was having some videos, I was having some live uh, uh, applications, and that's where I'm facing the challenges. I was having some cool stuff, but I can't show it because my organization is not allowing StreamYard to do so. which is
Oh, okay.
which is bad and awkward, but but yeah.
Okay, no problem. I mean, maybe possible that your organization has added some, security
Yeah,
compliance
absolutely.
which is restricting. Okay, fine, no problem. But I mean, if there are any questions, I can read it to you. I mean, if any attendee posts it. Otherwise, thank you so much, Vipul. And
Thank
if
you
you
so much.
want to share something else on the chat, feel free. You can just share it to me and I'll share it with everyone.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vipul.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Hey all, welcome back. Now we are going to resume our sessions. So next up we have Muhammad Fatullah Basha, and he's going to talk about integrate teams, virtual agents, forms, Power Automate, and Power Automate Desktop. So hey Basha, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Ritika. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
perfect. Yes, I can hear you.
And can you see
Let
my
me.
screen?
Yep, I am, and I just added it to the stream.
Okay, I'm using StreamYard for the first time.
Okay. No problem. So it is just like you share screen on your screen on Teams or WebEx.
Okay.
You can continue browsing through the PPT and every
Hmm.
on the browser if you want to show some demo, and I think it will be fine. Otherwise, I'm
Then,
here. Let me know in case you need me.
sure. So, can you see
Mhm.
my PPT now? Presentation?
Yes, I can.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ritika. Thank you so much, Hyderabad platform, Power Platform Group, and Global Power Platform Bootcamp team for giving me this opportunity for presenting my use case, my experience of using Teams, virtual agents, forms, and other Microsoft services. And thank you, people who have joined my session. Hope I make your valuable time much more valuable. So let me give you a brief about me. I am Mohammad Fatahullah Basha. I am Cloud Alliances Manager at Virtusa, and um, then a small time citizen developer, you can tell. So giving a brief about what I do day in and day out. So I manage global power platform, global partner operations, global partner operations for three hyperscalers, Microsoft, GCP, and AWS. So day in and day out, I tend to reach out to client partners and ask them to create opportunities on the portal, send them reminders, send them approval emails, give them information about different partner programs, help them with the funding program. If they send any details related to funding, with the templates, SOW templates, and then forward those templates to the partner team so that it gets approved on the fly instead of again vetting it. If they forward it to directly to the Microsoft team, there are chances they would make some mistakes. Yeah? They won't be familiar with the funding programs and other partner programs. Okay. I wake up in the morning around 6 and end my day around 11 p.m. I support all the geographies. As I told, my role would be my role is global. So uh, a couple of pain points what I experienced and what led me to get into Power Platform is there were a lot of mundane and repetitive activities which I used to do. Uh, I wanted to automate those activities. And second, most important pain point, major pain point, which drove me towards Power Platform was uh, there was as I was handling global operations. I used to I used to receive emails or pings when I was asleep. Then I used to wake up and then provide them the details, provide client partners the details, and there was a lag of 5 hours to 1 day. And they when I used to provide them the information, they used to be asleep. So for that reason, I started looking for options, and then I found Power Platform. So one good thing what happened was being a Microsoft partner is a privilege, and you get a lot of benefits. One such benefits is you get free O365 licenses, and so on and so forth. There are many other benefits, but I want to stick to Power Platform. And in that O365 licenses, they are bundled with Power Platform, some of the Power Platform capabilities as well. Although you can't implement all the activities which you would get in the license, standalone license, but still majority of your activities can be automated, or you can build an application from scratch, right? So I started making use of it, and then I started automating some of the activities using Power Automate. Then I got into Power Automate Desktop, which is the RPA tool, and then Teams being the focus, Teams being a central focus, as it's an internal messenger. So I started integrating all these Power Platform capabilities into Teams. So one more important thing what I would like to tell is, if you're using Power Virtual Agents as a standalone license, then you need to pay. If you're using in Teams, if you install Teams, if you install PVA on Teams, then it's a free software, since you would have had Teams license or 365 license, right? So I started integrating, and this brought a lot of visibility across partner ecosystem, and then we started getting lot more opportunities what we used to do earlier. And then my client partners also used to receive all the info. They used to have that info in hand, the first level of information, and then they used to reach back to me with that information, telling that what are the next steps, instead of getting hung at the first step itself, right? So it brought a lot of visibility, it brought a lot of capabilities within my organization, by using Power Platform, right? So before getting into Power Platform, I just wanted to give you a brief of how a Microsoft ecosystem is divided. So these are the six solution verticals of Microsoft: modern workplace, business applications, and infra, digital, data and AI, that relates to Azure. And then in security you have Sentinels, right? In modern workplace you have um, uh, surface devices and O365, and Platform and Dynamic 365 constitute into business application, and which would be dealing in depth in the next half an hour, right? And then in on top of Microsoft Cloud, Microsoft has built industry verticals which are specific towards industry, relevant towards the industry. They were in preview, but I believe now they have become a general availability. As an example, they have come up with Microsoft Cloud for healthcare. It's a prepackaged solution for healthcare industry, right? So they have a healthcare bot, which a healthcare person can plug in, start playing with it without thinking much about the compliance, because healthcare and financial corporations are much stringent towards security, right? So they shouldn't they'll not they sh- there's no need for them to think about HIPAA, whether it's HIPAA compliant, whether it's healthcare compliant, to start you making use of Microsoft Healthcare. So that is how Microsoft has built this industry verticals. So under business apps, you have Power Platform and Dynamic 365. And now we'll be talking more about Power Platform. So to build an application from scratch, you get a lot of challenges. You are involved into a lot of challenges, whether it's budget constraints, time and resource constraints. Then you'd be dependent on IT to create the application from scratch, and the time taken to develop an app becomes 6 months to 1 year. And then there's a lot of business expectations. Once you develop an app, there's a lot of business expectations involved, complex processes, legacy applications, uh, silos. One app doesn't talk to another app, and there's a lot of security concerns also involved. So in order to overcome these challenges, Microsoft has come up with a robust a platform called Power Platform. Power Platform, by making use of Power Platform, you can analyze the data, build applications from scratch, as well as automate some of the business processes. Anybody can you make use of Power Platform, from a pro developer, frontline worker, to a citizen developer can be. They can start making use of Power Platform, right? So in Power Platform, again, you have different services are involved: Power BI, Power Platform, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents. And these four services are supported by data connectors, AI Builder, and Dataverse. Okay. So what does Power BI do? So Power BI is a business intelligence tool, not just a visualization tool. It provides you powerful reports and dashboard, which can help businesses to perform informed and intelligent decision making, right? In Power BI, again, you have three services: Power BI Desktop, which is free service; Power BI Services, which is useful for developing dashboards and reports; and then you have Power BI Mobile for mobile applications. You can't do much with Power BI, but you can much of editing in Power BI mobile, but you can see the reports. Then you have Power Apps. Power Apps is a low code, no code, rapid development platform. So you can build applications from scratch with within few days or a month or so. So in Power Apps, you have again three different services: Canvas apps, model-driven apps, and portal apps. So Canvas apps, as the name suggests, it's a blank canvas. You develop each and every detail on the app to the extent of pixel level. So you have this enormous flexibility of developing an app from the scratch. And then comes model driven app. Model driven apps sits on top of Dataverse. So as the name suggests, model, it's driven by data model, right? So it sits on top of the Dataverse, and you don't have much of a flexibility as you have in Canvas app, but most of the effort of designing the app is taken care by model driven app itself. You have that UI already available, readily available to start making a little bit of changes in the UI and start rolling up the app. So so these two apps are available only for internal audience, and you can't go and publish outside on the Apple Store or Play Store, Android Play Store. But when it comes to portal apps, again it sits on top of Dataverse, but you can communicate from to the external audience can communicate through portal apps, right? As an example, external audience can create a support ticket by using portal apps, right? So these are three services on Power Apps. And then comes Power Automate, which was earlier called Power Flows. So it helps in automating some of the business processes, and it has three different flows: cloud flows, Power Automate desktop, and business process flow. Cloud flows are nothing but when you it's a trigger and action kind of mechanism. When you create a row in the Excel sheet, email is triggered to a concerned person. So if you want to delete a row in a SharePoint, approval email is required to a concerned person, right? So something of that sort. That is cloud flows. And the second flows are business process flows. It's a guided flow. It flows as an example. Suppose you want to design an app from opportunity generation to opportunity closure. So it moves through different stages. It's guided. Okay, so to move from one stage to another stage, you need to meet. There would be some requirements that you need to meet, and then you can move the opportunity from one stage to another stage. It's a guided flow, business process flow. And the third one is RPA, robotic process automation tool, Power Automate desktop. It is used mostly for automating some of your web services or legacy applications. Suppose you want to create an opportunity on the portal, just store your username and password, and then provide the details what needs to be filled, and then automatically Power Automate desktop picks the information and fills that information on the portal or on the SFDC or on the legacy application, right? So this is about Power Automate. Power Automate. Now comes the last but not least, Power Virtual Agents. Power Virtual Agents are nothing but powerful chatbots. It doesn't require any data scientist or software developer to develop a chatbot. You being a non-coder, a non-technical background, from a non-technical background, you can design it by using no code UI interface, graphical interface, just by drag and drop, and just by reading the instructions, just by um, uh, meeting the conditions and going through the flows, right? So you can develop a powerful chatbot using Power Virtual Agents with no technical knowledge. And these four services are supported by Data Connector, AI Builder, and Dataverse. Data Connector is nothing but integration between Power between Microsoft Power Platform services and different Azure services. It not only integrates between these Microsoft services, but also third-party services, right? So in data, it's nothing but a bridge between apps, devices, and services, where the information and commands transfer between the devices and apps, right? So in data connectors, again, you have three types: standard connectors, premium connectors, and custom connectors. So standard connectors are the freebies which you get bundled in your O365 licenses, and the premium connectors are nothing but you have to buy a standalone licenses. So this is what I was talking about. So some of the capabilities, if you're using, most of the capabilities are met using freebies which are bundled in O365 licenses, but some of the capabilities like premium connectors would be missed if you're not using per app or per flow per automate plan, right? Premium connectors, and the third one is custom connectors. We have 500 plus out of the box premium connector, sorry, out of the box connectors. Suppose if you don't find anything relevant to your business needs, you can design a custom connector. There are two or three different ways how you can design a custom connector. Yeah, you can design a custom connector. Yeah. So then you have AI builder. AI builder is a turnkey AI solutions. Just plug and play and you start making use of Microsoft capabilities of AI which Microsoft has developed. So in AI builder also you have two types: pre-built models which you can't make any changes, and just plug and play and start making use of the pre-built models. And then you have custom models which you can train, deploy, and then make some changes based on your customer needs, right? So this is about AI builder. And then last but not least, Dataverse is heart of the Power Platform. um, so it's nothing but scalable relational database. On bottom of it, it's a relational database. So it's a robust relational database where data can be stored in the form of tables and columns, and data the security is as strict to the you get a row level security, and then logic can be applied to the data level instead of application level. Then it's a robust platform and can be integrated with many of the Microsoft services and many of the third party services. Okay. So this is a brief about Microsoft Power Platform. So for today's demo, these are the Microsoft services I'd be using, and this is the use cases what I'd be showing it to you. So what I have done is, on Microsoft Teams, I have installed Microsoft Virtual Agents, and then through Microsoft Virtual Agents, I have used Microsoft Automate to call Power Automate Desktop, and then to get to the Power Automate Desktop, I have installed on-prem data gateway. And we have again for system fallback options, I have made use of Q&A Maker on Azure Q&A Maker, which gets queries from the knowledge base. So use cases what these are the use cases what I come across day in and day out while performing my job. So registering the opportunities. So usually what happens is a client partner register an opportunity on company CRM portal, but they fail to replicate the effort on the partner portal. So usually they are busy and they forget, right? So what I do is go to them and send them a reminder email, ask them to register opportunity on the partner portal as well. Two or four back and forth emails would be flown, and then the opportunity is registered, and there's a lot of effort which goes into creating an opportunity on the portal. I have automated that. I'll show you how I have automated it. And then suppose a client partner wants to speak with the PDM and they have a query and which cannot be answered by the chatbot. They can write the query, and email would be triggered to the PDM connecting the client partner, and from there they can take the discussion forward with the client partner. Sorry, with the company PDM. And then if the client partner wants to know more about advanced specialization and competency, so whenever opportunity is generated, most of the Microsoft folks would tend to go to the partners which has advanced specialization or competencies. So a client partner, being towards more focused towards sales side, he might not be knowing what are the competencies we achieve day in and day out. So to get that information, he can just use the chatbot and get those information from the chatbot. And the funding information, so funding becomes a critical part of the partnership usually. And there, being a Microsoft partner, I can tell that there are many fundings available, but how do you come to know which funding to go for, right? Client partners won't be knowing the most of the fundings. Through the chatbot we can answer those fundings, of what kind of funding a client partner can get into, and what templates they need to fill in. Yeah. And last but not the least, a system fallback. Suppose a chatbot won't be able to respond to the client partner's queries. So what it does is, there's an option called, there's a flow in the chatbot called system fallback. It tries to, it can either escalate it to the PDM, or the person who has developed the chatbot, or connect it to the live agent. What I have done over here is, I have connected to the Q&A maker, and Q&A maker gets the information from the knowledge base. Yeah. So enough of the theory now. Let's get into uh, something practical. Can you see my Teams application? I'll take it as this. Okay. In Teams, you have these three dots. How I'll tell you how to install a Power Virtual Agent. You can just find virtual agents. Here you can see that there's a Power Virtual Agent. So once it loads, right, there's an option called, there'll be a button called install. You can click on install button and start to install Power Virtual Agent. If in case you don't see this button, or Power Virtual Agent or any app is not available, then you can contact your admin, probably because they have not given you rights to install an app on the Teams, right? So once Power Virtual Agent is installed, because I've already installed to show the demo, you can get into the chatbots section, and then you can create a new chatbot here. Create a new chatbot, assign it to the team, give it a name, and then start going, right? So I have already created a chatbot for this demo because of paucity of time. So before testing the chatbot, I'll explain you each and every flow. Afterwards, I'll test the chatbot, and afterwards, I'll show you the exact demo how the chatbot works on Teams. Okay. So before testing the chatbot, I would like to go through the topics what I have created. So there are two types of topics: user topics and system topics. System topics are that comes pre-installed with PVA and Teams, right? You can't delete it, but you can make changes to the system topic. User topics are the one which you created. You can delete it going forward, or you can make changes, or make changes to it. So what I have done is, I have um, to the greetings flow, I have upgraded it to the new flow, which is called partner flow. Here, these are the trigger phases. To the trigger phases, these are the responses what I had designed. So what I had done is, after greeting, I would directed to my new topic, that is partnership. Yeah. Yeah. So these are some of the trigger phases. Even if you use one of the trigger phases, you'd come to a multiple choice question: what kind of partnership you want to explore, whether it's Microsoft, AWS, or GCP. So I have for this demo I have selected Microsoft. So before getting into different flow, what I have done is I have called for a cloud flow. So cloud flow, what this cloud flow does is it extracts user information, right? Whether it's email ID or some other information, so that whenever we are creating automated responses, we have this information of email IDs, and then send those information, then send the information to the email IDs, right? So I'll just show you how the flow works. So this is the template what I have used. I have not connected, or I have not used any special knowledge or special idea to create a flow. So I had a template over there. I just integrated, I just connected it. So a response comes from Power Virtual Agents, and then we get the details, user email ID from the profile, and then that response is given back to the Power Virtual Agents, right? So Azure Directory is tightly integrated with it. So you get those responses, email IDs, maybe country name, where the client partner is located, a person who is using chatbot is located, those kind of information. If they are an Active Directory, that can be fetched from the Active Directory and can be stored, and can be used going forward whenever you're sending an email. So once the client partner selects Microsoft, a cloud flow is called, and the information is stored, like email ID is stored. And then if Microsoft is selected again, again the chatbot asks, like, what kind of Microsoft query do you have? Do you want to create an opportunity, or go for a funding, or others, means whether they directly want to contact to the PDM, company PDM, or advanced specialization. If I click on register opportunity, right? If I click on register opportunity, then then I'd be given a form which I need to fill. Once the form is filled, another flow is triggered. I'll just show you that flow, and I'll show you the working model as well. So this flow is triggered. So once the form is submitted, this cloud flow is triggered, and it captures all the responses what we have submitted in form. And then a message is posted on Teams. A email is sent to the person who has filled the form, telling that you have submitted the responses. And Power Automate desktop is opened, right? Here I have integrated the Power Automate desktop. You should have a on-prem gateway in order to fetch the data or provide the data to Power Automate desktop. So I have used attended in Power Automate desktop. Again, you have two options: attended and unattended flows. So in unattended flows, you can see here, there's no need for you to stay sign in, and in attended flows, you have to keep signed in order for the flow to work. All right. So what I have done is, here in the Power Automate desktop, I have also called for flows. I have I have I have created input variables, and then I have passed those input variables to cloud flows. So whenever the whenever the responses are filled, these responses are tagged into the input variables, and these responses are passed to Power Automate desktop. Let me show you that example. So now, if I say hi, automatically bot understand it's me through Azure Active Directory, and it picks my information, that my name and all, and then it asked me what kind of partnership do I want to explore. So I click on Microsoft. It asks me, like, what kind of Microsoft query you have. I tell that I want to register opportunity on the portal. It provides me a link to fill the link to get the details registered. So I have this link. I'm filling this link. This is exact replica of Microsoft Partner Portal. Since I don't have authority. I can't use make use of company partner portal. For that reason, I'm using making use of forms and other websites because of compliance issue. Customer name can be Canara Bank. Customer contact, phone number. This is our CRM ID, and this is the person who is filling the information. I'll give my personal ID so that I can show you a demo. So here I have created uh, branching in on forms. Suppose I'm using third party. Suppose I'm using Microsoft solutions. I won't be able to see other details. I'd be filling only Microsoft details since I'm using partner for holistic demo. I'm using partner solutions, and this is the arbitrary list what I've created for the demo. Azure Migration Accelerator, and I want it to be a Microsoft solution. And yes, I need help from Microsoft. I need workload specific help, and I want Microsoft. I don't have any issues of them seeing the deal. Opportunity ID. So since I'm not using uh, Microsoft Partner Portal, and usually when you create an opportunity on Microsoft Partner Portal, you get a unique ID. Since I can't use because of compliance purpose, I am using this hard code opportunity ID to be hard coded. So once I submit this opportunity, it calls for a cloud flow. So here you can see it started running. So responses were submitted. Microsoft Cloudflow's got my responses. It stored. Email would be triggered to my email ID. I'll just show you here that I have submitted the opportunity and all the opportunity details, right? The details what I had submitted, and then a ping would have gone to my to the Teams channel, and then it has initiated the chat Power Automate desktop. So I had some issues earlier this morning to open the website. I had created a temporary website since I couldn't use Microsoft Partner Center. I had created the temporary website. I'm not sure whether I'd be able to open that website or not, but let's see. Let's give it a try. If it opens, it's well and good. So this is the Power Automate desktop. So I think I'm having issues even now to open that website. So let me show you end to end how the flow works, how the variable works, moves from cloud flows to Power Automate desktop. So here you can see bad request. I think I wasn't able to open that that website. No issues with that. So what I have done is I have passed all the responses what I have filled in the form, right? I have passed this information to Power Automate desktop flow. Here I have created the input variables and an output variable as well. I'll tell you where exactly I can use output variable. So why I have created input and output variable when there are already flow variables. Flow variables are only specific towards this Power Automate desktop flow. You can't go outside the Power Automate desktop flow. But input and output variables flow across the flows, right? From Power Automate desktop flow, from the responses, I have fed those responses into input variables, and these input variables take these responses and take my credentials, get into the portal, start filling the information, submit the information at the end, submit the information, and then what it does is at the end it extracts the information from the portal, from the website once it fills, right? So once you create an opportunity, unique code is developed, unique id is generated. So that id is unique per opportunity. So that id is generated, extracted from the website, and that id is taken as an output variable and passed again over here. So once the Power Automate desktop flow runs end to end, the output variable, you get this output variable connected to this email ID, and an email is triggered. Again, I receive an email telling that opportunity is submitted, and this is your unique identification code for the opportunity. So suppose a client partner is speaking with the Microsoft executive, he can just refer to that unique ID, tell that I have already submitted the opportunity on the portal. This is the unique ID, right? And Microsoft partner, Microsoft sales executive can go and check on the portal and get more details about the opportunity. Yeah, so this is about uh, creating an opportunity using Power Cloud Flows and Power Automate desktop. In Power Automate desktop also, what I was explain you is how to create an input variable. Input variable is very pretty easy to create. Just click on input, write your name as a best practice, write it as a va- variable dot input and company name, right? And store it. I have already created it. Once these are created, it automatically detects over here once you connect the Power Automate desktop flow, right? Once you create the flow, automatically you will get those input variables here. These input variables are attached to the flow form responses and passed to the Power Automate desktop. Here they are attached and they are passed to the Power Automate desktop. Here you can see what I have done is here they are passed into Power as an input variable to Power Automate desktop, and these are stored. So um, once you start launching the opportunity, once you start launching the browser, all these input variables, all these details are filled from the forms into the website, and once it's submitted, unique id is created. That unique id is tagged to output variable, and that output variable from Power Automate desktop flows into Cloud Flows, and then an email is triggered here. Then an email is triggered to the concerned person that yes, you had created the earlier opportunity, you got an email, and now you are getting an email that we have submitted the opportunity on the portal. So two emails, two different emails, right? Here you have to be a bit careful when you're connecting. There are different environments here. So here there's a developer environment. Even in Power Automate desktop, it should be a developer environment. So when I was developing a flow, I struggled a bit because I couldn't connect between these two services. So once I changed the developer environment, I could see the different flows I had created. Here you can see that I have created two different flows. Here also there are two different flows, the developer environment. You can see that there are two different flows, right? So this is related to creating opportunity. Now let's get into other branches of Power Virtual Agents. Right? This is about creating opportunities. Now I tell that I need to know about funding. Which partnership you want to explore? Microsoft. It asks me for funding. I click on funding. So again ask me like which vertical do you want to explore. I tell business apps, and then it gives me that first hand of info. The importance of this information would be whenever a client partner reaches out to me and I am asleep, they'll have that understanding of what exactly is the funding program, and um, uh, I can extend this by providing, if they've selected this and if they want a template, SOW template related to this program, I can trigger an email which would go to the concerned person who has inquired about the program, right? A template goes and they keep the template field, and when they reach out to me, they'll have that first hand of information, first level of information, that I understood about the program, but I didn't understand this. I didn't understand filling the SOW. I didn't understand the criteria in the deals, right? So this is about the funding details. This is about the second flow what I wanted to explain. Suppose I don't want to inquire about all these three options available. I want to just directly connect with the Microsoft PDM. So what it does is Power Platform asks like, what query do you have, why do you want to connect with the Microsoft PDM? I'll tell that I have a telecom customer and wanted to connect connect with the telecom US head. So I just send a message. Then a cloud flow is called. Cloud flow is triggered. Here you can see that trigger. Email would I would receive an email telling that a concerned person has a query related to Microsoft, and then the concerned person and Microsoft PDM can take discussion forward. For this, I have used my email ID itself just to show you a demo. I uh, I think it's not triggered here. Oh, sorry, I didn't click here. I didn't enter here. Yeah. So once I send the query, right? So automatically a flow is triggered. Here you can see that Microsoft flow is triggered, and then I would have received an email. Microsoft PDM would receive an email telling that there's a query. Please address it. That I have a telecom customer and wanted to connect with the telecom US head, right? So then the concerned person can take the discussion with the partner PDM and ask them to connect with the Microsoft folks. Chris Parker is a company PDM, Microsoft PDM, right? This S or no rephrase, this is inbuilt. I didn't build it. It's a system topics, right? So I want to know about advanced specialization. So in advanced specialization we can do a bit more. Because of compliance I couldn't open my company portal and show exactly what exactly we could have done, but I can explain you on the call itself. So what you can do is, there are lots of opportunities that those are generated, but usually Microsoft would tend to bend towards the partners who have this advanced specialization, who have proven that capability. So to get an advanced specialization there are certain requirements to meet. So once you meet that advanced specialization you'd be called as an advanced specialization partner. So client partners being focused towards sales, they won't be knowing about partner details, day in and day out partner details, what happens and what competencies we have achieved. So usually they tend to reach out to the partner development manager, but that partner development manager, to break that to reduce the bandwidth of a partner development manager, you can reach out to the chatbot and ask like what kind of advanced specialization you can know. So what we can do over here is, here I have just provided the link, but what you can do is you can log into your partner portal, and then you can extract information from the website and give that information to the client partner who has raised this query, telling that you have met this specialization or not, from by extracting using PAD, Partner Automate Desktop, right? Power Automate Desktop. You can extract the details from the partner website and give it to them, right? Here I've just mentioned a link where you can just go and check what are the requirements of being a business application. What are different advanced specializations present in business applications, and these are the requirements, right? These are the four use cases what I wanted to explain. And then there's a last but not least topic, system fallback topic. So suppose uh, you tend to ask some queries which a chatbot doesn't understand. So what does the chatbot do? So suppose I ask PDM. So what when you pass a unrecognized input, right, it passes on to what I have done is there's a system fallback topic which you can activate. Either it can send it to a live agent, or it can escalate it within the company. Or what I have done in this situation is, I have transferred it to Q&A maker, which is on Azure portal, and where I have developed a knowledge base, and it tries to check whether this unrecognized query is there on the Q&A maker or knowledge portal or not. If it's there, it tries to answer that query, right? So here they have passed in the unrecognized test, and this is, it calls a Q&A maker, and I'll show you how to install a Q&A maker. Again, it's a there are freebies in Q&A maker also. There are different tier levels. You can use the freebie itself. Unrecognized variable, unrecognized queries passed here, and here you fill in the knowledge base information. So knowledge base is here. I'll show you my knowledge base. So here you have my knowledge base. Here you can create a knowledge base, and a cloud flow would call Q&A maker and ask for the query. And in over here, if in case you find certain queries which are asked quite often, and you don't have that if your chatbot is not trained to answer those queries, you can train your Q&A maker here. You can add a query, train them, and test it. Here you can test. So here you can see, this is the query. This is the query, and this is the answer. This is the query, this is the answer. And you can add alternate phrasing as well, right? So you can train and publish. So once you publish, you'll get an information here. That information here, this information you have to fill over here and generate answer, right? So Q&A maker is called, a variable is initialized, and then again answers are fetched from Q&A maker on knowledge base, and these answers are transferred again back to virtual agent, right? So this is about system fallback. Now once you have developed all the flows, created all the branches, you have tested your bot, now you want to publish it. So what you can do is you can just go ahead and publish it here, either to few folks in your team to again train and test the bot, and or else if you or else to the whole team. You can just go ahead and you can publish your content here. Here you can publish the content availability options, right? You can publish it either to the team or shared user or everyone in your organization. You'd be given that options, right? So this is our testing and publishing of virtual agents. Now I'd like to show you the live demo. So this is the pbot uh, what we have developed now. So I just click on hi, type in hi. I get my name back telling that what kind of partnership do you want to explore. I type in Microsoft, and it provides me I want to register opportunity, different options, right? And you fill the form again. The cloud flow is triggered. You fill the form. The forms are stored in the cloud flow. Cloud flow is triggered. Cloud flow calls for Power Automate desktop. It stores the Power Auto. It gets the variables responses from the form and stores that into Power Virtual Agent. Sorry, Power Automate desktop. And then Automate desktop does that web automation, creates the opportunity, sends that unique ID back to the concerned person, right? No, I'll tell that no, I want to know about funding. Rephrase. Funding. Microsoft. So here Microsoft bot is intelligent and smart enough. So you can see in the flow after Microsoft, after I choose Microsoft, there would be two or three options like funding, create an opportunity. It has skipped that level and directly come to that funding, because I had already told that I wanted to inquire about funding. So it only wanted to know whether I wanted to know about Microsoft funding, AWS funding, or GCP funding. And when the bot knew that I wanted to know about funding, it directly got which kind of funding do you want to know within Microsoft, instead of asking other different queries related to registering opportunities, and getting connected with the PDM, right? You can click on the link and get more details about the funding. Similarly, if you want to get connected, if you have some other queries, you can talk to the PDM. Just type in I have other queries. We would be sending an email to Microsoft PDM, Chris Parker, let us know your query. So I'll tell that I wanted funding template. So email would be triggered to the Microsoft PDM. Then the concerned client partner who has raised this query can have the conversation with Microsoft PDM. I'll show you the email also what I received. Here I wanted funding template, right? Yeah, this is about my demo. I'd be open to question and answers if you have any.
Okay, thank you, Basha. That was a really nice demo in terms of explaining these steps and how it worked. I mean, you went through all the steps one by one, and I really enjoyed your demo. Thank you so much for presenting that. First of all,
Pleasure, Ritika.
okay. So right now I don't see any questions on the chat, but I have shared your connect information with the
Yeah,
attendees. So if they
yeah,
have any questions, they can reach out to you.
perfect. Thank you so much, Ritika. So before leaving the conversation, I would like to thank you, event sponsors, Yash, Ritika, and Hyderabad Power Platform User Group for giving me the opportunity to present my use case. Thank you so much, and my team, Microsoft team, and trading videos where I have seen the videos. I have not coded anything. Just by seeing the videos, I have developed this flows, integrated teams, integrated Power Virtual Agents into teams, and then called cloud flows, and through cloud flows I have called Microsoft Power Automate desktop, and from there registered the opportunity and got the details from the web automation and sent the details to the concerned person. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Basha.
Yeah,
Um, Okay, so that was Mohammed Basha, and here we learned about the different kinds of integration you can do in MS Teams, be it an application or a chatbot or an automation you using Power Automate. So that was really cool. Thank you so much. Next up, we are going to start our next session in 5 minutes, which is about the power of accessibility in our apps. And I would say that is one of the most important things when you're building an application. So we are going to have Mike Hartley, who will, share information and will tell us about what is the power of accessibility and how we can use it in our app. So, Mike, hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, good morning from England. So it's good to be here.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. So, Mike, we'll start in 4 minutes and then you can share your screen and we will get started.
Cool, awesome. Look forward to it.
Yep, okay, thank you. Okay, so I think now it's time we can get started. So, first of all, Mike, thank you so much for coming to Hyderabad Power Platform User Group and presenting a session as part of Global Power Platform Bootcamp. So I'll hand it over to you so that you can give, start with the presentation and give your introduction. And I'm super excited for your session. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay. Advanced slide there. Yeah, welcome to my session. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. I hope you've had a fantastic day so far. There's been some amazing content. I've seen the schedule. I didn't join it because it is 9:30 in the morning for me here. So, but I know that looking at the schedule, you'll have had a fantastic time. There's more awesomeness to come. So my session is Power of Accessibility in Our Apps. A bit about me. My name's Mike 𝐏𝐿𝐴. I'm also known as Heart of the Midlands, my personal brand. I've been working in IT for way too many years that I care to mention, and been using Dynamics since version 3 of CRM. I'm a senior Dynamics 365 consultant at a Microsoft partner called 𝐆𝐥𝐨𝐿𝐴. And really, my big thing is I am an advocate for accessibility, mental health, diversity, inclusion, and community, and all those sort of things. And yeah, I'm a Microsoft MVP. You can find me on Twitter at Heart365, or you can find all of my links, blog, YouTube, all that at linktr.ee/Heart365, or just scan that QR code. I will display it at the end as well, so don't worry about it now. So what we're going to talk about this morning or this afternoon, I must remember time zones. Okay, what is accessibility and why does it matter? Let's take a look at that, because what we might think about accessibility might not always be quite accurate. Then I want to take a look and have a bit of fun and look at some fake news. Or is it? We'll look at how some simple changes can make a big impact. And then we'll get on to the real thing, the real reason we're here, building an inclusive now. Let's look at how we can build an app in such a way, or build an ecosystem almost in such a way that it's reusable, it's accessible, but it also works well for all those corporate people who want standard branding, who want ease of use for look and feel and what have you. It makes accessibility a lot easier to sell. And then we'll have, hopefully, fingers crossed, some time for questions and answers. I get very passionate about this, so I will probably need somebody to scream at me if I do get too far near the time. Hopefully not. I really want to give you time to ask questions. So what is accessibility and why does it matter? Okay. The dictionary definition of accessibility is the ability to access. Sounds kind of obvious when you put it like that, but it's actually not. The ability to access and benefit from a system or entity. It's also about ability, not disability. Accessibility can be used by lots of people. A mother pushing a pushchair or a pram, she sees a flight of stairs, or she sees an accessible ramp built for wheelchair users. Which one makes that more accessible for her? Well, the ramp. She doesn't have a disability as such. She has what's called a situational one. But she doesn't have a disability in the way that we would traditionally think of disability, but she has an accessibility need. And there are 5 main areas of disabilities. There's cognitive, the way we think, the way we process information. There's visual, how we see or not. Auditory, how we hear things or not. Motor, physical, which that one tends to be the most common thing people think of. And then speech. And some of these things are the big ones that we all think of. So visual, we think of blindness. Auditory, we think of deafness. Motor, we think of people in a wheelchair. Speech, people who can't speak. Cognitive, people who have severe brain damage or conditions there. But you can get temporary disabilities or situational disabilities, so like the mother with the pushchair. So it's a much wider topic than we might actually think about. And why does it matter? Okay, here's some headline numbers for you. Globally, over 1 billion people have a registered disability. That number is growing annually. That's why I say 1 billion plus, because it's growing annually. Over here in the UK, 1 in 5 working age people have some form of disability. So if we think about building our apps, building our solutions, 20% of our potential user base will potentially have some form of disability. 75% of the FTSE 100 stock exchange in London don't meet basic web accessibility standards. That costs them over $147 million a year in revenue because people can't access their websites. And kind of jumping back to that 20% thing, you might not realize that 1 in 5 people have some form of disability because over 70% of disabilities are hidden. People hide them because there's stigma attached. They don't want to be a bother. They've had to fight for everything that they've got so far. And they might be fed up of it. They might be tired of it. They've asked and never got. And so they've given up asking. Or they might not even realize they can ask and that we can build accessibility. So it's really, really, really important. I mean, if we bring it down to cold, hard numbers and we forget the people element, and I hope we don't, I really hope we never do. But if we did, if we looked at it purely in bottom line numbers, hey boss, 20% of our user base, 20% will have some form of accessibility need. So why don't we make things accessible? Okay, let's have a bit of fun. Some fake news. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and take a look at the chat, which is going to be difficult, but I'm going to give you 6 statements, and I want you to tell me which of these are fake news. Or let's make it simpler. Tell me which ones you think are true statements. Just put the numbers in the chat. Let me drop into the chat and let me see if any of you want to put anything in the chat. I'll give you a couple of seconds to see if anybody does.
Okay, so Mike, the stream, it will take about 5 to 7 seconds to actually show the question to the attendees. So we'll just wait a few seconds longer to see
That is
their
fine. I will quite happily wait. I want to give them a chance to read it and tell me which ones you think are the true statements. Which ones are correct? It's a bit simpler than telling me which ones are the fake statements. There's a clue. There's a clue.
Yep.
Just put the numbers.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna see anybody. This tests if you're awake after lunch and okay, I think everybody's being a bit shy. This is where virtual events kind of make life difficult because I can't just pick on people. Oh, somebody's replied 2, 4, and 6 are the statements that are true. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. Thanks, Rima. Okay, right. Let me scoosh back into my presenter view. Right. Okay. 2, 4, and 6. So the first one, nobody at company X needs it. Well, you've already seen my statistics, and yes, that's fake news. 20%. Always remember that figure. Nobody asks for it. Yeah, that is a true statement. It's sad, but it's true. Nobody does ask for it because of the simple fact that they are tired. They might not know they can. They might not have a voice, or they might not be listened to. It's too difficult. Honestly, it really isn't. So, is 4 true or false? It's fake news. It actually doesn't take too much time to build in. If we create habits, we can build accessibility. We can include accessibility without it taking us too much time. There's a bit of time getting up to the speed as we learn the habit. But that's just training our minds to think in a slightly different way. But once you think in a new way, it doesn't take any extra time. Honestly, it really doesn't. It costs too much. No, it doesn't. Accessibility in Powerapps, in things like Office 365, PowerPoint, Word, etc. They're all there. They're all there. I mean, this PowerPoint deck, I've made sure, I mean, I'll give full credit to the people who created the template. The template itself passes most accessibility. It is really, really good. And I'm very, very impressed. This whole deck of mine, I've made sure passes the accessibility checker. And 6, we'll never get it perfect. No, we won't get it perfect. So don't try and get perfect. Don't think I'm not going to do anything because I won't get it perfect, because it will never, ever, ever, ever be perfect. So how do we start? Well, we accept in our minds that it's about progress, not perfection. It's about taking that step. It's about working towards improving things, because it's never going to be perfect. Perfection in accessibility is impossible, because if I include something over here to make it accessible for this person, it could make it inaccessible for this person. What it's about is trying to find a common middle ground that works for the majority of your users. If you don't have person B that you're building for, but you have person A, then you include that accessibility feature to allow them to use it. If person B comes along later, then you deal with that later. But the biggest key of all, take the first step. It's not a sprint. It's not even a marathon. It's a long walk. And it's never going to start unless you take the first step. And then once you've taken that first step, you take the next. You take the next and the next and the next. And before you realize it, you look back and you think, hold on, all my competitors, all the other people are behind me because they haven't taken the step. And let me give you an example of how we can start with a really simple change. And I learned this from a good friend of mine who challenged me on this. And honestly, it blew my mind because I had never, ever thought about it. The hashtag. Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, all those, the hashtag. It's become part of our modern day life. But the way that we've been trained to use them can lead to some very interesting results. So let's have a look at these examples. Now, maybe you're reading those examples and you're seeing things that you're thinking, oh my word, how did they do that? So here's how these hashtags got interpreted. These are all genuine hashtags that were used by companies. And people saw these. They saw these hashtags. And let's be honest, nobody wants any of those associated with their brands. What they actually meant was welcome to Pen Island, Susan album party, Black Hat ebook, Power Gen, as in a power firm, Italia. What made the difference there was including capital letters to break the words up. Now, that's really important because if people use screen readers, and a lot more people than you realize do use screen readers, a screen reader cannot read a hashtag that's all lowercase. It's just a jumble of words and it tries to do the best that it can do. So that welcome to Pen Island, a screen reader, that they've now trained that one because they know that we use this as an example. So they've trained their screen reader to say welcome to Pen Island just to confuse us. But originally, that would actually say welcome to Penis Land. Not what you want to hear in your ears when you're reading things. Somebody with dyslexia, you see a row of all lowercase letters and you can't separate it. You don't know how to break it up. Even people without dyslexia, you take a long hashtag and a lot of people with a long hashtag give up trying to read it if it's not capitalized. And I was challenged to capitalize my hashtags. It took me 2 weeks of thinking about it every time I put a hashtag. 2 weeks for it to become a habit. And now, in the last 2 years, there's only probably a handful of times where I have not capitalized my hashtags. And that's usually been when I've been replying either because I've been seriously tired or I've been replying because I'm stressed at the answer or the post that I'm replying to. And the good thing is that if you do use capitalization, then your auto predict will learn that you have used capitalization. So it makes it easier as you go along anyway. So it costs nothing. It doesn't cost any extra time, but it makes a humongous difference to a big group of people. It's a very simple change. So my challenge to you, start with capitalizing your hashtags, your Pascal case or camel case, your hashtags. It'll make a difference. There is help at hand. So the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, they have the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and they define the standards for how accessible web should work. Those standards are being adopted by a lot of people as these standards for digital content. So apps, Office documents, PowerPoint decks, Excel sheets, Word docs, all that sort of thing, PDF files, even down to the way that we design our logos and our look and feel. So there's help there in terms of these guidelines. Office includes a brilliant accessibility checker that tells you where your document is not meeting accessibility needs and how to fix it. It tells you how to fix it and it helps you get there to do it. There's an accessibility toolbar that they're bringing in as well that brings accessibility even more into the focus. And then it's talking to people and listening to what they say, because we don't necessarily know what we need to build if we don't listen to what people are telling us. And it's a really, really key thing. So let's talk about building an inclusive now. Let's move on to the Power App. We talked about accessibility. Let's talk about building accessibility. So I created an accessible Powerapps theming engine that allowed you to create color schemes for your apps. And it builds in accessibility, but it also builds in a lot of features as well for things like corporate branding. And what I will say is some of you might be going, hold on a minute, hasn't somebody already done this? Sancho Harker is another MVP. He's an absolute genius. He's built a whole theming template app. And it's really, really good. It's really powerful. It's amazing. And please go check it out. I've taken a slightly different route to it because what I've done is I've made my theming engine use the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG for short, color contrast checker to make sure that the color scheme is an accessible color scheme. So it caters for people who have color contrast issues or what would traditionally be called color blindness, color vision deficiency, as it's now called. So I've taken a slightly different slant on the idea, but please do go ahead and take a look at Sancho's theming template app. He is a hero of mine for what he's done. And you can probably take a bit from his and a bit from mine and come up with something absolutely phenomenal that will change the game immensely. Okay, let's look at just some basic structure, how I've designed things and what the logic is. And I will give a shout out to another genius. He's a guy I've got to know only in the last year, Isha Prakash. I've included his color picker PCF control in my Power App. He's done a new version of it, and I need to update my Power App to include it. But he is one of the most humble guys I've ever met. He is so passionate, so enthusiastic. Whenever I talk to him, I always come off calls with him with a huge grin on my face and fired up to take things forward. So a big shout out to him for his color picker control that I've used. But the design of my app, I start with Powerapps. I've built a Power App. I've actually built a Canvas app as well, a model-driven app rather, as well. But the main thing is the Canvas app that I've built. I use Dataverse for storing some data. Theming. Why do you use Dataverse? Aha, I will show. I will explain. I have Power Automate as well. The Power Automate element actually isn't a necessity because you can do what I'm doing with PowerFX commands or Isha's new controls allow me to do things. But I built the Power Automate because I wanted to test calling an API to do color contrast testing. So my Power App talks to Power Automate. My Power App also talks to Dataverse, and Power Automate talks to everything as well. The Dataverse element for the storage, it could be an Excel spreadsheet if I wanted to. I could do it in a SharePoint list. I use Dataverse because that's the way I'm wired. Dataverse is my default setting, my background. So long Excel, so long SharePoint, but you could do it in those. You could do it in any kind of data source. So with that being said, woohoo, rock on people. It is time for a demo. So let me escape out of my let me drag you out and let me get my let's bring that across to this window. Right, okay, this is my link tree page. Right, I built a solution in Powerapps, which is my WCAG and accessible theme builder. Let me give you a quick demo of how it works, and then I'll show you behind the scenes. I'll show you some of what I've built and how I've built it, which is really the kind of key thing. So let me play my app, and it's an app. There's kind of nothing special to it. Let me go to my full theme demo page. And what I've got here is I've got a way of creating color schemes that I can switch on the fly. And these color schemes actually are stored in Dataverse. That's where the Dataverse connection comes into it. Here's one that, warning, will probably blind you because that is horrendous, but it's just to show you that, yeah, you can actually create accessible color schemes that are horrendously bad, but still actually do pass standards. But I'm going to drop back a few. Actually, I think I'm going to go high contrast because it's dark mode. What you can do is you can update color schemes through this Canvas app. I need to make the Canvas app so that I can create new color schemes. At the moment, you can only update existing ones. Over here, you've got a mock-up of an app on a phone. You've got a gallery. You've got toggle switch. You've got option set, you've got text input, you've got a drop down, you've got the good old star rating, a button, an icon. And the key with this is this whole app. If you notice, you can see the highlight as I'm going around. I'm using the keyboard to navigate. The controls are designed in such a way that they are accessible to people who might not be able to use a mouse. There are more people who use a keyboard than you might know. So let me go back into the default scheme, because you can see the highlight a bit better in terms of the bright pink. So this app, what I do, go back to high contrast, because let's modify this. What you've got is you've got a foreground color and a background color for key elements, main, buttons, light, and selections. So let's say I want to change the light color, and I want to make it, let's make it garish pink. Now I've got pink as the background and black as the foreground. Let me change that black to a shade of purple. And I'm doing this on purpose. Oh, no, I didn't select it. Select. Right. What I can do is I can click update, and this will call a Power Automate flow. And it goes away, and for each of these pairs, it calls an API that tests to see if there is WCAG color contrast compliance. And you can see that the color contrast that I've created for light fails. Now, there are two standards. There's AA, which is what they set as the minimum standard for people right now. And that should be the minimum that we always aim for, is meeting AA standards. AAA is a bit stricter. It's a bit harder to hit that, but it's likely to be where we'll be headed in the future. So this template will say your color scheme fails. If you fail AAA, but you pass AA. So let me see if I can find a color that, let me try and see if I can find a contrast. It's a very fine line, the color contrast. There you go. I found one. So this, it passes AA standard. So for most modern websites, that would be good enough. That would actually be a massive improvement for a lot of people. I'm striving to hit the best accessibility goals, so it fails the AAA contrast, and therefore the overall status of the theme fails. But you can see that the app automatically updates over here when I change the colors. So if I change that to lime green, you'll see that these change to lime green. So I'm building a theme, and my controls are automatically changing color. I can have a drop down that allows me to change colors easily, user selectable. So how do I build this? Let's come back into Powerapps. And what I also do want to quickly do is let me quickly launch the model-driven app, which is nothing special. No, I won't. Okay, it's going to ask me to log in, and I'm not going to do that this morning. Let me go in here. So the solution built, it has one table. David, I see your question. Yes, it is available for community usage. I will share the link at the end. It's available on GitHub. And I will be updating it very, very soon, because I do know that there's an issue with the flow and the way I've used connection references. So it is on GitHub. But I've built a table that's a color scheme table. And there are, let me try and just shrink some of these columns. There you go, so you can see them a bit clearer. We've kind of got clusters of columns or fields, if you're old school like me. I've got the main background color. I've got the main button color, the text color. And then I've got a field for the AA and the AAA, and what the ratio number is. So when the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines works out, it works out a coloration ratio based on luminescence and maths that I really can't get my head around. And to pass AA, your colors have to be a certain ratio, and to pass AAA, it has to be another ratio. The details are all on the 𝐆𝐥𝐸𝐺 website, and again, I'll provide all the links later, and they're available. So I will make sure you've got all those. And then I've got other pairs. I've got foreground color, highlight color, light text color. And really, that is the core of this table. The only other thing I kind of have is a name for the color theme, and then the overall 𝐆𝐥𝐸𝐺 pass or fail. It's a very simple table. As I say, it could easily be built in an Excel spreadsheet. I wouldn't recommend it personally, but you could do it in a SharePoint list if you don't have Dataverse capacity. So a SharePoint list would also work. And it's actually one of the very, very few times you will hear me say that you could use SharePoint as a data source. Controversial. And then I've built my apps. I've got a model-driven app, and then I've got my main theme creator. So let me go into edit mode on my main theme app. Oh yeah, I've already got it open, haven't I? I've got it open here. Let me see if I can edit the model-driven app. If it's going to ask me to log in. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. So here's my theming app, and the way that I do the color scheming is by using variables. So what I've got is I've got my color scheme, which I get from Dataverse, and I load it in. Let's go to the on start. I set some default colors, and then that's declaring the variables that I use, and it mimics the data structure. In all honesty, it's not that many variables there when you look at it. It's not. But by doing that, it enables me to do all I do here. So let me flick to my full full theme screen. Oh, that's difficult to say. Right, let me click. So if I look at a button that I've built, and then I look at the fill color, I set the color value to the variable button color. I set the text color. No, not text. This is me. I set the text color to a variable. As I change my color scheme, this looks massively long-winded, but quite honestly, once you've got it in place, it's not difficult. So let me break it down a little simpler. So here, I set the variable for background color, and I look up the color scheme where the name is the name of the color scheme that I've selected in the drop down, and I look for background color. I do the same for button color, where I pull out button color. The button text color pulls out button text color. All very, very logical. It's all very, very simple, actually. But it means that all of a sudden, by changing those variable names, where I'm using those variables in my controls, the colors change dynamically, automatically. Now, the good thing is, by me using Dataverse, and this is where you can easily sell it to your company, because I'm using Dataverse, it means I can create a color scheme in Dataverse, and any app that is using that Dataverse color scheme table will automatically have that color scheme available. So if I have a default color scheme that I use that is Contoso colors or Heart of the Midlands colors, if I decide in a year's time I want to change my colors from my use of dark grey, light, lime green and purple, they're my brand colors. If I decide I want to change those colors, I could actually go into Dataverse and I could actually edit that color scheme to reflect my new corporate branding. And every app that is using that table and that color scheme is updated without me having to go into the apps to update them. Now, that alone makes it an easy sell to your marketing people, to your branding people, to your corporate people, because it's a way of enforcing color branding. Now, this app mock-up area, I've actually built it for two reasons. Firstly, so you can see how controls will look. But secondly, because if you take this app and my solution as a base, you can just copy and paste the controls from here into your screens, and they will automatically have things like the variables for the colors set. One thing I will also highlight that I set is you've got hover color and hover border color. So if I hover over a control, it defines the way that it acts and the colors, and the hover border color is exactly what it says on the till. It's the border when I hover over it. If I'm using the keyboard to navigate by pressing the tab key, it doesn't use hover border color to define anything. So there's actually one. Oh, no, I've clicked away from the control. there's actually one that's called focused border color. And I have raised a idea on the Powerapps ideas forum, because by default, focus border color is not set. And actually, that is more important for keyboard users. So I've raised an idea that they should set focus border color by default to the same as hover border color. At the moment, the default for focus is the fill color, which is no good to anybody. But make sure by copying these controls, focus border color is automatically set. One thing as well, when you are setting up your controls, make sure you've got tab index set. Tab index 0 means that if I'm using the tab key to navigate, tab index 0 means that Powerapps works out the layout of my screen, and it will say, right, you go here next, here next. There are some controls like icons that are set to -1 by default, which means they do not act as tab stops. So you can download this, you can copy the controls, you can build your own themes out, and then all of a sudden your app, the accessibility capabilities of your app have skyrocketed. But you've done it in a way that makes it really sellable and really useful at a company level as well, in terms of branding. So that's the app. Let me scoosh back to my PowerPoint deck very quickly to kind of wrap up here. So we've had a peek behind the curtain. Naming controls and variables and what have you is something that I have made sure I've done. If you're using a screen reader, naming of controls is exceedingly important. Coming across button 1, button 2, button 3 does not tell somebody using a screen reader what that button is for. So think about how you name your controls. On controls, there is more often than not a field for accessible text. Please make sure you use those. The app itself uses lots of variables, but those variables are very, very simple. They're very logical. They're very straightforward. Once you've built it and you've designed it using this way, it will last because you can just keep updating it. You can extend it. You can add more color combinations if you want, and expand it out. And the app itself is just basically built on easy logic. You could even make it so that the app itself reads from personal preferences in their Office graph profile. So do they prefer high contrast mode? Do they prefer low contrast mode? Do they prefer dark mode or light mode? And we should make sure we're including all of those modes in our apps. Please build high contrast, build low contrast, build a dark mode. I live in dark mode because if I'm staring at a screen all day that's white, I get a splitting headache. I get migraine-like headaches. So yeah, that's kind of peek behind the curtain of what I've built. I've got lots of plans for the future. I am going to remove Power Automate, so updating the PCF control. I'm going to take Power Automate out because I can do the contrast calculation within the app itself. No need for a flow. As I say, I built the flow for a personal experiment for me to test out using web APIs because I'd never really played with web APIs before. One of the things that Sancho's theming template app does is he's managed to work wizardry in so that if I insert controls the standard way, he's rewritten them to include all the color coding and everything else in there. So I need to speak to Sancho to find out how he built that, because I kind of want that feature within the theming app that I've built. I think this is where we can build an app with the best of both worlds from each of our apps. And then I want to add additional design features and templates and ideas in there. So there's more to come. There is more to come. For more information, please, Microsoft Learn has an accessibilities fundamental course. It is very, very quick. It takes you through what accessibility is, how to use Office Accessibility Checker and things like that. Microsoft make it a mandatory requirement for all their staff to have done the accessibility fundamentals or their internal equivalent of it. So please do check that one out. It's quick, it's easy, you get the points for it and what have you on your Microsoft Learn profile. So it's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win. Check out my website, which is heartofthemidlands.co.uk, or you can also go to heart365.co.uk /accessibility. That's where I stick all my posts. Microsoft accessibility, web content accessibility guidelines, easy link, or just connect with me and let's talk. And the biggest point of all, and this is the most important thing, but I left it to last because this is how most people actually work. Not about us, without us. Make sure you're including people who need accessibility features in your design process, in your build process. The worst thing we can do is make assumptions about accessibility and end up building stuff that in fact makes things worse. You look at that image there, somebody thought they were being helpful by building a ramp, but they've included 2 steps. That's the kind of thing we can fall into. Okay. That's the link to this specific app and to the blog post, and the link to the GitHub are all there. So are there any questions from anybody? Let me drop into the StreamYard page. Hi, Yash. There's an A between the H and the A on the link that you've posted. But thanks for
Okay. I'll correct that. Sorry about that. Just give
Any
me a
questions from anybody? As I say, feel free to connect with me. Let me actually just quickly move the slide on. They're all my links. Scan that QR code to go to my link tree. I will connect with people on LinkedIn. I will chat to people. You can, my website has my email address. Feel free. Just connect. Let's talk. I am more than happy to help out. advise, and especially hear other people's ideas, hear other people's thoughts for what they want to see or how they've done things or the situations that they've faced. So yeah. And
Okay, so thank you so much, Mike. There was one question on the chat earlier, but I think you addressed it right there regarding the app that you shared in the session. So I also pasted the URL towards the end. I hope that's the correct one. If you can just give it a check.
yeah, that's the correct one.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So, David, you can refer to this URL to get the app, and then you can have that implemented in your organization. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Mike. He's available on LinkedIn and Twitter, and he also shared, other social media credentials just few seconds ago on the screen. So please feel free to reach out to him. Apart from that, I don't see any other questions on the chat, Mike. So I think we can conclude here. But if there are any questions, the attendees, they can reach out to you later.
Yeah, please do. And thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest of your day and the awesome content that you've got coming up. So
Yep,
thank
sure.
you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye-bye. Okay, so we have 4 minutes for before we start our next session. So let's grab a quick cup of tea, coffee, whatever you want, and then we will start again shortly. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Now, our next session I am going to present. It is going to be about empowering your business scenarios with the help of Powerapps portals. We had a session earlier by David, but because of a emergency, he is not able to join. So I am filling in this session to talk more about Powerapps portals and how you can use Powerapps portals to empower your business solutions. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop a message on the chat. I'll respond to it as soon as I see it. So, with that, let's get started. Just give me a minute. Okay, let me share my screen and we will get started now. Okay, so our next topic is empower your business scenarios with Powerapps portals. We had different sessions during different parts of the day where we talked about the different components of Power Platform. We talked about Canvas apps, we talked about model driven apps, we even talked about automations using Power BI, etc. But we didn't talk much about Power Apps portal. So, what is this Power Apps portal? And you may know this already if you have worked with Power Platform. But for someone who is new or who may not have much experience with Power Platform, here Power Platform, it's a third kind of application you can find or you can build on the Microsoft Power Platform, which allows you to build a website. Now, why would I need a website, or what is the limitation due to which I cannot use model driven or canvas app in that place? So the biggest uh, advantage of using a Power Apps portals is you get to share your application with anyone in the world. When I say anyone, yes, you when you create a portal application, it generates a public URL for you. So that URL, anyone can go open that URL in their browser, and from there they have access to your application. So with the help of Power Apps portals, you can expose the data that is stored on top of your Microsoft Dataverse with the external users. Now, because this data is in Dataverse, you might have some constraints about security as well, because not all of your data will be displayed on the portal, right? You may have some pages where that is a data, okay, it's fine if it is visible to public, maybe like few categories or services that your portal users can request to. But there is also sensitive data, and that is there for every business scenario. To manage the security or to manage the role based access, we have a separate concept of security in Power Apps portals, and we will talk about that later in the day. But with Power Apps portals, you get the ability of creating an application that can be connected with, or which can be accessed by your internal users and your external users at the same time. So that's Power Apps portals for us. First, a little bit about myself before we go into the session. So I am Ritika Agrawal. I work as a Power Platform consultant. I am the user group leader for Hyderabad Power Platform user group. If you have any questions about Power Platform, you can reach out to me on Twitter, my email, and I also have a personal blog where I like to write about my learnings and the different things I find interesting on the Power Platform. The QR code given on the screen, that is for my LinkedIn. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to drop me a message and we can take it from there. Apart from that, I would like to mention one more thing, which is for the Hyderabad Power Platform user group. So we do monthly meetups for the user group where we share, we do different knowledge transfers on the newly released or existing components of Power Platform. If you have something that you would like to share with the community, feel free to reach out to us. Otherwise, we have different speakers who come to the meetup and share their knowledge with the others on a monthly basis. You can join our monthly meetups to get that information. So just sign up for the user group and you will get notifications on the future events. So you can join the Hyderabad Power Platform user group. Now, the agenda for this session is going to be, we will see what Powerapps portals are, how you can build an application from scratch, how you can enable role based security. So, if I am authenticated or if I am an administrator, only then I should be able to perform a separate set of operations. So, how can we manage that user based page access? Finally, we will talk about portal migration. Migration in a way, because every business scenario or any application you start to work on, you start with a development environment where you actually do or build the application. Then there is a test environment, there is a sandbox environment, and there is a production environment. So, how can we do that lift and shift from one environment to another so that if I am making any changes to my dev environment, it's approved, I can move it to the production or to the test environment, depending on the requirement. But how will we manage that automate? Either it can be a manual migration or you can also build an automated migration depending on the requirements. So, Power Apps portals. Let's talk about history a little bit. Earlier, when Power Platform was released, there was no Power Apps portals. There was a concept of Dynamics 365 portals or ADX portals earlier, but on the Power Platform, there was no Power Apps portal. So, what was the reason this was included in the kind of applications? So, earlier, there was only model driven app and canvas application. Those two kinds of applications were only for internal users. If I want to share an application with someone, they have to be in my organization. If they are not, I cannot share that application with my users. So, for Power Apps portals, the major advantage which it came with was external access. Anyone can access my application. So that's where Power Apps portals came into picture, and it uh, allowed the users or the developers to create such an application that anyone can access. Now, if you would ask me, how will this fit into my business scenario? How can I empower my business scenario with the portal application? So let's say I am an organization and I am managing a number of employees. Now, some of them are in my office premises and they are inside my Office 365 tenant. But what about the employees who are contractors, who are field agents, and they don't have a Office 365 login? Even though they are part of my organization, but I don't need to create an organizational account for them. The reason is obvious, because they are not going to use it. They are field agents, or they are doing processes in a different way for whatever reason, but they don't need access to my Azure Active Directory, and that is fine. So, how can I build an application which brings together my internal employees and my external employees at the same application? That's where I can use the Power Apps portal. So I can create a Powerapps portal application where my internal users, they log in with their office account. My external users, they log in with a registered account, like maybe on their personal email. So something like that I can build on portals. Now I don't need to manage this whole scenario on Excel sheets or any other application where I can, I have to manually enter the data for those external users. Now, if I have different vendors or different, third parties included as part of my business scenarios, or any process that I am following in my day-to-day life, I can create a portals application, and that will help me build a, a platform for different kind of users to perform operations at the same time. So now let's say my internal users and my external users, they can create requests together, like leave request management system. Or let's say another example, I am a constructions company, and there are so many employees who are going to work on different sites, because maybe I have a project which is happening at this location A, another project at location B. So it can be variant. Now, if I want to have a equipment delivery system wherein whoever is at that location, they want to request for some equipment, that equipment gets approved by my internal office admins. Once they approve, the equipment gets shipped and then it is delivered. If I say, I completed that in a whole one liner where I explain the whole process, but there are so many parties included in this small process. First, I have the agents who are on the site requesting the equipment. Then I have internal employees who are approving that request. Then I have some person who is uh, finding or locating those equipments in the inventory. Then I have other party who is actually delivering the equipment. Maybe I have another party into the picture, that is installing the equipment at the location. So depending on the type of equipment, I can have different parties included into the system. So that's where, if I want to bring all these people together at one place, I can use a Powerapps portals for it. So with Powerapps portal, we can bring everyone together and give them a platform so that they can complete the process at the same time. Me and 10 of my other colleagues can create equipment requests at the same time, or I, as a manager, can approve those requests one by one. So, something similar you can build with Power Apps portals. Now, if you have any business scenarios or you're wondering if this is something which where the Power Apps portal would be a good fit, please drop a message on the chat and I'll be happy to take that into consideration into my next example. So please drop a message on the chat. Now coming to the user experience. So if you see the screenshot here, we have a mobile device, we have a tablet device, and we have a desktop device. So here I have an application, a Power Apps portal application, which is responsive if you observe. So here, whether I open it on any device, it is automatically adjusting on the basis of device's height and width. So Powerapps portal, they are a responsive application where you can create web pages. So when I create a portals application, it generates a URL, like maybe you can provide a custom domain, but usually in the beginning it is, let's say I have created a portal where the URL is bythedev.powerappsportals.com. So that powerappsportals.com, it's the fixed value against each portal application. You can change the first part, but the later part of that URL, it is always .powerappsportals.com. So you can browse to that URL in any of your browser. I mean, even if you're using an Android phone, you can open your browser. If you're using Android, it can be, Google Chrome, or the inbuilt browser. For Apple, it can be Safari, or again Google Chrome for that matter. So you can open any of those browsers, and you can browse to that URL. I'll share one URL on the chat, which is um, for the Powerapps portals we will be using as part of this session. I'll get to the URL so that I share you the correct value. I don't want to do any typos, so I'll just paste it from the actual browser application. And if you want, you can try that on your mobile or your laptop devices. Now, characteristics. So, why would I go for a portal application? We talked about a little bit on the external access, bringing everyone together, but what are the other characteristics I would consider as a business before using Power Apps portal? External facing websites, we talked about that a lot in detail, wherein I have a URL and I can open it anywhere. Let me open that to show you our actual application. So this is, sorry, just give me a second. bythedevs.powerappsportals.com. So I'll go back here and I'll paste it on the stream here. Okay, so this is the portal application that I have here. And the web page you are seeing, this is all out of the box template. I haven't built this website, but it came when I provisioned a Powerapps portal application. Now with this URL, if you want, you can also browse to it in your mobile phones or in your desktop phones. And from there, in case you have any questions, or if I'm making any changes and you want to see whether this is something which is updated right there, you can test it out along with me during the session. Coming back here, so that was the URL to my portal application. If you observe it, it says bythedevs.powerappsportals.com. So by the devs is the value I gave, and that other part .powerappsportals.com, this is the Microsoft controlled domain, and we cannot change that. We can add our custom domain, that's for sure, but when you create the portal, this is the default URL that comes. So your custom domain is something you can register afterwards only. You can perform CRUD operation in Dataverse. Now, if you have heard of Common Data Service earlier, that is same as Microsoft Dataverse. What happened in November 2020 was the name of Common Data Service was changed to Microsoft Dataverse. So if you're familiar from earlier with Common Data Service, now it's called as Dataverse. So you can perform CRUD operations. I can create new data. I can read existing data from my table. I can update a record in my table. I can delete a record in my table. So I can perform all CRUD operations using that web page on my table. And that too without having to write code. I can build a page where I have a component include the component inside the Power Apps portals that allows me to perform CRUD operation. And honestly, it's a matter of few clicks on how to set this up. But as a developer, I am not writing any HTML in the backend to create that web page. At times, yes, I will need HTML if I am going with a custom design, but with the out of the box designs, we don't need to write any code, and we can bring data in and out of our portal web pages. One thing to remember is it only supports data from Microsoft Dataverse. So if I say I want to build a portal application on SharePoint. No, that is not doable. So it is only supported for Microsoft Dataverse. Then there is entity permissions. Earlier, remember we talked about external access and how to manage security. So in Powerapps portals, we can set a very granular level of security in terms of who will have access to what number of records in my table. And okay, they have access to the records, but at what privilege? Do they have read access? Do they have write access? Do they have read and write access, etc.? So with the help of the permissions, I can control whether my users will be allowed to see all data or only the records that they created. If I go back to my equipment example, as a contractor, if I am generating a request, a equipment request, when I log back into the system, I should only see my requests. I should not be able to see other contractors' requests. And that is, thumb rule of any application. If I don't have security set up in a better way, then I am just exposing my data out there, and that is a data loss, or that is a security risk. So the permissions are something that you have to be very careful of when you are setting it up. You can set it up like what kind of access I will have in terms of read, write, update, delete, create, etc., and on what records. Then there is anonymous access. So, anonymous access means I don't need to log in to access the page or the data. So, I can set up anonymous access as well, like, okay, I'm going to create a page called as FAQ, and that will be available to all. So, that is anonymous access. I don't need to log in to view the FAQ page. Then there are reusable web templates. So in order to define the blueprint of your web pages or the structure of your web pages, you can use web templates. And a single template can be used at multiple places. Last point here, extending the capability with HTML and JavaScript. So ideally, when you go and build a Powerapps portal application, you get a nice editor in which you can drag and drop controls to customize or to create the view of your portal application. But from design perspective, at times you may want to include other designs or other components on the screen, for which you will need to write HTML, or for scripts you can write JavaScript. For styling you can add CSS. So by default you can create the web page, but if you want more of a custom design, that's where at times you will have to write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Coming to the type of users that you will encounter on the, or you can have on the Powerapps portal application. The first one is anonymous. I'll show you example as I proceed with 3 different users. So right now I am not signed in. If you see, I am not signed in. And if I open this in maybe incognito, if you see, this is anonymous. Anyone can access it. But if I am saying authenticated, that means when I click on sign in, there are different ways of authentication. So I clicked on sign in and I'm waiting for the page to load. It can be a local sign in with a username and password I created on this portal. I can invite others and they can redeem their invitation here with the redemption code. or they can log in with external sign-in. It can be Azure Active Directory, your Office directory. You can also include Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, etc. But these are the different mechanisms for you to prove that you are a authenticated person. Right now, we log in with Azure Active Directory. It asks for the permission and accept. So now if you see, I'm logged in with Ritika Agarwal. That is a internal user. So if I go back here, we saw anonymous, where I do not need to log into this application to view the data. Then there are authenticated users. So let's do one thing. On my incognito here, I will go to the sign in page and I'll do register. So here I'll register with my personal email. So here I'm creating a local account. So if you see, I have created another account here and I'll call this by the devs. Okay, and update. Okay, so if you see here, now I am logged in with by the devs, and that is local authentication. So that is my second category of users, authenticated users. Now in the authenticated user, we have like subcategories. One is the local sign-in or the third-party vendors, and the other one is internal users. What is internal users? Logging in with your Azure Active Directory account. So the login I did here with the Azure AD, it's my internal users. This has the kind of login you do, it has impact on the licensing model which will be implemented on your portal. For internal users, it's different. For authenticated users, it's different. And for anonymous, it's different. So that's why we talked about the different kinds of users here. Now, one more thing in terms of providers. So if I want, I can go to the settings and then I can do authentication settings. This will show me what all providers I can add. So here, by default, local sign-in and Azure Active Directory will be enabled. And if I want to include Facebook, LinkedIn, Google, I can do that here. I can even disable if I don't want. So if I don't want local sign-in capability, I can disable that from here itself. So that will only show the Azure Active Directory button on the sign-in page. This is for the authentication. Now, let's look at a few demos on how to build a Powerapps portal application. So when you want to build a portal, the first thing you'll do is you'll come to the maker experience, make.powerapps.com. Then from the top, you can switch to the appropriate environment wherever you want to create this portal. And you can do plus new portal. Here you can give the name to your portal, whatever this portal is about. And if you observe, that last part is fixed. We cannot change that. We can provide the address. If I try to give by the devs again, it will show me an error saying this is a URL that exists. So this domain name is already in use. I cannot create another website with the same URL. So this has to be unique globally. I can also select the language. So here only English is enabled on my environment level. But if I want to create a multilingual portal, and that can be also a good reason why to use Powerapps portal for your business scenarios. Maybe I have a large organization that is expanded on different geographies, and I want to create an application that's for everyone. So it's multilingual. It's not only in English, but it's for all the different languages that are majorly used by my targeted audience. Here I'm only seeing English because it's not enabled at the environment level. But if I enable that, it's a process that takes about an hour or so to enable the language. But once the languages are enabled on your environment, you can see it here and you can add it. This option use data from existing website record. This is more like when you already had a portal application and you want to reference that existing portal with pages and configuration to this new one. So here we don't want to do that, and it won't allow me to create another portal because only one portal is allowed per environment. But I already have one here. So the name is by the devs, and if you see, this is a portals application. Okay, let's open that in editor. Okay, so if you see, I have this page. Now I can select the components and I can change it. So instead of Conto So Limited, I want to show by the devs. If I sync means you're clearing out the cache and then you're publishing these changes to the actual live version. So if I play it now, I should see by the devs. So see, this is updated on my portal. And what I did here was just selected the text control and updated my value. Similarly, you can do a number of things here. You can just select the part and then you can change it. I want to show you a small video in terms of um, updating with the help of code. So this is an example where this, if I observe the footer, it's only this much copyright, and I can even show you on the live portal I have. So the footer I have, it's the copyright C 2022 all rights reserved. What I can do here is I can select this whole part, use the source code editor to see my footer content. So if I have my own value that I would like to include, I can add that code here. So in cases like these, yes, at times I might need to write HTML, but if I'm okay with dragging and dropping controls here in terms of placement and everything, I can use the editor. Otherwise, select the component, open this editor and change the code. Now, in the backend, this footer is stored as a template. So in the video itself, I'm going to update the template so that it changes the footer. So if you see, I went to the web templates, then I went to the footer. So I opened the footer, and if you observe, I am copy pasting a code here. So once this source is loaded, see, I added that. Then I saved it. And if I refresh it, this is a sample footer code I picked from scanf code.com. So the point here is that footer which was coming earlier on the screen, now it is changed with a proper gradient black footer with about categories, quick links, and that is typically the footer of any website that you use in a day-to-day basis. So if you want to give your users a similar experience, HTML can be your friend here, because you can build this with the help of HTML, and you can include the code directly either on the editor or using the portal management app. Similarly, if I want to create different web pages, so if I go here and I say I want to create a new page with title, and let's see if we have a table that we can use. So what I'll do is I'll go to the maker experience, go to data, tables, and let's see. Okay, we can use the users table. I think there are some users which we can use. Or better use the accounts table, because definitely there is going to be some data. Okay, let's see all accounts. Okay, nope. Let's add a few. So, Hyderabad Power Platform, use a group, save, global Power Platform, Bootcamp. So I'm just adding some test data here. Now let's configure that page. So I'll call it as all accounts. The partial URL, again, it will be unique, so you have to provide that value in a way. So all accounts. Okay. Now what I can do is I can select the components I want to keep and delete the rest of them. So here, then in the page, I want to include first a section. In that section, I want to include a list. Okay. Then, because the Dataverse is directly integrated with the portals, I can do, or I can say all accounts. The table I want to interact with is account, and I will show all the accounts. Okay. Now, if you remember, I mentioned you can do CRUD operations on Dataverse by just selecting a few options. These are those operations: create, view, edit, delete, etc. Now I'll sync the configuration again. I'll go back here, refresh the page, and I have all accounts menu. So I can select the all accounts, and right now I'm getting the error. We'll go and fix it. But how easy it makes for us to create a web page, and this is responsive as well. Like if I inspect and try to open it on a mobile device, see, the user experience is mobile friendly now. So whatever you are building on Powerapps portals, if you are using the out of the box controls, that is responsive. Again, if I go back now, the permissions. So because this is a data from Dataverse, I have to provide which permissions and who will have access. So I can say accounts, access, the table is account, the access I want to give is on all the records for now. Otherwise, I can sort it on the basis of logged in user context. So global, and for now, I am just giving them read access. Who will have read access? Let's say authenticated users only. If you are authenticated, then you have access. Otherwise, you don't. So I added this table permission here, and let's sync the configuration again, and I'll refresh now. The error should go away. Let's see. Okay, account access. All right, I'll tell you. No, wait. So I gave access to authenticated. Yep, read. I'll try one more thing. Okay, so I'm not the administrator, it seems. Let's try on another browser. Okay, I think that was of the browse website page, so it there the logged in context is not recognized. But if you see here, I'm logged in and I can see both the accounts from my table. If I go to my other tab and refresh the page here, all accounts. Okay, yep, I can see that. Now let's try one more thing. So if I go back, I'll copy this page and I'll try to open it in this browser window. This is a different profile, so I'm not logged in. Now, if you see, I'm getting you don't have permission error. The reason is I only gave access to authenticated users, which means if I am logged in, I have access to the rows, otherwise, I don't. So, this is how you can set up the web pages and specify who will have access to what kind of data. And this is something you require in any of your business applications. So, with Power Apps Portal, it gives you an advantage of building a website that is responsive in nature, and it allows you to perform different set of operations. One more thing, if you observe here, like if I am authenticated, I see the accounts page, and if I am not, I don't see the accounts page here, because accounts page is only for authenticated users. So if I go accounts here and I try to open that page, so this is a page because it has a URL, anyone can go to that URL. But portals make sure that if you are not allowed to have access to a page, you will not have access. So the accounts page, if I try to browse to it with a URL, you see this is navigated away to the sign in page. Similarly, you can implement different set of security in the Power Apps portals. And this editor, this is a very good way to edit what will be displayed on your page. You can add different components from here. You can go to the all accounts, like I'm opening the page, and control it. You can even control the theme of your portal. So enabling the basic theme, and then I can select which colors I want. So let's say I want dark yellow. So now if you see, all the colors are updated. Similarly, I can provide my own custom theme here. If I am a pro developer, I can write CSS designing in the backend as well, because that is also supported. But from the perspective of a person who does not have uh, experience working with HTML and CSS, you can use the out of the box features. Okay, so with that, let's move forward. When it comes to exporting the portal configuration from one environment to another, it can be my development environment to my production or my test environment. There are different ways to do it. If I want to do that manually, I can have the CRM configuration manager tool, which allows me to move the portal configuration from one environment to another. Now, this portal configuration, since it is stored in the form of data on my portal tables, I can do a data migration, and that will deploy my portal from one environment to another. If you work on Power Platform, you might have heard of XRM Toolbox earlier. This is the community based tool for Power Platform that allows you to do magic all over your components, your apps, your automations, your tables, etc. on the Power Platform. So for portals itself, there are a few XRM Toolbox plugins that are available. You can use Portal 365 Duplicator to duplicate your portal records. You can use web files and site setting synchronizer, because at times this user experience, I want to open this tab, and the user experience you get in the model driven app for changing portal configuration, at times it can be a bit tedious to work with. So with the help of XRM Toolbox, you can use any of these plugins and they will help you in working on your portal application in a much better way. You can use portal configuration editor to edit the web pages and the templates, etc. You can use comparer, which is like what is the difference between two portal applications maybe deployed in two separate environments. Then there is Portal Configuration Deployer. This is a tool that I personally use and I recommend. The reason being, here it allows you to move the configuration with more granular details, like only move the changes after this specific date or before this specific date. So this is something you can control with the help of Portal Configuration Deployer. With that, that concludes what I had in this session to share about Powerapps portal. But on an ending note, I would say try to explore your use case, whatever you're building, and see if Powerapps portal fits into picture. If you have doubts and if you need someone to talk about it, let me know and we can have a conversation. So with Powerapps portal, you can create an application that's for everyone, your internal, your external, or any user base you have. They can come to a single platform and perform different sets of operations with you. So that is from my side on Powerapps portals. I see that there are no questions on the chat, but at any point of time you have questions for me, please don't hesitate to reach out and I'll be happy to help you. And with that, we have some time before our next session. So I'll again go on mute and wait for our next speaker to join, and we will start in about 12 minutes. Thank you all.
Shall we do a quick audio test, audio and screen share test?
Yes, sure, Prashant. So I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you fine. And sorry, it's really early in the morning and I'm not ready for the camera today. So sorry about that. So that's why I wanted to
That's
turn it
fine.
on.
Yep, no
Okay, so
problem
let
about that.
me go ahead and start sharing my screen and see. Let me know if you can
Mhm.
see it. Okay, share screen. Okay, and let me know. Can you see it?
Yep, I can see your screen. You're sharing I think the second slide with your title, your details.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just announce your session in 5 minutes and then we
Okay,
will get started. Okay,
okay, sounds good. Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you, Prashant. Okay, so I think we can get started. It's time now. So, next up, we have our last session for the day, and that is going to be presented by Prashant. He's going to talk about PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate, which was primarily called as Microsoft Flow. So, Prashant, over to you. You can start now. Thank you.
Thanks, Ritika, and Yash for organizing this event. I know it takes quite an effort to organize events of this scale. So thank you very much for doing all the hard work behind the scene. And welcome everyone, depending on your time zone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. The title of this talk is PowerShell for Office, PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. Who am I? My name is Prashantji Boyer. I was born and raised in India. Came to United States in 2007 for studies. I am University of Maryland College Park alumni. Co-authored a book PowerShell for Office 65. Also acted as a technical reviewer for the book ProSharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington DC area of United States, and before COVID-19 pandemic started, we used to organize a lot of community conferences, which used to be in person. But ever since the pandemic has started, we have converted all our conferences to virtual only. And these days, most of the conferences we organize are focused on AI, machine learning, and on a big data. So if you are interested joining us remotely or in person, I don't know when we'll be starting in person, but you can join us definitely remotely by going to the meetup.com, or you can also go to the azurecloudevents.com, and there you can see the information about latest and greatest like our upcoming event. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal. I got this award from US government for the work I did in Antarctic continent back in 2008. And since 2017, I'm also recipient of Microsoft MVP award. So those of you who are not familiar with this award, I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contributions. And these technical contributions can be in the form of speaking at conferences, writing blog posts, contributing to the open source project, providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group, answering people's questions or in public forum, creating training content and posting them on streaming services. And typically this award is valid only for 12 months. And after 12 months, you have to submit your contributions. And if your contributions are good enough, then Microsoft will extend this award for additional year. And I'm getting this award for since 2017. For first couple of years, I was an MVP in Office 65 apps and services, especially SharePoint. And since 2019, I changed my category to AI. And right now, I work as cloud solution architect at AIS, where we focus on intelligent business process automation. I know it sounds kind of a mouthful, but what I do is I help organization implement automation. And for that, we use variety of the products and services in Microsoft ecosystem, such as Power Platform, Microsoft 365, Azure AI, and bots. And I work at AIS Reston Virginia office. AIS has been providing services in Microsoft ecosystem from last 40 years, and AIS has been recipient of Partner of the Year on multiple occasions. And AIS is growing. If you or anyone in your network is looking for a change, there's a lot of open positions in India office right now. And a couple of positions are related to the Power Platform. So if you find any of this position interesting, definitely share your resume with this email address that I have shared with you. And if you have any specific questions about the company, its culture, you can always connect with me on LinkedIn, or you can send me an email, and happy to chat with you as well. So remember, I always have this slide in my talks. Is like the technology or tool that you're using doesn't matter. What kind of problem you're solving matters a lot. So I know we are doing this session as a live stream, so we can skip that. This is going to be the agenda for this talk. We will start with what is PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate, why you should use it, right? Because we already have Admin Center. What are some of the advantages the PowerShell command let's bring on the table? Then how to use PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. We'll have demos, best practices, key takeaways. And as Ritika mentioned, if you have any questions while watching this stream, definitely post them in the chat window so we can monitor that and provide you the answers. So I know you may have seen this slide a million times, but since we are live streaming this and later on someone is watching the recording, and if they are totally new to the Power Platform, That's why I have this slide here. Like Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code platform that spans across Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Azure, and standalone application. And there are four main services available within Power Platform. One is the Power BI, which we use for business analytics. Then we have Power Apps we use for application development. Then Power Automate for workflow automation, and Power Virtual Agents for intelligent virtual agents. And the commandlets are available only for Power Apps and Power Automate right now. We don't have any specific commandlets available, especially PowerShell commandlets for Power BI and Power Virtual Agents as of today. So when it comes to managing Power Apps and Power Automate, we have two options. We can either use the browser-based Power Apps and Power Automate Admin Center, or you can also use the PowerShell to do that. And in today's talk, we'll be focusing on PowerShell only. So let's talk about the Power Automate Admin Center. So you can go to the Power Automate Admin Center by going to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. There is a link available for you for that. Or you can directly go to the admin.flow.microsoft.com, or you can go to your regular Flow UI, and then in the top right corner, there's a gear icon. You can click settings there, and that will lead you to the admin center. And we can use admin center to manage the data policies, the environments, the user licenses, the quotas, and all the flows that are there within your organization. Similarly, if you want to go to the Power Apps Admin Center, that option is available to us via the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, or you can go to the admin.powerapps.com, or you can just go to make.powerapps.com, and there is a settings on the top right corner, and just click on that, and there you can see the link to the Admin Center. And again, just like Power Automate Admin Center, the Power Apps Admin Center helps us to manage data policies, environments, user licenses, quotas, and all the apps that are there with your organization. With that, let me quickly show you how easy it is to navigate to these different options. So here, I am at the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. And as you can see here, we have a direct link for the Power Apps Admin Center and Power Automate Admin Center. But in case if you are quite familiar with how to write flows, and this is your regular flow UI you will be using. So here on the top right corner, you see the settings, and if you click on that, and if you have proper permissions, then you see the link to the Admin Center. Same thing goes with the Power Apps as well. If you go to the make.powerapps.com, and if you click on the gear icon on the top right, and there under Power Apps under settings, then you'll see the link for the Admin Center. So there are multiple ways how you can navigate to the Admin Center. Now let's talk about what is PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate. So it's basically a management tool that complements your existing admin centers. And we can use PowerShell to quickly manage the Power Apps, Power Automate. And now that brings up to the question, why even then should we even invest time in learning about it? Like, what are some of the benefits that PowerShell brings on to the table? So it can reveal some additional information that you cannot see with the admin center. And it is great at performing bulk operations. It is great at filtering data. Now, one of the key things like you will see here is, and this is true for not only for Power Automate and Power Apps Admin Center, but if you look even Microsoft 365 Admin Center or Azure portal. So whenever the companies has to add any feature in the Azure portal via UI, Admin Center via UI, they have to go through a lot of testing and validation, and it's kind of hard to imagine what kind of feature you will need. So what most of the companies try to do is they try to anticipate most of like the commonly used functionality, and those are the support you'll see via the user interface. However, there will be some instances where some of the options that you see on the user interface in Admin Center will not be enough, and you have to do more. And there can be multiple reasons. One is you would like to do that operation on scale, or that option simply is not available at all. And that's where PowerShell comes into the picture. And same concept is there with Power Apps and Power Automate as well. Like if you had to perform any operation in bulk, for example, let me give you an example. is, let's say you have an environment production and you have 100 flows in that one, and suddenly one of your team member is leaving, or you have a total change of the personnel in that particular department, and then you have to quickly add the permission. So there are various ways to do it, but let's say if you haven't followed the best practices and you are manually assigning the permission to the users, then someone has to go through each and every flow or app and then add the individual user permission. It is possible using Admin Center, but it's just a very time-consuming process. And there you can quickly use PowerShell, where if you have a script handy, you just have to configure a few things, run it, and maybe in the matter of 1 to 2 minutes, it will be done by adding the right permissions for everyone. It allows us to automate repetitive tasks. If you would like to run any kind of operation on schedule, PowerShell is really great for that. You just have to configure the PowerShell script and then run it on a schedule. And while running on a schedule, there are multiple options available to you. You can either use your Windows schedule task, which I personally don't recommend because it brings the single point of failure. And you can also use the services in Azure as well, like the Azure Runbook or Azure Functions to run anything on schedule. PowerShell also helps us to print or save the data, and there are some things that are available in Admin Center, the UI user interface of Admin Center, that you can only see with the premium plans. However, if you know how to use PowerShell, then you can bypass some of the scenarios where if something is not visible, you can still get access to that via the PowerShell. And when it comes to giving the analogy, like using Admin Center versus using PowerShell to manage your Powerapps or Power Automate or Microsoft 365 or your Azure, I always give this analogy. Like if you had to go from place A to place B, then you have two options that time. You can either use public transportation or you can use your own vehicle. And using Admin Center is more or less like using the public transportation, where depending on where you have to go, you may or you may not be finding the public transportation for that. The public transportation may be letting you go closer to the destination, but it's just not like on the path of your regular public transportation. And in that case, you can then go closer to your destination, and from there, then you have to take the taxi or Uber or call a friend. Whereas driving in your own car, you have a full freedom. However, you have to do some upfront investment in the sense like you need to have a vehicle, you need to know how to drive. So same kind of concept with PowerShell. You need to have a machine where you'll be executing PowerShell commandlets. You need to do some setup, and also you need to know how the PowerShell works and some of the basics with it, basic that goes with it. So how to use PowerShell for Powerapps and Power Automate? Now, there is a big debate in the industry where Powerapps and Power Automate is a SaaS offering or PaaS offering. Some people call it as a software as a service offering. Some people call it as a platform as a service offering. But in either case, we don't have control over the infrastructure where these two services get hosted. Like if you are familiar with on-prem version of SharePoint or on-prem version of Dynamics, then there, if you have to execute any PowerShell, you just have to log into the respective servers, and you don't have to do any kind of additional configuration or installation. However, since we don't have any control over where these services are hosted, you need to install a remote management tool on your machine. And there are two separate models available to us, depending on what kind of your role is. If you are administrator, the module that we have to install is Microsoft.powerapps.administration.PowerShell. And if you are a developer or a maker of the Powerapps and Power Automate, then the module that you have to install is Microsoft.powerapps.PowerShell. And these are some of the prerequisites that you need to follow. So for the Powerapps commandlets for app creators, you need to be a user with Powerapps and Power Automate license. If you don't have license for any of these products, then if you don't have license, you will not be able to use this commandlet. And access is limited to the resources that have been created or shared with you. For example, let's say if Ritika and I are working in the same department, and Ritika has created 5 flows, and I have created 5 flows. And out of those 5 flows Ritika has created, she has shared 2 flows with me. Then I can use PowerShell to manipulate 5 flows that has been created by me and the 2 additional flows that Ritika has shared with me, like means 7 flows. Whereas Ritika can only manage the 5 flows that she has created. So you can see that there is a respect for permission there. Now there are Powerlet commandlets for administrator available, and some of the prerequisite that you need to be a user with any of these following roles. You can be an either global administrator, you can be an Azure Active Directory global admin, or you can be a Dynamics 65 service administrator, and you need to sign into the admin portal either of Power Automate or Power Apps at least once before you can start using PowerShell for administrators. Now I know I have seen some diehard PowerShell fans which lives and dies by PowerShell. They just don't want to touch UI. If you are one of them, then at least you have to use the admin center once before you can start using PowerShell. Now let's take a look at the typical pattern that you will see with the Powerapps commandlet. Like most of the modules that you will install, whether it's for Power Apps or Power Automate or any of the services in Microsoft 65 or Azure, will have some kind of common pattern that you can try to remember, because remembering all the command, it's just like impossible task. There will be too many. So typical recommendation is you just try to guess what a particular command will be, and you can just use and use that information either to look that information online or just look within your PowerShell window. So for example, the pattern that you will see with Power Apps is verb hyphen Power App and the noun, like a kind of operation you would like to do. For the administrator, it's going to be verb hyphen admin Power App and the kind of operation that you would like to do. For example, get hyphen Power App, then get hyphen Power App connection. In this case, the verb is get, the middle section is Power App, and the noun is connection. Similarly, in the next one, it's a get admin Power App environment role assignment. However, there will be few commandlets which will not follow this typical pattern, and these are some of the commandlets that are there where this particular pattern is not followed. Now, similarly for Power Automate, we have kind of similar pattern where it will start with the verb, then hyphen flow and the noun. And for the administrator, it will be verb hyphen admin flow and the noun. And if you are totally new to the Power Platform, then Power Automate has been gone through rename procedures a few years before. Earlier, it used to call flow. And Microsoft has done a good job of updating all their documentation and other stuff. But you will see few instances where the old name is still getting used, especially I have seen that quite happening with the PowerShell commandlets. If you are familiar with the PowerShell commandlets for Teams, there are certain Teams commands which still have CSOL in it, and CSOL stands for Communications Service Server, which was like an old name for before even a link server. It was for the link server, and then that product got renamed to Skype for Business, and later on some of the features of it got used into the Teams as well. So that's same here for the Power Automate. You will see the flow as a name and not the Power Automate. For example, here it will be get flow owner rule, where get will be your verb, flow will be your middle section, and owner role is going to be your noun. Same like Power Apps, there will be some commandlets which will not be following this typical pattern, but majority of the commandlets will be following the pattern that we have mentioned on the top. So to find all the available commands on your machine, this is the command that you can use, the get command, and then you can provide the string that you're looking for. In case of our Power App, it's going to be Power App. In case of our Power Automate, it's going to be flow. And let's say if you would like to get help on any specific commandlet, then you can use get help and the name of that specific commandlet. Now there are various ways where you can get help, and the help information you see within your PowerShell window will be the same as you typically get if you look for the help information online, especially on Microsoft documentation. And if you add additional parameters like examples, it will show you the examples of that script right in your window, PowerShell window. If you add details, then it will give you the entire, like all other details. And if you do full, then whatever help is available online, the same kind of help you will be seeing in your PowerShell window as well. So these are some of the commonly used PowerShell commandlets or some of the common operations we can do using PowerShell commandlets. Like as a maker or as a user, you can read environments, read, update, and delete Canvas app, read, update, and delete Canvas app permission, and the list goes on. When it comes to the administration, we can do a lot of tenant administration capabilities like reading and deleting environments, read, update, and delete permissions, read, update, and remove recover Canvas app, read and delete connections. There are a lot of different things we can do. And I would highly recommend to check the Microsoft documentation on the latest and greatest on these different capabilities we can do with PowerShell. Same thing with the Power Automate as well. The list is similar as Power Apps. So with that, let's go to the demo section of the talk. And while I'm doing the demo, feel free to post any question that you have in the chat window. So first thing first, we will need to install the two modules before you can start using this. And this is the module you will be installing if you would like to use the commandlets for administration, which is microsoft.powerapps.administration.powershell. And this is the commandlet you can use inside your PowerShell window, which is install -module and then the name of the module. And for the maker, the name of the module is microsoft.powerapps.powershell. And once you install these two modules, then you can start using PowerShell commandlets for both Power Apps and Power Automate on your machine. Now, since I mentioned we don't have control over where exactly the Power Automate and Power Apps get hosted. So the first thing we need to do before we can start executing any commandlet is we need to make a connection to the infrastructure where Power Apps and Power Automate is hosted. And the command that we use for that is add Power Apps account. And we'll be using the same commandlet even if you would like to connect to the Flow or Power Automate infrastructure. So enter, and then here you need to provide the credentials of your account. And if everything is successful, you will not see any error message. And later on, then you can start executing the commandlet. So for example, let me quickly do a get flow. So if I do this command, and if I don't know what this particular command does, then what I can do is I can quickly find out the help of this command. For example, get help and the name of the commandlet. So this particular commandlets return information about one or more flows, and this is the syntax that we should be using, and this is the description. Now, if I would like to see some additional information, for example, I would like to see some examples as well, like how exactly this commandlet I can use. So just I add additional parameter called example, and then here you'll see how exactly you can use this flow. You can just directly type this commandlet, or you can specify the name of the environment or the ID of the environment, or you can get flows which has a specific name as well. And if you would like to have the detailed help information right into in your PowerShell window, then you just have to add parameter detail, and then all the help information that is available online, typically you will see here in your PowerShell window itself. So this particular thing can also help you in increasing your productivity, because what happens is if you're trying to write a PowerShell script, or if you're trying to create some execute some commandlets and you need help and you go online, and typically whenever you go online, there is a chance that you'll get distracted or you get caught in some other things. So I always prefer, as far as to increase the productivity, if I'm using IDE, then I will stay within that IDE and not, use open any other thing. Otherwise, that will just distract me. All right. Now, as I mentioned, the first thing we do is we make the connection. We make the connection to our Power Apps and Power Automate infrastructure. And the way we do that is using this commandlet add-Power Apps account. And once we do that, and if your credentials are valid, then let's say if you execute this command, let get flow, then looks like it's asking for the logging again. So I changed my password yesterday, and sometimes I think some of the services are not still updated with all the latest and greatest password that I have. That's why I'm getting this prompt multiple times. Otherwise, you shouldn't be getting this prompt multiple times. So as you can see, we got the information about all the flows that I have created or are shared with me in this particular tenant. Now, there's a lot of information here, and let's say if I would like to limit the information for it, then all I have to do is use the pipe and select the specific information. So what I'm interested is in flow name and its display name. And if I add that, then I will be getting the information in a nice format where, okay, this is the flow name, which is basically unique identifier for the flow, and the display name. And then using this information, then I can start performing some other operation as well. Similarly, if you would like to get the Power App, then the command is going to be get Power App. And just like the flows, it will also come back with a lot of other information. So if I would like to restrict that, all I have to do is use the pipe, select object, and the information that we're interested is in app name and display name. Now, how I come up with app name and display name? By just looking at the output of the first commandlet. And if I use that and hit enter, then all the apps that are there in my particular or I have access to will get displayed here. Now, if I am an administrator and if I would like to see all the flows that are there in my particular tenant, all I can do is the command is a little bit different. It's called get admin flow. And if I execute this, then I'll get a huge list of flows that are there. And remember, when you use get admin flow, if you have any flow created as part of your Dataverse for Teams, or if you create any flow as part of your Power Virtual Agent, or if you flow are part of your any solutions, everything will get listed here. So the list will be quite big here. So I'll be showing one use case, like how we can use this PowerShell commandlets and come up with some practical application. So I have already posted this particular scripts on GitHub, so you can go to this location and download this. So let me first walk you through what exactly we're trying to do here. So it was a real life scenario a couple of years before we started working on a project where client had a team of a few developers who built some Power Apps and Power Automate, but something happened and those team members were no longer with the organization. And then we had to come in and then find out what kind of Power Apps and Power Automate are implemented, and then understand its implementation and then do some changes in it. And in that time, we had two options. We can either work with the global administrator and then use the user, the admin center, and then manually add owners to each and every flow, or we can come up with the PowerShell. So we went ahead and came up with the PowerShell, and this is the PowerShell script we use. And you will find the link on the GitHub as well, where if you do look at the beginning, we just have some information how to use the script, what's the intent of the script, and these are the three modules you will need to install on your machine before you start using this script. The first two modules are related to the Power Apps and Power Automate, and the third module, which is listed on line number 34, is related to the Azure AD. And there is a reason why we need a module for Azure AD, and I will just explain you in few minutes. So here we had to specify on line number 37 what's the email address that I would like to add as an owner to the existing flow. and then that email address is mentioned on line number 37. Line number 41 is just to make the connection with the infrastructure where Power Apps and Power Automate is hosted. And line number 42 is to make the connection with Azure AD. And on line number 46, we are getting the get flow environment. And the environment we're interested is in default environment. Let's say in your case, you have multiple environments. You can also like select the name of that environment and get the object of that environment and store that in a variable. Line number 48, we're just displaying the output of that variable just for the debugging purpose. And on line number 49, that's where we need to use this Azure AD commandlets. So the commandlet that we'll be using to add the owner of a flow requires that we cannot use email address in that particular commandlet. What we need is a user ID. And that's where on line number 49, we're using this commandlet called get Azure AD user, passing the email address, and in return, we are getting the user ID of that user. And then if you don't want to do this particular step, then you can go to your Azure portal and you can find out the user ID by going to the UI as well. And then what we are doing is on line number 54, we are using this commandlet get admin flow. And whatever the flows are there in your tenant, we are adding that in a collection called flows. And then from line number 55, we are iterating to each flow in that collection or each object in that collection. And then on line number 62, this is the main commandlet we are using, which is set admin flow owner role. Here, using these commandlets, we are adding the email address that we mentioned here as the owner in that particular flow. And if everything is successful, then you will go ahead and do this for the rest of the flows as well. So the implementation is quite straightforward, but this is one of the examples, some of the kind of operations you can do. Similarly, we have the script for adding owners to the Power Apps. Now, the only difference you will see here is on line number 54, instead of using get admin flow, we will be getting get admin Power App, because here in this case, we are interested in getting information, adding owner to the Power App. And the commandlet that we'll be using to assign the owner here is going to be different as compared to the flow. But however, rest of the implementation is quite identical. So Rekha has a good question. Is there a way to automate execution of PowerShell script? Yes, you can do that. There are multiple ways for the automation. So you can write, let's say, for example, you have this script whenever someone new joins in your team. You can run this script either using the schedule task on a Windows machine. I personally don't recommend that option because that brings a single point of failure. What you can do is you can run this script on a schedule using Azure Function or using Runbook. And there you have to do some additional configuration. In Azure portal, you will need to do the backend configuration in the terms of adding the respective modules in your Azure function. And then you pretty much can copy paste the same code. Only thing you have to do differently is this particular commandlets, then you have to since you will not have access, since you want to run it automatically, that means you cannot really provide credentials during the runtime. Like you will not get the user prompt. So in that case, what you can do is you can ask Mr. PowerShell, or you can ask for the help. For example, get help, and let's use this particular commandlet and see how we can use that. And let's do full. So here we have seen a couple of examples. So the usage I have shown you so far is this, like add Power Apps account. But the moment I enter this in my PowerShell window, I have to manually enter my credentials. What if I would like to run this automatically? So you have multiple options. This is the example 2 where you can provide the username and password. I personally don't recommend that because everything gets stored in a clear text. Then there is another option available, where you can use the combination of application ID, tenant ID, and client secret, or the combination of tenant ID, certificate, and application ID. Now, for the example 3 and 4, you will need to register an app in Azure AD. It's pretty straightforward. However, you need the right access to do there. And once you register an app, then you need to go and get the tenant ID if you are using client secret and the client secret value and the application ID. And using the combination of that, then you can you do the authentication there. And then rest of the business logic will get executed as listed here. Now let's go and execute this script. Before we do that, let me quickly go to my flow UI. So here I have just created a flow called button flow demo. I haven't shared this flow with anyone. That's why this flow is listed under cloud flows. All the other flows I have created in my a particular tenant, I have already shared with other people. That's why those flows are listed under shared with me. And if I look at this particular flow, and if I look at the owners, then only one owner is there. So what we'll do is we will execute the script that we have, which is add owners to the flow now. And once the script is executed, then you will be seeing that the flow that is listed under cloud flow should be listed under shared with me, and we'll see multiple owners over there. So let's go ahead and execute this. And I have to provide my logging credentials here. And this is for the Azure AD. And for some reason it's doing me one more time, so let's do that. All right, and now this particular script is going through all the flows that are there in my environment, and we'll be adding the owner one by one. All right, so while this script is going on, and now let's see if there is any other question there. So looks like that was the only question we had. Okay, so let me quickly show you a few other things while the script is running. So there is another PowerShell command that's available, which not many people are familiar with, especially if you are using Power Platform along with Microsoft 365. Then just like our SharePoint Online PowerShell commandlets, there is additional commandlets available via PNP PowerShell. But one thing you have to keep in mind is PNP PowerShell is an open source community-driven initiative. It has a really good set of PowerShell commandlets we can use. So the commandlets that you see in SharePoint Online, those commandlets will help you to manage the assets up to SharePoint Online site collections or site. But if you had to do any manipulation with SharePoint list, libraries, documents, or item level, then PNP PowerShell comes really handy with that. It is extremely popular. I have personally used this on multiple occasions. However, since it's an open source community-driven initiative, and if you have any issues with it, you have to reach back to the community for the issues and some help. You cannot really take advantage of Microsoft support there, because since it is not from Microsoft. And behind the scene, it uses the client-side object model. And depending on what version of SharePoint you're using, you need to install the different version of PNP PowerShell. For example, there's a different version available for SharePoint Online, for SharePoint On-Prem 2019, 2016, and 2013. Unfortunately, these commandlets are not available for SharePoint 2020. So let's see where our script is. Looks like the script has been done. So now let's go ahead and I'm going to refresh this page. And now this particular flow should be now listed under shared with me if everything went fine with the script. So looks like that's the case. This flow is no longer only, is now a shared flow. So if I click here, and this is the flow we're talking about. If I go and click on owners, that you will see now there are two users here. When it comes to adding the owners, there are multiple options available to us depending on what kind of trigger we are using. So for example, if you are using SharePoint as a trigger, then while adding the owner along with users and groups, we also get some additional option as a SharePoint. So if you click on SharePoint, then what we can do is we can select the specific list or library where this flow is attached to. And if we add that as the owner, then any member or any user who has the owner access to this particular SharePoint list or library will automatically get the owner's access to this flow as well. So it's a really neat and slick way of managing your permissions or ownership of your flows. However, this option is only available if you are using SharePoint as a connector for your flow. Okay, let me see. So there are some of the best practices you should be using while using PowerShell. One is you should be using the test environment to PowerShell commands. Make sure you're not running the PowerShell commandlet for the first time on production, especially if you are new to this and you're not sure what should be, what happened, or what some of the after effects of a specific commandlet will be. And if you're unsure, you can always use what if parameter. Use a proper naming convention for the script, and also have some description in the top and about the script's intended usage and its use and the usage. For example, the script that I have shared with you, it has a proper naming convention. Like just by looking at the name, you will know, okay, this script maybe is used to add the owners to the flow. Like I have seen a lot of really good scripts written with a poor name, or there is just no help available, or no information available inside it. And if you really want to find out what that script is doing, you have to manually read each line one by one. So don't do that, because if you add some information, then that information can be helpful to you and also the other team members as well. Like I typically forget after 1 week, like what was the business logic I was using, what was the reason I used specific commandlets or specific code. And that's where this kind of information comes really, really handy. For example, here at the top, we have description, how to use this particular script, and then what are some of the models we need. Again, it is commented out because we don't want to install that model every time the script is running. But someone who is using the script for the first time can know, okay, to install, to run this script, I need to install these 3 modules on my machine. And then there is a detailed information about different various steps and why we are doing that. And never store your credentials in the script, because you never know. Once you create the script, then you never know who will be coming there and accessing that script later on. And by mistake, if you upload that script on a public repository, then you will be exposing your password to whole set of other people that you don't want to share the credential with. So remember, the technology or tool doesn't matter. What kind of problem we are solving matters a lot. Let me quickly show you a few additional commandlets since we have few more time. Like for example, if you would like to return the user details regarding the flow usage, then this is the commandlet you can use. And if you would like to export all the flows in your tenant, then this is the command that you can use. Like let's say, for example, you would like to quickly have this information, like how many flows are there, and if you would like to quickly run the report and get that report in the CSV file, this is the command that you can use, where get admin flow, and then whatever the output of that flow is, you are passing that to another command called export CSV, and then you're providing the path for the CSV and also the name of the CSV. And if everything is fine, then a CSV file will be generated, and then within few seconds or within a few minutes. And if you would like to display the list of all API connection, this is the command that you can do. And these are all the connections that we have. And again, what kind of operation you can do with a specific connection, it all depends on whether a specific commandlet is available for that or not. Now, in case you would like to get your hands dirty with the PowerShell or Power Platform, or you would like to play with specific features which are only available for admin, and if you don't have access to it, there's a really good program available from Microsoft called Microsoft 365 Developer Program, where all you have to do is go to this particular link and sign up for it. Once you sign up, you'll get an email, And with that email, you can provision your personal Microsoft 65 developer tenant for free. That tenant will come with 25 users, and the validity will be 90 days, and you will be a global administrator. That means you will have all the powers and all the features. The tenant will have Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Teams, Power App, Power Automate, and using this tenant, you can also sign up for the free trials of Power Virtual Agent and some of the premium features that are available in Power Platform. It is excellent for personal training and development. So initially, the validity will be the 90 days. And however, if Microsoft finds that you are using this tenant for personal training and development, Microsoft will graciously increase the validity for additional 90 days, and they will keep on doing it as long as you are using this tenant for personal training and development and you are not violating any of the licensing term. And I'm using a tenant from this program from last 3 years. So imagine like you will have your own dedicated tenant with E5 licenses, which is the highest licenses you can get in Microsoft 65 for free, and you'll be a global admin. You can also sign up for the trial as well, but whenever you sign up for the trial, you need to use a credit card. Now, Rekha asked the question about how we can run this kind of scripts on a schedule. So for that, you can definitely take advantage of Azure. And if you would like to learn Azure, then there are various ways where you can get your personal Azure subscription. My favorite one and recommended option is if you have access to MSDN, then go to your MSDN portal and see whether that MSDN account gave access to you the Azure credits. If it does, definitely sign up for that because then you will have your own dedicated subscription where you get some monthly fixed credit that you can use. And for some reason, if you spin up a resource which consume all the credits for you within the first 10 days of the month, don't worry, you won't get anything. You won't get charged for the rest of the 20 days, but your subscription will stop, and come the first day of next month, everything will be enabled and you will have the same again fixed rate of the quota. So that's why I personally like it, where it happened in the past where I spin a few resources, I forgot about them, and within 20 days I exhaust all my credits. But I just had to wait additional 10 days for the credit to get active again, and then I started using all the IG subscription again. You can also sign up for the trial. However, you will need to use credit card for the trial account. There's another program available from Microsoft called Azure for Students, where you don't need a credit card. All you need is a valid EDU account from participating school. And depending on your country, you get some fixed credit. So definitely check out this particular link here. So hopefully the content we covered today made you explore the PowerShell for Power Apps and Power Automate, and you'll go home and play with it. And if you don't have access to your personal Microsoft 65 tenant, definitely check out Microsoft 65 Developer Program. So with that, we come to an end. These are things we covered today, and these are the references we have used. So with that, we come to an end. If you have any follow-up question, feel free to email me. I'm also available on LinkedIn and on Twitter. Thanks for joining us today. Stay safe and stay healthy, and let me know if you have any questions in the chat window.
Thank you so much, Prashant. To be honest, I am really excited to try PowerShell now. So thank you so much for giving this session today. And right now, I don't see any questions on the chat. There was one that you answered already. And I have shared your LinkedIn and Twitter on the chat for the attendees. So if they want to reach out to you, they can with the URLs.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Ritika, and thanks for doing this. I know it takes quite an effort to organize the conferences like this.
Yep. Thank you so much, Prashant. I mean, it's the effort of the speakers, to be honest, who prepare such great contents to share with the attendees. So thanks to you too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep. Yep. Bye-bye. And with that, that was the last session for our today's event. I hope you all had a chance to, learn something new, and you're going to try those out. If you have any questions for the speakers, I already shared their social media credentials on the chat. But if you are not able to find any speaker, let me or Yash know, and we will be able to help you. Other than that, I wish you all a very happy weekend. Stay safe, and let us know in case you have any questions for us. Thank you so much. Bye bye.